these. Anyways, we're gonna be playing some Project Zomboid today. For those who missed, we did get a hotfix update today, so we're now on build 42.13.1. The only thing I will say is you can technically play your old saves for 42.13 with the current build. It doesn't fix everything. Like, there are certain bugs, like getting the bonuses to weapons and all that you didn't choose at the beginning of creating character, that because those are saved to your character, it will bring those forward. EZNZ, following for 4 years. Thanks for being around all this thing. Yeah, no, it's... We've got some people been around for a while. So with that said, that does mean while our other character is still alive and well, and I could technically jump right back into that save a little scuffed. And I am doing something that I probably shouldn't be doing. If we look at our mods list, I do have some, like, this mod shouldn't matter, so we could introduce problems with our mods. I have turned on the middle display bar because when you right-click sit on the ground and choose rest and all that, you don't get the bar, so you never really know when you're actually rested. So I grabbed the bar so I could see that. This one just makes it so you can see, like, kill counts and all that without me having to pull up my paper doll. And then, this is the one I actually care about. This is the only one that's actually affecting gameplay, is Pillow's random spawns. Has been updated for this version, supposedly. So, we're going to be playing in the Wild West of potentially messing with some mods. Not really a recommended thing, but also, you know what? So we're going to go into our custom settings and all that kind of stuff. Time for a bunch of Louisville spawns in a row? It can happen. So for those who don't know what this is about, you'll notice I've got a couple extra settings here. Is that these are the random spawns, and there's not really a big thing to go here with. Pretty much what this boils down to is there's casual, like, it'll spawn you. There's 2,580 spawn points you'll consider. I believe that does include Louisville and everything, but they have removed certain things, like you can't spawn inside a jail cell or whatever, because then you get stuck. You do have, like, the full and even distribution. Oh no, the even distribution is just the whole map, but you have, like, the full. That one can include stuff like the jail cell. And then one per city is weird, that you just have consistent spawns there. Either way, I'm going to choose that one. And all you need to know about this is it means instead of starting the game being like, I'm going to be in Muldrow, I'm going to be in Echo Creek, I'm going to be there. We don't know where we're going to be. We're going to be wherever the hell it drops us. And it's a fun way to learn the map, especially if you're new and you just don't know the way around the map. We are going to go to our 16 times pop. We're going to just double check, make sure nothing got messed with. I actually turned off the new stealth system. I know it says performance implications, and stealth is a meme. Yeah, so let's change that so we can actually see the numbers. The loot is just the default. The world is just the default. Nature's just the default. Meta, we've got the helicopter happens more than once. I do allow the world map. I'm debating whether or not I want to have the mini-map on. A lot of times I'll put the mini-map on so when people ask questions about it, I can show it. I don't need it. But yeah, I know, like, all our XP stuff, that's all at its base values. I haven't changed anything around that. Yeah, the mini-map is always one of the ones that I go back and forth. Yeah, I'll turn that on, because this one I usually turn on, like, a lot of times I usually turned on the entire map is known, so when people ask me questions, I can be like, oh yeah, that's over at the Louisville checkpoint. But with doing the random spawns, it tends to be more interesting to not have the whole map known, because then you get plunked in the middle of the map and go, man, I don't know where the expletive I am. So one of the bugs that did not get fixed is that you have to take the slow metabolism first before unfit to get 0 to hero. That's still there. That's not a big bug. It's got a very easy and fast workaround. Alright. I like to play with the mini-map in multiplayer, but in multiplayer, you're fine with that. Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. Like, the last 2 characters we didn't turn on that... Well, no. The last character we didn't have it on. Because, like, the mini-map's just a nice thing, but it's kind of nice because what ends up happening is, like, people are like, oh, you're in whatever city, and they can see in the mini-map down there, and they'll be like, oh, I see, you're in that main block. Oh, they're correcting that in single player they're fine without it. I'm assuming. Zomboid GeoGuessr is fun. Okay, so like always, we have started a brand new run. We are inside one of the towns. I'm not going to do that. I just want to turn you off isometric because isometric is gross and they should be ashamed of themselves. I'm sorry, what? Alright, well, we're going to go ahead and learn that we're not using mods. For anyone who missed, I tried to take inventory, and it errored. So we're just going to turn them all back off. I have no mods that were affecting anything inventory related. But there's your lesson of not using mods when you're on an unstable branch. So we'll turn that crap back off. We'll just turn it all off. I'm wondering what mod actually messed with it, because literally all of those were UI mods and a spawn mod, none of which had any interactions with anything. Yeah, no, there was a big update, so we got that. And also we got Senji Cookie under 630 stream streak, which is ridiculously big stream streak. So let's try that again, hopefully with less scuff. That's such a bummer. I was really looking forward to the random spawn. Maybe try leaving the random spawn on? I'll try just the random spawn mod. That one. We'll try just the one mod. Because, like I said, I really do like the random spawn. And like I said, if we'll loot something immediately, and if it errors, then that'll be it. So let's go here again. Random spawn. 16 times pop. We turned on the minimap so people can see at a glance what's going on there. We'll choose 0 to hero. I have to remove unfit, add slow metabolism, add back unfit, and next. With ridiculously many dumpies. Hey man, you may not realize that that's just what crabs do on the beach. When you're not looking, those crabs are just throwing dumpies. It's just what crabs do. You wouldn't think it with them being a crustacean. It's just... I mean, what do you think Crab Rave was all about? They all were getting on that beach doing their little pinch thing up here. They were just getting ready to drop some dumpies. They were just kind of getting in the mood first. Okay, so this could be the Riverside Sports Store that we've randomly spawned in. No? We're not in the mall, are we? I should just try looting something. Okay, so loot does work. Alright. This feels unethical. Because it means we'll have no zombies inside the entire, like, mall thing. Which means a really generous amount of loot that I should not be able to have early game. You're not wrong that this can actually be a really rough start just by the fact that, this area is very high pop. And I will have to get out of here. Going for, like, Casey Jones from Ninja Turtles, just running around with a whole pile of hockey sticks. Oh, the whistle! I forgot about the whistle. No, the whistle's great. And thank you, Luxray, for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's incredibly generous. Been sub the channel for a heckin' long time. Really does mean a lot. 2.5 years, man. But thanks so much for that. All the water bottles are filled to different amounts. I'll keep 2 water bottles. I don't think I want to grab all of those. There. We got a full gym setup. Might as well lean in. Yeah, I think that is new music. You wonder if this is the small mall at Louisville. This looks like the admin part of the building. Let's not mess with that. You want to stay far away from the outside of the building until... I can grab the barbecue lighter. That'll be my lighter. The real shame is how much good stuff is here, and there's zero chance we're leaving with hardly any of it. This feels like such an unethical start. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm only going to be able to carry a small amount of this out of here, and therefore it's not going to be that big of a gain. Like, I'm hoping to grab like a couple of individual really good things. You drive a car? Oh, there's no chance. Most likely, when I try and get outside this building, we will probably just up and die because of the sheer volume of zombies on the outside. That's the most likely outcome here. We are going to try our best. That's the food court. That looks like an exterior window. Yeah, that's an exterior window, so we don't want to go near that. This will be a toy store, but we don't know what's going to be in here. Keyring, bottle opener. Oh, we get a scarf. That's a necessity. Oh, right. Fancy keyrings. I forgot about that. We got the Eye of Cthulhu. You can have a hot dog keyring. A bug keyring. An 8-ball keyring. We could go with this. I should be allowed to have, like, a spider keyring. Oh, rubber duck. I like the rubber duck more than the 8-ball. We're moving up in the world. One keyring at a time. I'm going to go with the rubber duck over the cat. The cat's a pretty strong contender, though. I love how we can be checking all the important stuff. A rainbow star keyring. Aw, man. There are too many good options of keyrings. The Rainbow Star is also a strong competitor. I'm gonna go for the Rainbow Star. This shelf? Oh, do these have, like, different stats? I don't assume they do, right? Yeah, no, they're all the same. There we go. I love how it's all toys, and then you go into the warehouse, it's like straight razor, smoking pipe, perfume, a vampire Halloween mask. Alright, so starting to breach over there. I can hear him banging on the window. One of them probably heard the light through there. Like I said, we're trying to peek through as much of this as we can before the zombies start breaching the building. Because realistically, once that starts, we outie. So I grab the snacks. Can't get much close to that window. Yeah, so you see once I get over there, it's gonna go. We're using random spawn, and it happened to spawn me in this place. So it feels a little bit unethical. Well, I was gonna wear, like, the whole sports gear, but it's a Hawaiian shirt, man. Gotcha. Just checking one thing. Oh, leather pants. Leather pants! No avoiding it. Now, don't get me wrong. Leather pants and a Hawaiian shirt is certainly an interesting decision for the look. But, you know, leather pants. And I'm not grabbing the leather pants because they have a higher defense. They actually do. Oh, we can get skinny leather pants? Alright. Okay, it's almost time that we gotta leave. Come on, big backpack. Yes, the zombies are starting to move around and they're just colliding with the doors and attacking them. If you get the nails and all that, you can probably do that. Realistically, I'm not going to be able to pull that off in this run. And that's just going to be because the zombies, as they spread, are going to naturally collide into the windows and all that, and breach the building. So staying here is not really an option. Like, we've actually been able to stay here longer than I anticipated. Usually by now they breach the building and you're having to just get out of Dodge. We got our flashlight. I'll take the pocket knife. Ooh, you are not something I can get away with. Oh, there's no way I'm holding in here. Don't give me that hope. I thought I saw... Yeah, there... Oh, it's ball penis on that one. We cannot do that. The greed is real. So the hockey sticks are not that good. They're okay. But they have a decent amount of weight. I'll put the wrench in there for now. The hand drill would end up being useful later. All the seeds, the welding torch. There's zero chance we get out of this place alive if I stay this overburdened. Come on, welding mask. Garden fork? Come on, don't do this to me. Well, the problem is I'm dealing where I'm already pushing, like, way past what's reasonable. I'm gonna have to give some stuff up. Okay. So we can use the club hammer to get flint. But I'm gonna have to give up stuff. So I'm gonna eat my potato chips. At what point to get rid of the clothes for loot? You usually don't, because the clothes just don't weigh enough. It's like the electrical book is a whole big thing. We'll drop the pop. I think between our weapons, we give up the pipe wrench. And the knives are relatively light. We give up one of the sports bottles. We give up the sweatband. I'm going to give up the Halloween vampire mask. Put the ball peen hammer in here. Remember the golf clubs being pretty okay, though. Yeah, it seems like they gave the mall its own music. Man, there's so many books and all that in here. Yeah, no, it did. It gave up a decent amount of weight for it. Alright, scissors aren't important enough for me to carry those. We've already got a golf bag. Sewing needle ends up being a pretty big one. You only wear point... It wouldn't be a terrible idea for me to grab the thread and bring it over. But still. Don't be loud, don't be loud, don't be loud. Turn that off. 92.6. We got ourselves the emergency channel. And it was loud enough, it probably alerted all the zombies in the area. And I double, quadruple, triple checked that it was off. Yep, so grabbing that radio just made everything kick up to 11. We're doing one quick pass here, just in the chance that we find a better Hawaiian shirt, because that's what we're really here for. Honestly, with this, put the garden fork to the bag too. Okay, it's a furniture store there. Okay, new plan. This book's gone. I really want that book. That book's gone. Just doing a real quick check. Grab the magazines. Wilderness Survival's a really good magazine. Key to the bookstore. Let's grab that key. Just in the off chance it lets me into the whole building. Grab that magazine. Grab this magazine. Grab this magazine. Grab that magazine. What can I be used for? Empty promises and wishing for a different time. Grab that magazine. I still like that if you take the illiterate trait, you can read the picture books. Forging one, I don't have the carry weight. I gave up a electrical one. I'll grab a nail for maybe making a fishing pole later. So I'm gonna make what's probably a not correct decision. We're going to sit on this couch, and we're going to see if we can't knock out some of these magazines real fast, because I grabbed a ton of them. So collectively, they do end up being quite a bit of weight. There's a very strong chance I don't get through all these. So all these magazines are teaching us recipes and all that stuff. Hang on, zombie. I gotta return these. I haven't paid for them. Thank you for my first watch. I appreciate your contribution to the cause. Not so we can get away with reading some more magazines. Yeah, so you see him breaking all these windows over here. And I am deliberately not going into that back room. While the line of sight would help me stay alive, like not being spotted kind of thing, the reality is I can have a bunch of zombies come in because they hear me and I don't realize it. And if I'm in that back room, it's just over. Even that's a little bit spicy. This is so greedy. Wait until you see the fact that I am actually trying to consider just fighting from inside here. And seeing how long I can hold up. Which is not the plan, because as you saw, there's so many outside that I'm going to just have them breaching from whatever. Wifey.
The most out of all the husbands in all the world.
Yeah.
I love you more than that husband or that husband. I don't know. You know, husbands.
Yep.
You're the best one.
Yeah.
Hi, Cindy and Cookie. Hi, I'm Night Wonder.
What's up?
I know it's early, but I'm gonna go lie down.
Yeah, now you've had a long day. You're sleepy.
Yeah.
Oh, this is where it all goes bad.
Hi, cuz. Oh wait. Hi, Infinity Blitz. I can't talk. Hi, Infinity Simplex. Hi, cuz Jackie. Hi, Cyber Zeros. ZA. Hi, Sniper Spies. Hi, Elder Druid 69. Hi, Helen Nova. How did the dentist go? I had a root canal today. So I went to the dentist and I was like, my tooth hurts, and they took an X-ray and they were like, there's like an abscess beneath your tooth. You need a root canal, and I was like, cool. And they were like, it's like approaching the holidays, and like if you don't do it right now, you'll have to wait a long time. So go do it right now. And I was like, okay. So I drove straight over to the endodontist, and they took X-rays and they scanned my head, and then I saw a 3D scan of my skull, which I really don't like. It makes me feel so mortal. and then did you just die?
Yeah, it's not your fault.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
And then whatever. And then they were like, yeah, do you feel this very cold thing against your tooth? And I was like, no. And they were like, your root's dead. You need a root canal. And I was like, okay. And then they did the root canal, and they were like, look at this white stuff. There was pus in your tooth. And I'm like, thanks. And then they did the root canal. And now I have to go back on Monday to get a permanent cap put on top of it. So, you know, my life's good. How are you? I hope you're all having a great day.
Yeah, no, this wasn't your fault.
Okay.
I was in a really bad, I was in a good bad spawn point. It was good because there was like endless loot, and it was bad because of trying to get out of the building.
Oh.
And did not work out because I tried to loop around here, and then I was cornered.
Thank you, the very last Lardine, for saying there's little chance of surviving this. Yeah, thank you, A Night Dweller. It was a great story. I know, I lived through it. But I'm gonna go to bed now because I had a long day and I'm tired. So.
You sleep well.
Love.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, where it's like, with this, you notice us trying to stay really hard away from all these outer areas. This is Louisville. For those who don't know, we're in South Louisville. So this area is ridiculously high pop. So it was one of those things like, grab everything I can, don't want to be overburdened. And that's part of what got me in trouble, is I grabbed out the fork. I'm like, you know what? They're not in the building. I might be able to kill like 2 or 3 of these and maybe slowly pick around this building. And so I took it out, which put me to not just the first level overburn, but the second. And that's where I was going, crap, I need to get this back in my bag. How long did you live as? How did you live as long as you did in here? I mean, it wasn't a particularly long-lived character. I've had characters where I've been just dodging around Louisville without staying indoors anywhere in 16 times pop. Oh, how? Yeah, no, we lived like 7 in games, and that's because I just stayed away from the entrances to try and grab all the goodies. So that's the one downside of that. Yeah, so where we spawned is, let's see, it would have been right. It's somewhere around here. It's somewhere down in this area is where that mall is, because you got the big mall up there. It might be that. I think it's there is where it's at. But yeah, so it's like properly in there. If you enable the pillow spawns excluding mod option, it gives you a chance to spawn everywhere. Oh, I don't mind being in Louisville. Like, I think that was a perfectly fine place to show up. It was just the here, let me save it like that since we keep setting that. It was just the fact that, like, it was going, okay, this spawn is going to be a whole lot of looting, followed by likely tragedy. I have gotten away with those spawns before. It also felt a little unfair that I was just able to, like, kind of peruse the mall, and kind of choose my stuff, and then it was a matter if I could make it work. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The longer I stayed in there, the more likely they were going to bunch up on the windows as the zombies tried to move around and ran into the building. That's the reason you can't just like camp out there and just read your books and live on the food there. The zombies will eventually burst into the building regardless of you, because they're trying to get away from each other, because they form those groups of like 20 and then they try and put some space in between. And because of how densely populated it is, it forces them into the building. You know, and then it's like, do you hide in the corner and wait? Okay, so we're in a clothing store. This feels like it might also be... Ooh, is this Louisville or March Ridge? Both of them have a clothing store on a corner like this. The only real tragedy with losing that save is we had tight leather pants. And leather pants are actually pretty rare in the game. They do give you a defense bonus. I don't care about that part. But it's just kind of the whole you've got leather pants thing. You know, be your inner Freddie Mercury. And thank you, Dragon Rose, for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate that. Not a wonderful Hawaiian shirt. It's okay. Oh, but I'll take the leather gloves. Oh, you know what? We're gonna go with the purple ones. The leather gloves are better in every way because they defend your hands better. But just on principle. So we can grab a tote bag. They're not particularly good, but it is a bag. Yeah, rare item, still rare item. Are you gonna hop? Are you going to server hop if you lose? No, because I'm not on a server. They can break those fences now. Ooh. Feel that performance. So, are we March Ridge or Louisville? I feel like this is Louisville. We might have been able to... No. I was debating really bad ideas. Oh, the book naked. We could have gotten books. It's fine. We're evicted. We're out. You gotta use the map check. Yeah, but I'm deliberately not using the map to check. The performance is not great here. Is this March Ridge? It's hard to tell because it's either March Ridge or Louisville. I should also zoom that out a little farther. Feels... Yeah, the zombies are killing the frame rate. Because both March Ridge and Louisville are just dense. I don't think we get out of this with this frame rate being this bad. There's just too many zombies. Well, that's the thing. March Ridge is also deceptive. I think you're right that it probably is Louisville. I've had worse than this. The frames? Oh, am I giving you too many? I can cut those down if you want. Once we start getting out of here, it should start eating up. I think we are like center Louisville, like slightly west of center Louisville. So we're not by the park. So we can maneuver through that, right? We gotta get away from here. We have frames? No, it's just the one. Yeah, Mall character died. One get to the hit queue, done. I mean, we'll wait to see when it actually happens, but I pushed it right when I said it. Waiting for it. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Here's the question. Push it again, push it 3 times. There we go. Thank you for the gifty sub, Lardine. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for being a person of integrity. I know. I'll try and get our frame rate down again. Don't worry. For the record, this is not indicative of normal product Zomboid gameplay. We are at the maximum population settings with random spawn, and it did dump us into one of the densest places on the entire map. So this is not normal experiences. Maybe if your laptop or whatever runs on a potato chip, maybe this is normal for you. But this is like, if your game's running like this, you're way under spec or something's wrong. The plan to get out of town, go south. It's pretty much the plan. Go south. Alright. We will potentially turn off the Louisville spawns after this, just because this is extra slideshowy than I'm used to when we do these kind of things. So yeah. Big guns. You act like I got any loot whatsoever. I got a Hawaiian shirt and a tote bag. That's what loot we got. I have no food, I have no water, I have no weapons, I have no books. We didn't even get, like, a complimentary pen with, like, the company name on it. Let's see. So we're definitely Louisville. This is definitely not March Ridge. Do we? Up. That is not a frame rate loss. I am looking at an hourglass. And it's dead. Product Zomboid EXE has crashed. Okay, new run. We're gonna need to take Louisville off of that. Yeah, and it was the moment we aggroed the zombies where I had like easily 200-300 zombies aggroed. It was all the calculations it was running trying to manage that many zombies. We have one Project Zomboid. We got the only outcome where we don't die. Where the game says, I quit. You can't make me. Alright. Oh, I think the, let me check to... People mentioned there was the mod controls. Oh no, it's not that. To be clear, I'm running on the maximum number of zombies, and the mod chucked me in the highest population part of the entire map. So it was like multiple things that I shouldn't be doing kind of cascaded on top of each other. Yeah, well, I don't see a thing to prevent Louisville load. New hardware reference. It can run Product Zomboid with 3 or 4 zombies. Is the toggle in the mod's install part? Anywhere but. Except. Yeah, because we'll have to unfortunately omit Louisville because of our settings. Even in Build 41, which you could go into those towns because they were a bit lower population on some of those areas, even those ones you had to kind of, you know, be a little bit cagey. Okay, anywhere but Louisville. Alright, so it could spawn us in anywhere on the map except Louisville. It's interesting how much that cuts down the spawns. Literally omitting Louisville cuts down the number of potential places you spawn by 1,500. More than 50% of the spawns are apparently in Louisville. Good to know. So it makes sense why we load there like 4 times in a row when we do this sometimes. I understand now. To be fair, there's a lot of buildings in Louisville. But it makes sense that we got 2 in a row Louisville. I want this character to live because I noticed her name is Mabel. And that's just a fun name. Now, downtown West Point could still get pretty... Well, was it downtown West Point? I think downtown West Point was still pretty hectic. I know Build 41 it was the thing. Yes. Mabel with the B. Yeah, no, I saw it had like Irvington and that was on there. Oh, right, because that's right. Irvington and what is it, Bradford or whatever the other one is? Those are pretty spicy. And there's also still March Ridge, which would be similar. Okay, we are in a random farmhouse from the looks of it. Okay, we can use the fillet knife for different things, the stranger's cool and all. Not gonna worry about the canned evaporated milk, because then I gotta have a can opener. We're gonna leave that radio alone. It doesn't have an emergency signal. Give me everything you got out of there. Okay, so I won't be able to use all this. Okay. Good, drop the meat that I'd have to cook in here. Put the ID because we don't need in there. Yeah, and the only reason I'm not grabbing those... Okay. Alright. I'm listening. You wouldn't happen to have a backpack in here, would you? I'm listening. I'm listening really hard right now, game. Just gonna straight up give me a crowbar on the opener. And a welding mask. And a welder. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Why do you have rotten icing in your basement? We have got to find something to make a bag with. Because we are finding a lot of goodies. Okay, does not have the channel. Okay. What is that on the ground over there real fast? Is it a golf bag? No, it's literally nothing. It's debris. It doesn't look like it might be a golf bag the way it's tipped back there. Okay, so we must be on the outskirts of one of the cities for that many zombies. You'll try and stay away from the front. I'm going to choose to ignore my prompts for now. Window, remove curtains. Make it to a sling bag. Wear the sling bag. Start chucking things in there. And this is dangerous because I'm hoping it was just the one zombie who saw me. Those take forever to get through that door. There we go. Why do you have so many key rings there? Guess the red pen's better than no pen. It's a key ring holder? Oh yeah. The scythe is cool and all, but that's not happening right now. Can I do that without... Oh yeah, to take off your welding mask to do that, that's fine. That's fair. Okay. I'm gonna make some dangerous decisions here. So I think we might be southeast Rosewood? Or just someplace in the middle of the map I can't think of. So I want to say there's some farms in southeast Rosewood that's in this, like, kind of like this. Let's go upstairs real fast. I don't normally do this. But we're gonna go ahead and, like, watch the show, fight some zombies, and each time I need to rest and recover, I'll actually use Life and Living. And I'm very vocal about how I actually consider doing Life and Living just not a good idea. That very, very genuinely I discourage people from doing it. It's one of these weird situations where I'm standing right here, I've got the television, and I'm gonna be going in and out of the building resting anyways. So it's kind of like, okay. Let's grab you and keep you on the health tab so we can see as we get muscle strain. You down there, I guess. What's bad about Life and Living? It's nothing wrong with Life and Living itself. It gives you XP and all that. There's, like, nothing objectively bad about that. The thing is, you could be doing that, or you could be doing something else productive, and most of the time, you're better off, like, going for more weapons, going for more food, that kind of thing, versus watching the television. That's kind of my view on it. It's not there's anything wrong with it, it's, is that the correct decision to use your time? Okay, so now we go right over here. And we sit down in our chair. And we rest for a minute. Yeah, we spawned in Louisville. Now, to the wristwatch, I probably just missed that it was there. Expect this to get really bad as they start encroaching more and more. Where did you see the wristwatch? Am I just missing the wristwatch? Okay, this is gonna be dangerous because I hear zombies breaching down below. Was that the bottom of their inventory? Why was it at the bottom? Well, it's go time. I don't want to break the door. Regular watch, not digital? Maybe. Like I didn't see it, so. And I found that a lot of people have been saying that, like, the ground targeting's been particularly dodgy this build. Like, not build 42, but this. I can't speak from experience because usually I avoid fence fighting. Not like being like, oh no, like, you know, away with the cheese, away with the meta. I just find that the zombies can get kind of fluky, your targeting can get kind of weird. So I see as well as things that, yeah, it's effective, but it can get a little dodgy. So I'd rather go for the safe, reliable kills. That was scary. I should have waited on that swing. We almost got grabbed for it. Come on. Go to sleep. So realistically, that building's totally compromised. But I am low-key kinda hoping we can sneak in there. Just checking to see if they had a watch. Because it feels like I'm in the outskirts enough. Was one of these ones, from what you're saying. Yeah, I'm just not seeing the watch. Just missed it. Okay, so... wristwatch, last item on the list. Fair enough. First zombie at the top. Wristwatch. There we go. Thank you. Yep, we're just chilling here. So I believe it's every, like, what was it, 9, noon, 3, 6, or something like that was the programs? And unfortunately, that muscle strain is brutal. Now, I'm not going out of my way for the show. My thought is more just... Actually, if I remember correctly, if I turn this off... and I turn it back on around 3, I believe it'll kind of go. How did the characters from yesterday die? They didn't. There was an update, and the update breaks saves. You have to opt into the update. Still have muscle strain. So that character's alive, it's just, with the update, we start a brand new save. I'm weighing that muscle strain, there we go. Yeah, no, it's fine. If you're playing on the unstable branch, that's just something you have to accept, is every once in a while, you're just going to lose your save. Not from, like, you getting killed, not from anything else. You're just going to lose your save because just unstable branch things. Here, give me that knee-high skirt. Okay. Put the matches in our fanny pack. Do you like showing leg? No, you just have to have style. Jeans aren't style. Go and finish the lard. I was under the impression there was a show at 3. It's been a long time since I bothered messing with anything life and living. I'm assuming there's not. That's fine, so I'll turn that back off. I don't know what the program time is. Yeah, for the record, I actually don't have that strong opinion on jeans. They're not my preference. I grew up wearing lots of jeans, but then just later on... just, you know, being in Florida and all that, it's just too hot. Yeah, and I used to wear them all the time. That's what I really want. Okay. Okay, where's the regular wristwatch? We don't need that anymore. Alright. Like I said, I'm thinking we're in Southeast Rosewood. Like, right on the south side. I don't know for sure, and don't spoil if you figured it out already. Because either, like, just randomly center map or Southeast Rosewood. Like, I think if we go up into the west a little bit, we'll be there. But remember, there's a couple houses. Alright, so the long hang from zombies becoming crawlers is still a thing. Do I want to carry those? Just can't take them apart yet. There's a backpack. No, backpack. Hey. Oh, no, sorry, backing off. Alright, follow me inside. We're trying to use the fact that we can kind of mitigate some of the sound in here. Let's go upstairs for a minute. And to let our muscle strings go. Eventually, I'll remember what the schedule was. Like I said, I usually don't care about it. It's just the matter of I'm right here, and we're just kind of fighting like at our doorstep. Ah, 6 p.m.? Okay, so I was just misremembering that there's like an extra block. So fortunately, we do have zombies right down there. Or we did? Yeah, so we're just gonna keep carving out of here. Now, there's a very good chance I'll end up breaking these weapons I've got, and when that happens, I'll be forced to leave. Oh, the crowbar won't last that long, But it is those things that's like, okay, the crowbar actually gives me a chance of maybe carving out a little area around me. How bad we in for it? So far, just 2. Fall over, please. Fall over, please. Fall over, please. Fall over, please. I'd like you to fall over. I'm asking nicely. I use the magic word. Okay, this is over. Okay, we're out. I was hoping they wouldn't aggro me as fast so I could check the mailboxes, but no, it's fine. Alright, if I am correct to thinking where I am, I believe... Ooh, actually, is this southwest... Or sorry, is this, I think I'm wrong about this being southeast Rosewood. This could be, well, it could either be on the west side of the map, I don't know as well. That's certainly one possibility. This could be that road that goes down towards the military secret base. There's like a paved road that goes very south that then curves up eventually to where that is. This looks kind of like that, but some of these roads are like out in the middle of nowhere and have just like a little neighborhood kind of thing. Can be pretty hard to tell. Echo Creek? If it is, I don't recognize it, but it is possible. I don't know that west side of the map quite as well as the rest of it. I will say, it definitely feels spicier to the north than where we're at. It's near Texas or something? That sounds about right. You think you're wrong? Yeah, right now I'm thinking we're on the south end of the map, kind of center. Well, south. So not what was west. South center, we'll just call it that. Where the road will eventually go up, it'll turn into a dirt road, and that dirt road goes into the forest in the direction of the secret military base. The big thing is, we've been unceremoniously evicted from the neighborhood. And the reason I bailed on that is we are 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 everything. So, while the crowbar would hold up with the abuse, we won't. Yeah, it looks like it's just farmland over there. Because I don't see a mailbox or anything, so it might just be a dirt road that goes along the farm. Now, if it is the road I think it is, then what we're going to end up needing to do is you are going to end up needing to probably circle back to where I just was. Oh, you're still following. My bad. Because if we go into that wooded area, there's nothing there. I also did see in the patch notes that you are now able to sleep on the ground again, just per normal when you get ridiculously tired. Which is interesting, because it actually felt like it was a deliberate decision. But, you know, the fact that they put that back in, it's like, okay. Clearly that was not intended. Hang on, zombies. I'm trying to enjoy my time. Or they attended and didn't like it after. It'd be surprising if it, like, in only, like, 2-3 days they were already like, we're not loving this. It didn't feel like a particularly important thing one way or the other. I could also be coming up on Irvington from the... Ooh, actually... Alright, I don't know where we are. Okay. So, I could either be extremely far to the east side of the map. So that would be going like around the Crossroad, or the Crossroads Mall area. That's one possibility, is I'm way over there. Or I'm somewhere out west by like Irvington and them. Like probably on the south end. Road to Ekron? Oh, road to actual Ekron. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know the west side of the map as well. I do kind of want to circle back and sip from that river. A lot of you are getting stuck there. Let's grab the water while we can maybe sneak this through. Because I don't have a water bottle this time or anything like that. So I got an easy to snag, like, river water right here. You have a satchel. Now I'm gonna go down this side and go around the field. I've had bad luck of cutting myself in those fields. I don't think shoving back to that group of zombies is the play. We'll just circle the field and come back up on the other side. River goes Deco Creek? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, we can just follow that. Like I said, yeah, no, because I know there's just the one river on the west side of the map that goes from Echo Creek and all that, and it splits on farther south and all that. How long of a field are you? I just think it's do a little jaunt around this field, not go out find new real estate. I did see that they had a bug on 42.12 or whatever it was, or 42.13, without the .1, that they did have a bug that some zombies would just forget to de-aggro you. So they would literally follow you from one city to the other, just slowly. I thought that was pretty funny. I imagine eventually they de-aggroed, but they did have a thing. It's like, yeah, they were following you multiple cities, and that needed to change. I'm doing the walkthrough real fast because I want to pour myself a drink. So it's like the classic thing where they talk about like the snail that follows you forever and ever. If it ever catches you, you permanently die, like instantly, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Well, that's an interesting hang. Okay. So we canceled the walk too. You've seen a mod that was basically a single immortal snail zombie before. It's quite funny. Yeah, it's been a thing that's been in a number of games as like a meme. That you have like the one snail. Like we played Shadows of Doubt and did the modifier with the snail. Now granted, the way that game works is the snail doesn't work super well, but it is a fun like meme-y thing to do. Well, the good news is at least where that field went on for days north and south, it's apparently not wide east-west. If we get lucky, we might find ourselves some cows. Because if we do that, then we can just kind of fight from there and not have to put the effort in. That'd be pretty lucky, though. I'd expect to have to fight to do that. Here we go again with the berries. Yep. Berries are free food. They're everywhere. I need to see those ones. Probably are already exerted. Give it just a minute. Just use the other food before poisoning yourself? Yeah, and that was the only reason I was like, I felt so dumb about that one. This is such an easily preventable death. Like, eating the berries is no problem. You just need to not chase poison berries with poison berries. Need to give yourself a chance to get over it. Nah, it's, you know, just like spicy food burns your mouth, it is superior to not spicy food. Poisonous food is the superior thing for the internal. You know, just gotta get a little bit of that internal burning. Early crowbar feels like a blessing and a curse. Yeah, no, you'll get like a whole lot of the... like a whole lot of kills out of the weapon, but it is pretty brutal. Do you stream on Sundays? I do. I do typically stream on Sundays. And also, can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, who's our fantastic content creator on the platform, also plays a lot of Product Zomboid, among other things. So definitely good times are there, like lots of simulation, lots of good stuff. Maybe Vintage Story? I would be down for Vintage Story on Sunday. We can make that happen. But yeah, so Ultra's been playing some Product Zomboid and all that stuff, so definitely someone to check out. Good times, friend of the channel, all that good stuff. Lots of simulation, lots of good time. But yeah. Now, I mentioned earlier on stream that we had been talking about potentially doing that sometime in the near future, but we didn't have anything on the calendar. So it sounds like we got something on the calendar. Because I know Monday, I'm gonna be doing some Product Zomboid with Curly and anyone else who wants to jump in, so far as like our group of friends and whatnot. But yeah, I'd be down for like Vintage Story Sunday, and then whatever days we want to do it after that. Which I figured we'd just start with like regular, like just basically standard and go. That'll be plenty hard by itself. What happened to the mall character? Oh, died getting out of the mall. That was my comment, is if you spawn in the mall using the random spawns, it's a curse and a blessing in that you get all the goodies, but then you're also in the mall. So getting out of the mall is really difficult. Because what happens is, as time goes on, the zombies start breaching into the mall as they try and spread out. And there's not a mall in a quiet zone. So you're dumping yourself out directly into Louisville or the Crossroads or wherever, depending on which mall you're in. I didn't actually get out of the mall, like, I went to one entrance and it was just solid zombies, so I'm like, alright, I gotta switch back. And trying to switch back, it got kinda circled around some and just couldn't quite dodge through everything. Just too dense with zombies. You would watch that? Oh, Vintage Story? Yeah. Now, I have to play the Vintage Story a couple times on here, and people have very much enjoyed it. But this will be, I believe, Ultra's first time playing Vintage Story, so he'll be hanging out. Which will be fun. We're gonna get mauled by a bear. I'm sure that is going to happen. Probably within the first couple of hours. Because we will find a bear. There are bears. And they are terrifying. Because you'll just be minding your own business and just hear, roar, and then half your life's gone. And you panic and try and run away from a bear. And it's not one of those things like Project Zomboid where you're just hands down faster than the bear or something. It's spicy. Bears are scary. Who would have known? I'm clearing this. I haven't even actually seen the farmhouse or whatever's up here. So I might just be clearing for a waste of time. I do see there's the chairs up there. There's going to be a farmhouse up there somewhere. How's the crowbar doing, by the way? Ah, it's still in good shape. Yeah, no, there's bears, there's wolves. And there's things that are spooky and go bump in the night. And there's lots and lots of starvation. And as you die, your character makes adorable, like, flute noises. Are you on the new patch? I am on the new patch. So far, I haven't found much in the way of, like, bugs that we ran into before. It seems like pretty much all of that's been fixed. I have seen the targeting seems a little bit weird near fences and all that. But, I mean, that's kind of always been a problem. So I don't know if it's actually worse, or it's just me having been forced to fight near fences a little bit here. And just relearning that it's kind of janky near fences. So unfortunately we're getting drowsy. And I do not have a tent or a sleeping bag or anything exciting like that. So we've got a shed here. We got some plastic furniture over there. We're not going to be able to fight through this. I don't have that much gas in the tank in the character. So there's the actual house. We're all swarming that corner even more than... because that's more in a rally group. I wonder if there's a radio or a TV blasting in that corner. Yeah, no, it's probably a television. There's not enough devil egg for all his guests? How dare. What kind of host wouldn't have enough devil eggs for the people? Actually, I'm not a huge fan of devil eggs. But, you know. If you're gonna have them, at least have them. Oh, cocktail shrimp? Yeah. Yeah. I could tear up some cocktail shrimp as a kid. I can still tear up some cocktail shrimp. Yeah, no, I think it was. Like, the only time I see cocktail shrimp is... my parents still do that for, like, New Year's Eve. But that's about the only time it happens. Which is something to say considering, like, for the US, Florida's the primary exporter of shrimp. So, like, that is one of our local main exports so far as things. So if any place is going to have a whole lot of shrimp, you know, it'd be here. Yep, so my plan is pretty much, I'm going to drag him down here. I'm going to ditch him over in this cornfield. And then we're probably going to get ourselves killed trying to go in that house, realizing we missed a whole lot. You ran to like 10 zombies. Yeah, no, the number of times you're doing these kind of things, and people are like, "Oh my god, why aren't you running?" It's like, dude, this is a day that ends with Y. It's fine. All right. So come on over. Follow me, and you'll see some really... Hey, behind. All right. Thank you, Ultra. I appreciate you as well. You have a good lurk and all that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm cutting through these trees. Yeah, I'll hit you. That's fine, whatever. I'll do it all day. If I had the whistle, I'd be doing that too. Yeah, so pretty much what I did is I just drugged the large ball of zombies, ditched them where they lost line of sight of me in the trees, so there's zero chance they still have visible on me. They might have heard me push through those trees. But then the hope is I would go up here, and the reason I was loud as I could really pull off is I wanted to make sure if there's zombies over here, I wanted to pull them as well. Most likely we'll have a zombie or two floating around here somewhere that got caught on a fence or something or other. But if we look down this way, you'll see no zombies whatsoever. They're all down in those trees. So now, that line of trees down there, we don't go to that line of trees down there. It's not real. It's off limits. That's a garage. The tarp is a big find. I can make a tent out of a tarp. And now I get to see if I was loud enough that I drugged stuff out of here. Turn off that TV. People turning up their TVs all loud. Keeping the entire neighborhood up. Eat those strawberries right now. The greed is overwhelming. It is going to make me dead. Oh yeah, Will. Won't be the first or the last time. Greed has killed me many times. The second floor is usually where things start to get particularly dicey, because most of the zombies up here would potentially get away without hearing me or anything like that. The key ring doesn't matter. All the doors are gone. Cool. Pencil is much better than my pen, because then I don't need an eraser as well. Toolbox, let's talk. Give me... I don't want both those wood saws. I mean, I'd like them in the long term. But right now, I can't deal with that carry weight. Not until I get, like, a proper bag. Come on, hiking bag. Ah, no luck. Okay. So we got some goodies on us. So the cabbage doesn't last very long. Cabbage has a very short shelf life in Project Zomboid. So we're going to scarf that cabbage right here and now. Let's see. Do you think it's intended for you to be able to do that? Drag the zombies? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like, it makes sense from, like, any approach to that possible. It's a skill that you actually work on and figure out, so it's not like there's not a lack of effort in doing that. Getting good at, like, Pied Pipering... What are you... Stop it. Like, learning how to Pied Piper the zombies away, because you have to keep them close enough to be able to keep them moving with you, which is why you see me, like, wiggle in front of them very close, like, uncomfortably close for most people. But you also have to, like, make lots of noise. There's a lot to it. I should have set an alarm, but that's... Actually, we woke up almost exactly when I want to anyways. Let's set our alarm so I don't forget. Because I try to get my character onto a routine. Yep. I don't think we checked the bathroom. We do not have the emergency frequency yet. I still like to make it a habit to have the character go to sleep or whatever at certain times. Alright, caffeine pills for if we're ever in, like, a real bad spot. Let's finish the head of cabbage. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I was particularly worried, because even if the zombies do happen to walk in downstairs, most likely they just wander around downstairs. Because you have to have something drawing them upstairs for them to come after you. Upstairs. You know, if you're up there walking around and all that, it can do that. Those are actually more expensive than coffee. Like in real life? I mean, yes. The same basic plan that we typically have. What we're going to be doing here is clearing out the zombies around here. We've got ourselves kind of a potential place to do a foothold. Once we manage to get our foothold, then, you know, we start moving wherever. We don't really have a plan for that because I'm not as knowledgeable on this part of the map, but that's fine. Yeah, so you can see the zombies down here spreading back out from where I dumped them. That's because they're going to break off in their groups of roughly 20. And then they're going to try and get far enough away from each other because there's a minimum distance it wants to have the zombie rally groups from each other. So it's going to be just kind of chipping away at them. We could use them for practicing our combat skills. Get ourselves a little bit of a safety area. Now, we do have to remember we are basically back to no stats whatsoever. I think I got like 1 point in foraging we just got a couple minutes ago. Oh, I have no idea about things. You played with 50 rally groups, minimum 20 tallest from each other. It was a horrifying experience. Oh yeah, when like suddenly the 50 zombies start shuffling broadly in your direction. Can't tell what they're doing because of the corn. They're getting all snagged up on it. Don't think they're aggroed. No, they're not aggroed. Because I'm not picky about what group I'm killing. It's literally just chip at the numbers until eventually number go down. But that crowbar is a really good find. I should be able to get a point or two in maintenance. And the beauty is this time, it's actually what it's supposed to be. Because for those who missed it, we found out after a while that the people pointed out that there was a bug with the multiplayer update that was just giving you a bunch of bonuses that you weren't supposed to have for your XP. It wasn't something you could, like, opt out of. It was just a bug. So we end up finding out we're getting, like, 1.5 times... Sorry, I think it was, like, actually 2.5 times the amount of maintenance XP we're supposed to, and a bunch of stuff like that. Which did put us in the weird place where my character was already, like, level 5 or so maintenance, and I was at only, like, level 2 in any of my other weapon skills. It wasn't some, like... You know, it wasn't some, like, deliberate cheesing or whatever. I'm gonna drop the watches here. And all this stuff. And the reason I'm dropping it out here is so that way if there's an alarm, it doesn't wake me up in the night. We better drop your bag? Probably. I'm choosing not to, because... I mean, we can wear the fancy watch. It's fine. Okay. But, that way if it has an alarm, we just don't wake up in the middle of the night again and again because someone has an alarm set to, like, 2 in the morning or whatever. And I don't have a, screwdriver yet, so I can't just take it apart. Okay. Looks like we got 4 or 5. Okay, there wasn't too many zombies here. When we approached the building, we had about 4 rally groups, give or take, worth of zombies in the area. So about, like, 80. Hey, Bassett, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we streaming today? Was it more Pokemon? No, what's up? Thank you for getting the, oh, Golden Sun, The Lost Age. I don't know that game. But I hope you had yourself a good stream, but welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, no, I hope you had a good stream with that. If you don't mind me telling, like, what is that game? And I also understand if you got a raid and run and all that kind of stuff, too. You know the drill. You know, you're always welcome. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and... Surprisingly, our endurance is not being a problem. The muscle strain's a problem, but I mean, we got no combat skills, so that's gonna be our life. And the reason I started targeting that one is it's starting to push up farther out, and I'm more worried about the zombies that are moving north towards me than ones shuffling east-west. Yeah, no, I hope you had a good time with your stream today and all that good stuff, and they had, you know, a good stream and whatnot. Oh, well, never mind. I'm getting pushed from both sides. That's pretty typical. Let's go and get our sip of water real fast before we get bullied out of here. Gotcha, well, cool. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not familiar with the game. So if there's anything you wanted to share, absolutely. If you're, like I said, if you're tired and want to go to bed or whatever, that's fine. Or, like, you got to do your post-stream stuff. You know, no problem whatsoever. Okay, so let's go ahead. In this group, I've already killed more of them. I do see there's a backpack there. I would like the backpack. The backpack would be lovely. Yeah, so they're pushing out farther again. Like right in the blind spot of those trees. Okay. That's another 4, so we don't want to pull more than that. We're still 0 strength, 0 fitness. Okay. You love Golden Sun 2? I actually don't know anything about the game. Like, this is the first I've heard of it. What kind of game is it? And I apologize that I have to play, like, catch up on chat, you know. Sweaty try-hard project Zomboid things. That was not a turn I should have done. It's fine, we're not being punished for it. The problem is I can't really push down here, so I'm getting myself a little constrained, because I don't really know what's north of us. If I have to push north, that's fine. JRPG? Gotcha. Cool, cool. I used to play a lot of JRPGs. Definitely pulled more than I wanted. And I pulled one from up here too. And I do not take my chances with a bunch of fence play. Drop it. It's just too heavy. Slowing us down too much, I keep feeling I'm gonna get caught. Okay. Hopefully they're about to die soon. It's going to take us a while to recover from this one with all the muscle strain. Alright. Sure you can get on the switch? Come on, I know you and the sweater there. I've hit you a lot of times. You should be pretty close to done, no matter what amount of damage we're doing. They definitely have overextended at this point. We're at like really high muscle strain, basically max that out. We're also at pretty close to max exertion. But they're all down to basically no life. I'm just hoping to get that last swing or two in. That finishes the job. Okay. go over here. Grab her bag. We don't want to go all the way down here, there where I dropped the other watches. But we're going to go upstairs. We're going to sit. We're going to sit for a good while. Because I pulled too much, and this is my punishment for doing it. Oh, stop whining. He's all like, oh, my bones hurt. Every part of my body is pain. That's not... okay. It's not what you want to do. Okay, so I'll drop this on the ground. And we'll contemplate our life decisions and what brought us to here. Like, what? The character just tried to end all. I did accidentally jump off the stairs. Luckily, it wouldn't even be a full drop, like a full tile deep. So, it wouldn't be that bad if I had accidentally just kind of hucked myself right over. So we're going to eat the corn and think about what we've done. Just got to go like proper full speed. It's gonna take a while for that muscle strain to drop off. We dug deep on that one. Still have half a crowbar though left. All right. And good as new. And now we're only a little overburdened or overloaded versus being like the full-on in the red overloaded. Let's go ahead and get ourselves some nice water. Top ourselves off before we get back to work. Okay, and I want to go after this group again because they're relatively close and that one's got a backpack. And getting that backpack could be pretty big deal for us. Don't you screw me, game. Okay, I'm being a little bold here. Because I don't want to miss on that backpack. It looks like I'm going to be just missing on that backpack. So the good and bad news here is we did have a meta event. It took a bunch of zombies that were starting to overtake us. And it's drugged them away. And that's arguably a good thing. The bad news is it could potentially be drawing zombies from the north down to us, and I have no idea what the situation is north of us at all. And I've lost track of the backpack. We definitely don't want to go schlepping down there in the woods looking for a backpack that may or may not even be where we're going. Okay, so let's drop these watches off with the pile of all the other watches. And we're still going to keep doing what we've been doing, is just clearing any zombies we see nearby. Most likely those zombies will work their way back up here after breaking away for a little bit. And there's Long Blunt 1. First combat skill earned. Give me the scissors. And we just take down another one here real quick. And that early crowbar is gonna help a lot. We'll probably have ourselves some. Okay, we got a straggler from over here. This is one of the ones that a meta event brought on us. We need to get inside and rest. Okay. Were we deaded? If you mean from the character yesterday, then no. There's a new version, and the new version broke stuff in past saves. Like, you can use the new version on your past save, but the past save added a bunch of stats to your character, a bunch of XP bonuses and that kind of stuff. And it does not get rid of those. So, like, your world is still a little jacked up. So we did start a brand new save just because, you know, get it fresh in the way it's supposed to be. Okay, and we're good for another round. Okay, I don't see any more zombies up this way. Could be kind of using the same rule I always use. Basically, any zombie I can see from home is a zombie that has to die. Now, I do know a bunch of zombies went down here. I would like to clear them out, but if they're all out in the woods, I'm not chasing them into the woods. We'll kill what we can see along the edge here. Then go from there. Because most likely they'll figure out their way up here eventually. Okay. Yep, looks like the meta event drug all the zombies that were down here into the woods. And it's just not a good idea, Chase. Like, if I really was dead set on trying to kill them, you'd probably want to just stand back here, yell, see if anything comes out. Once you've dealt with that, go a little bit farther forward, yell, see what comes out, repeat that process until, like, you're practically up against the woods. But you probably wouldn't want to push farther than that. Go ahead and eat the peas. I should have enough hunger for that to be worth my time. Otherwise, it's looking like this is all in the clear. I'm suspecting that leads out to the road. And then the other way probably leads to like a tool shed or a barn or something like that. I'm going to take this way first, because this way to me is the safer way. But I'd like to at least kind of verify what I'm in for up here. That's fine. Alright, it's also something that the river is right there. So I can always duck by that fence line, walk on over. And if water starts to get scarce, that's a place I can get more water. This is a really big cornfield. For Product Zomboid, I mean, like real life, obviously, your farm fields gotta be big enough to justify driving harvesters over them and everything. So you wouldn't want like a tiny little half-acre field. Alright. So I mostly want to get up here and check back and forth, just to see if we see anything like a car or a trailer, or anything meaningful along the roadway. If we do, we can deal with it. If not, I'm going to go back down. We'll be getting pretty close to when the character needs to go to sleep. But otherwise, we'll probably want to look at is potentially... Yeah, there's nothing of interest. But we could potentially look at, you know, getting to the other area where, like I said, there could potentially be like a tool shed or a garage or something. Or not garage, a barn. We could go and see if there's anything worthwhile over there, like score ourselves some farming tools or whatever, like rakes and all that. So this won't be a convenient starting spot for the commute side of things, like getting to the next place. This should be a relatively safe spot to start from. On the other side of, like, it's a place I can retreat to. We don't have that many zombies left in the area, because like I said, when we walked up, I would guess there was something like 80 zombies there. And we killed probably 12 in the first house. So it means we probably already burned through about half of what was in the area. And we've gained our first skill point in combat, the long blunt skill. Our maintenance skill surprisingly did not get much action. That's a little worrisome. We're about to get our first point in strength too, so that's pretty good. Yeah, so with all that, we should be able to knock out any of the other zombies there. And it feels like we might be far enough away from another population center that, not that they couldn't get here. Oh, there you are. But it'd probably be, you know, a good, like, 2, 3, 4 helicopters before they start reaching here, which gives me the time to kind of work my way out and clear the area around farther and farther out. You know, and then we can start leapfrogging from house to house to house till we find someplace I actually want to make a long-term base. That's what has startled the life into it. Just smash the crowbar right next to its head and be like, reminder, what I can take from you. So how was your last 2 days? You were busy playing Golden Sun? So last 2 days on stream were pretty good. We did, hey, there's our first point in strength. Lovely. We've been doing Project Zomboid. Mostly solo stuff. Just because up until today, the multiplayer stuff was pretty rough. They had quite a few bugs. The update today did fix a lot of stuff, though. As a reminder, though, today's update, you have to opt in. It's not one that you just automatically give an update. And that's just entirely because it does break your save. So they didn't want to force it on you automatically, and then suddenly all your saves get broken. So you have to go the same way you, like, opt into unstable. You have to be like, yes, I would like to take this version here. Okay, so we are drowsy. Okay, we could just watch an episode of television. Because that'll lower our boredom and all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We might get lucky and learn how to make a fishing pole or whatever, because this is the survival one. Oh, nope, this one's farming. So we're gaining agriculture skill. Either way. But you'll notice, even though it's not 6 or, you know, noon or whatever, if you turn off the TV, it'll start playing the program, you know, within a couple of hours or whatever. I usually don't worry about it, but we've weirdly had a lot of time near televisions when I can't really fight anyways. But this is pretty atypical for one of my runs. But yeah, it scored us a point in agriculture. Okay. You know something I can do while I wait for it to be a little bit darker? Let's rip a bunch of clothes while we have unlimited water and clean the rags. It's pretty true that you're not living in the woods constantly seems a little odd. Yeah, no, most of these runs you don't get lucky to get yourself into a house really fast. Or let alone happen to hit a house that does have a working television. That's usually where it came up with like the life and living thing. That my usual stance is don't go out of your way for it. If you're standing like right there and there's a TV right there, there's no reason not to watch it. But broadly speaking, you could watch the life and living or go get tools, or go get food, or go get books, or go get, you know, clear out the next area of, well, I mean, the life and living doesn't really mean much to me. Like, we're getting a skill in agriculture, that's cool. Farming right now in the game is pretty garbage, unfortunately. So, effectively watching that program got me a skill I will probably never use. And you're wondering why it's garbage. The plans take entirely too long for their reward, so you're just going to do something else. You'll fish, trap, hunt, literally anything else. The farming, the sheer amount of effort you get versus your payout on the other side is just not worth your time. Like, it's not even a volume thing. Like, even if they gave you a copious amount of crops for it, and then extended the shelf life of those crops for a long time, it's just still one of those things. It's just a lot of effort. Made chicken alfredos with veggies and macaroni today. Do you have something for tomorrow? That reminds me. So what I'm going to need to do, so my next ad break, don't let me forget, I just need to run downstairs. We cooked chili. I just need to put it away. The crock pot was too hot to go in the fridge when it was down there earlier, but it should be cool enough. I just don't want to forget it, and, you know, I made a double batch of chili. We ate one batch today. You know, you don't want to just sit out there and get funky or something like that, because it just stays unrefrigerated all night and no heat or anything. It'd probably be fine, but, you know. Agriculture is a good one to get a free point in, too, since you only get XP for harvesting. But muscle fatigue so fast? Yeah, my big problem, though, is, like, right now, why would you farm in the first place is kind of the problem. Like, because you gotta dig the furrows, you gotta water, you gotta do all these things. And usually what you do is just chuck the seeds in the ground and be like, figure it out seeds. You know, you make it if you make it, you don't if you don't. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you are going to do any farming, it is good. It's just hard to justify farming right now. I mean, that's honestly the consensus I'd say for a lot of things in Build 42. It's like, you could do this, but it's like a total time vampire, and it's not very fun. So you're better off doing the thing that's not that. Like, in a lot of ways, I feel like a lot of the more involved weapon crafting honestly falls in that same category of just, like, you can do it, it works, it's not bad, but, like, the amount of effort you get into it, and you get a weapon that's only a tiny bit better than you could just do by chipping away at stones. So, why would you go through all the hassle to do all the other stuff when you can just chip at some stones? You liked farming one? Yeah, I do understand, and I don't disagree with the idea that in Build 41, the farming was perhaps a bit too ridiculously strong. Like, it was very low effort. Wait, what? You're wearing 2 shirts? What's going on here? She was just wearing 2 shirts, apparently. Everyone wants bats. Yeah, but I mean, that's part of the reason why, is because of how much crafting is involved with so many of the other things. People just want the bats as kind of like the path of least resistant. Like, if you want to fight zombies, you don't want all the other stuff to get in the way of you fighting zombies. And unfortunately, a lot of times, the crafting, because of how bad the durability is on some of the weapons that you craft it on. And this isn't like an argument of realism or whatever, but objectively, you craft this stone axe, you get through like 5 or 6 zombies, and then it breaks, and so you have to make another one kind of thing. That a lot of people are like, I just want to be able to fight the zombies. I want to deal with this chore of like constantly making weapons. My stance is like, I actually don't mind where the crude weapons are, like the stone weapons are. I do feel like when you get to like the blacksmithing, even if it's completely unrealistic that you make this crude forge and you make yourself this scrap sword, it's completely unrealistic that the scrap sword is stronger than some like genuinely forged weapon from before the apocalypse. But at the same time, it's like, right, but if I pick up crowbar off the shelf, I get instant gratification, and it's just good. If I put in all of this time to make a weapon, the amount of effort should at least give me a little bit of an edge, even if it logically, from a realism standpoint, doesn't make sense. From a gameplay standpoint, you're demotivated from taking the time to craft it because it's just not durable enough. The damage on them is actually pretty good. Like, that's a lot of those crafted weapons, genuinely the damage ends up being pretty solid. Yeah, because Project Zomboid is still a game. Right, exactly. There's the realism aspect of, yeah, if I go and grab a hunk of flint and I chip it away and I put strap some tape around the back of it and be like, cool, it's a knife now. Yeah, it's gonna be sharp, but it's gonna just chip and all that in no time. Compared to a knife made out of steel that was properly manufactured. But also, I just go into a house and I grab the steel knife and I just have it. You liked in Build 41 making weapons. You haven't tried to make them in Build 42 yet? So I like the depth that Build 42 weapons and all that have, where you have like the separate things of like napping and carving the handles and all that. I think that's good. But I do feel like the outcomes you get are relatively similar to, Build 41. They're a little better. But because you've got like 3 extra full layers of stuff to do to craft them, that you're like, okay, I'm doing 3 times the work, and I'm getting about slightly over 1/3 the payout. Like, hang on a second. Like, my effort to reward is really not in a good place. And the reason I'm taking the time to do this now is I've got unlimited water while the water's on. So I'm pushing my luck with these rags now, so you just get a big pile of rags. So if we do end up basing from here long term, and I gotta craft a ton of weapons, that I'm doing this now. Because there's no... Well, I mean, there's a river close by. I shouldn't say there's no body of water nearby. There's actually a river just to our east. So in a pinch, I could just go over here, over there, and do that. But we needed something to do anyways while we wait for it to get late enough for us to go to sleep. Because we were drowsy, so you don't want to keep fighting while you're drowsy or just waste your weapons. Right now, we're not ready to craft stuff, so I'm just going to huck all of that on the floor. I'm going to break my leg. This door stays open. That's the new rule. Now, I got a perfectly good bathtub I could drink water out of, but everyone knows you get the best water out of the toilet. It's just facts. Okay, so looking at our list, we got the berries and we got the bread. I can slice the bread, so we're gonna go ahead and slice the bread. It doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Okay. It's interesting to me that sliced bread is actually a very modern thing. Like, it's not a thing that's really been around very long. Create a sandwich? Oh, are you kidding me? It's been so long since I've had the possibility of getting, you know, an actual sandwich. So we just made ourselves a PB&J. Would you look at that? That's genuine food right there. I'm gonna go ahead and eat it because it's just gonna go stale. Sliced bread was the best thing since Betty White. Yup. Yup. Like that just gives you an idea for people who just aren't aware that sliced bread is like literally a newer thing than Betty White. That Betty White predates sliced bread. It's just a very, very recent thing. It's the reasons why when they're like, that's the best thing since sliced bread, it's like, oh, okay, well, I mean, that's not been that long. Alright, so we wake up in the morning, we're gonna see if those zombies work their way out of the woods towards me. Do you bake bread? I don't. I've got family who does, but I personally don't. Yeah, your grandmother has passed away now, but she was born in 1903. And she used to have lots of stories to tell us when we were younger. Oh yeah, no, who is Betty White? You should be ashamed of yourself. Is a treasure that the world said goodbye to far too early, despite the fact that she definitely lived a very long time, and not early by any measure that you could possibly have. The fact is the world just needs more Betty White. She was an actress, but she did lots of fun, like, comedy stuff and all that. She starred in a lot of things. Which it's funny, even like 50 years ago, half of her roles was playing a little old lady. And then she kept acting as a little old lady in stuff like for the next 30 years. Like, in the 90s when we had, like, all the prank shows that were, like, all the rage, like, 90s, early 2000s, like, Betty White had her own, and it was basically the shtick of almost every single one was, you know, you'd see this little old nice lady or whatever, and she would say something you would just never imagine a little old lady, or do something you'd never imagine one doing. You know, like, ride up on a Harley or whatever. They had the longest acting career out of anyone ever? I'd probably believe it. Believe it. You hardly watch TV? Yeah, no, it's a thing. Like, she's been around. She's been around forever. Like, she's passed away at this point. She passed away a couple years back. But, I mean, she was just this little old lady that was really, really fun. Let's see, you really like the story where she and Rue McLaren switched characters because the slot was too similar to her character. Oh, she was just like too like the character and she wanted to act more? Or something like that? Yeah, she's also always people you hear like all these endearing stories about. But yeah, she's just a fun actor. Or actress. Did lots of comedy stuff. Which again, so much of it, like the shtick was little old lady doing things you wouldn't expect little old lady to do. So you'd see stuff like she would play a character on some show where she'd show up on a Harley and, you know, it's the 70, 80-year-old lady rolling up on her Harley. Nothing wrong with that, it's just not a thing you typically see. Because it wasn't just someone who was like 80, it was like someone who looks like, you know, your little old loving grandma. And then she'd talk smack. That's a skull. Okay, so it looks like we're already at the point where we're not seeing zombies right here. Come on. So there's no point in me picking up the bugs. We don't know how to make a fishing pole. And so one thing we'll probably want to do is, relatively soon, we'll want to do something with that mean notes up. Is this a new character? Yeah, there was a big update that came out. Oh, we want to turn this way. There's a big update that came out today, and you pretty much, like, you have to start a new character if you want to get rid of all the bugs. You can play existing saves, but there's a lot of bugs that were associated with, like, your character getting XP bonuses they weren't supposed to and that kind of thing. And so while the update prevents new characters from having that problem, characters that already had that problem, they're stuck with it. To get the update, though, you have to opt in. It's not an update that you automatically get. Yeah, no, it's a good thing. The art character's still alive and well, it's just unstable branch, you know, every once in a while you're gonna have to kind of do a refresh or whatever. God, I can't actually eat the poppies. Yep, unstable doing the unstable things. But yeah, no, it sounds like they've fixed pretty much like 90-something% of all like the bugs worth noting. Okay. Yep, and so we're checking down here is just checking to see if there's like a barn or a tool shed or anything of interest down this way. You know, if it ends up just being a dead end or like whatever it ends up being, we're gonna explore that. And then the next move after that would be to make it a point to start clearing up that road and probably to the left. I might take the time to clear the bridge, though, where we drug those zombies in. And the reason I probably will take the time to do that is eventually I'm going to want that river water for cleaning rags. Potentially fishing, maybe. It's pretty small, though. I think it might be hard to use for fishing. But we'll have to get all that stuff. We also do want to take the time to grab any flint and stuff like that as we're going along, just for when we do finally break this crowbar and our claw hammer, because the claw hammer actually didn't have much life on it. So the crowbar was pretty good shape, but the claw hammer wasn't. But then we can go ahead, and once we start getting low on weapons, we'll hopefully have some decent maintenance skill and be able to start crafting a bunch of our stuff. I'm a little surprised that while they got rid of where they accidentally were giving us more maintenance than they meant to, it does kind of feel like now the maintenance staying way behind. Because I am using the crowbar, and that was one of the main ways to get maintenance historically, and I've got only about 20 points. I've already got a full level with the crowbar, which is a little unusual. That's fine, I'm not going to worry about a regular old rock right now. We can pick those up off the ground. Oh, sorry, I got distracted. I wanted to run to the ad break to put the food in the fridge. That I had, the chili I cooked earlier. We had the crock pot cooling. We got ourselves a cute little bell. Okay. Ring the bell for zombie service? Something like that. Alright, so it looks like this actually goes up into another road. And I will pick up the sticks. We are going to put them right back down on the ground for right now, because the sticks are actually relatively heavy, and I don't have the carry weight for it. But that just means I have 2 easy sticks that we can just grab when we're low on weapons. So then the question is what we see when we get to this road. Alright, so I think I'm going to turn north. I think I know where we're at. I think I recognize this spot. I want to say we're along northeast of Echo Creek. Same thing. Drop you on the road for later crafting. Like, I vaguely remember getting bullied out of Echo Creek and coming up this road and runs past. Yep, no, that's just how it works. I'm not too worried about it. Like I said, we can kind of just work our way around, explore the surrounding area. I did make the comment that the spawn we got to here felt like a place where we could kind of hold our ground someplace and get situated. But the downside being getting to my next destination is going to be a hike. That could be okay. The only downside is we don't have like a sleeping bag or a tent or anything really convenient for sleeping abroad. But we can usually figure that out. I could probably, like, worst case, I grab a plastic chair. And they're pretty awful. But it would technically work. Yes, my expectation here is I'm going to go up here until we hit the road. Alright, I'm going to drop the bell. It's a fun meme, but I'm going to drop the bell. We'll eat the sandwich. And now you can put that away. And here's the road. Okay, no vehicles or anything that way. Alright, so this should join back to where we were exploring earlier. There you go. And if that's good, like I said, we can probably get over here to where this bridge is. We did dump some zombies over there. We can kill those zombies to make the river more available for us. And that'd be kind of this whole block sorted out. We still got zombies in the woods south of us. There's not much I could do about that worthwhile. So what we'd probably do from here is, one, I could put a concentrated effort into actually making... We have a tarp, I believe. I can work on making that into a tent. For sure. Yeah, I got a tarp, so I can take the effort to make that into a tent. There. The doll deserves to exist in our world. Into the medium comfort? I actually don't remember. Okay, so we do have a house off of here. Alright, let's give them a moat to sort themselves out. Clearly we got close enough to the house that they're now, spreading out from there. Okay, worst case, we can hit that the next in-game day. How far is it till we loop back onto the path we've already been scouting? Oh, gross, get to dust. There we go. Okay, so we just got a little ways. I think realistically, this just loops back over to the R1. Like I said, we can go over towards this river where the bridge is, kill the zombies over there, so that way when I'm trying to get water from the river, I don't have to fight my way every time. Just clean it up now before I'm in danger. You're normally bored with streamers after a few minutes. You actually move forward intelligently. Think of the fun play. Well, thank you. I'm glad that I can make this entertaining for you. Now, generally a lot of the play does end up sometimes being a little bit slow in Project Zomboid just because you have to be kind of slow and methodical and all that. But it is a thing that you can kind of get yourself stuck in being like, oh, there's just nothing to do, we just have to deal. And that's kind of true. But at the same time, it is worth kind of out loud talking about what exactly you're doing, why you're doing it, your considerations. Yeah, so we get this here. Let's see here. We don't really have a bunch of other stuff there. I'm going to go ahead and slam those tomatoes. I don't really need them. We are struggling on the carry weight a little bit. Bucket of paint. This game, but you notice a lot of folks do the whole clip farm thing, therefore pushing ridiculous scenarios that kills you. You're trying playing like it's permadeath. Well, yeah, so I used to have a world record in this game for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You know, that record's been beaten by a long shot, but I used to have it. And it's just, you end up having to play in a very, cautious is part of it, but it is a risk management kind of thing, where you just have to make the consideration of being like, okay, I'm doing this thing, I'm going to fight the zombies, and it's going to present a certain level of risk, that trying to get those high kill counts, you ultimately have to fight the zombies. That's just the nature of the beast. but being more mindful about like when when and how and where and all that you're fighting the zombies. You can do all that. You need beds bad enough? Well, generally what's going to ultimately end up happening is we're starting with no stats whatsoever. So I really don't have much fighting power at all. So I have to be very careful about picking my fights. But it is the thing that once I get myself a secure area, we will end up going to town and just kind of meat grinding, because we are playing with the zombies at 16 times the regular population. So it is one of those things that if I'm making a move on the pharmacy, that is a deliberate, conscious decision where I am going to be in it for a while. Alright, so the river should be... Yeah, river's right there. And we left some zombies over there. So let's go over there and start clearing that up. So again, when I'm in a pinch, we're getting... What was that? Jawbone? Yeah. A question for you. Crowbar or fireman's axe? Hunting knife. If I can only carry one, hunting knife. But between those two for real, probably the crowbar. I'm not a big fan of axes. They're very, very, very greedy on the amount of endurance they require. So sure, you're going to get to one-tapping zombies a lot faster with an axe. And there's certainly something to say for that. But at the same time, you know, the crowbar's durability means you're going to be using it for a long time and it'll be good. Okay, so you're 1565. I'm pretty sure that's way better than this one. Yeah, it's way better. Wait, can I wear both of these? Alright. That's convenient. So let's grab all of this. Chuck it in our satchel. So give me a little bit more efficient carry weight. Even though I can use both, I am going to unequip the sheet sling and just chuck it on a body. Not something I particularly need. They never tell you with the new crafting system, but is there advantages to the hunting knife other than the stealth kills? So this is nothing to do with like the new or old crafting system. Generally, every weapon category has its pros and cons. Broadly speaking, when it comes to the weapon categories, you have short blunt or all-arounder. It's not amazing at anything, but it's really good at everything, and therefore it's kind of just really good. Then you got short blade. Short blade's thing that makes it special is it's incredibly endurance efficient, and as an added bonus, is less likely to cause you meaningful muscle fatigue for the same reasons. Broadly speaking, they're very light weapons that use very little endurance. Then you get into like long blunt. Long blunt tends to be a combination of they're fairly durable weapons, and some of them have a very high chance of knocking zombies over. And then when you get to axes, they're the weapon that lets you get to one-hit killing without consideration of execution animations the fastest. That you can get to one-tapping a zombie the fastest, because they actually have like a hidden crit multiplier. But their downside is they're very, very hungry when it comes to your endurance. They're very inefficient from endurance. So you'll get exerted much faster with an axe than you would for, say, example, you know, a nightstick or that. Now, you have long blade. Their pro is they're amazing at just about everything. Their con is they're very hard to get a hold of any meaningful amount for the good ones. Let's see, what am I forgetting? Spears are also very endurance hungry, and they're very, very terrible durability is their drawbacks. Yeah. Long blunt's a weird one, because different long blunt weapons tend to have, like, different advantages. So it's a little bit fuzzier than the other categories, but the point being every category has its pros and cons. And I'd actually say the game was a bit better balanced in Build 41. But the game still got some pretty solid balance in Build 42 when it comes to your weapon categories and considerations. Because, like, Build 41, the meta that most people accepted was spears were best. But there was a lot of argument to be made that short blades were right up there with it. Like, you're kind of getting into nuance between which one's better and all that. But even then, like, axes were still very solid. Weirdly, the stone axe was the axe you wanted, not the fireman's axe, because the stone axe was so light by comparison to the fireman's axe, so it's far more efficient with your endurance. But that's once you got some levels in axes. And even then, like, the hatchet is also generally considered better than the fireman's axe once you get past early game. That same reason, you know, you get to the point where you're going to one-tap whether you're using the hatchet or the fireman's axe. So the fact that the hatchet's lighter so you get to get more swings out of it goes longer. That used to be kind of one of the big things was, if you were going axes in Build 41, you started out using the fireman's axe, and then by the time you get to, like, axes 2, 3, or 4 or whatever, you would switch to using the hatchet. And realistically, you're using stone axes pretty much the whole time in between. But honestly, one of the big draws for spears in Build 41 is in Build 41, spears are very easy to craft. Build 42, the materials are a bit harder to come by. Because Build 41, you could literally just go, oh, I need more weapons, chop down a couple trees. Oh, well, that's a nice Hawaiian shirt you got right there, friend. Thank you. Alright, let's move away from the bodies. I gotta rest for a minute. Let's see, imagine a gym bro swinging a crowbar baseball across a blade like an axe versus an axe. Thoughts of an axe logging, lowering combat effective, versus the big ol' blat from a thick metal rod. You figured smushing brains would be the hardest hitter over cleaving brainstem. I mean, that's getting into realism, though. And that need not apply. You're playing a zombie game. The most realistic product Zomboid could ever be is you just boot it up and you're just in Kentucky. And it's just Kentucky. There's no zombies, no anything. It's just Kentucky. It is what it is. You mean you're genuinely in Kentucky? Yeah, like, not saying anything positive, just, you just wake up, it's Kentucky. Most realistic version of Product Zomboid ever made. It's just Kentucky. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, like, people start to apply realism, and it's like, it's video game. You mean going back and forth through your house to the gas station per day I light smokes one a day? Yeah. Have a certain number of neighbors on dip. I actually don't know if that's still a thing. I know that's a, not character, stereotype. I don't have any strong opinions about Kentucky. My entire Kentucky experience is I drove through it once. Didn't stop. I was going to Ohio. So I just went right through. From what I saw, the roads were fine. I didn't go on very many of them, just a major highway. So, the one major highway, I have no negative things to say about it. The only thing you wish you could account for, you're not sure about isometric as hills, mountains. Yeah, no, they're, it's one of those things that there have been mods to mimic height, but very genuinely, when it comes to, like, the mimicking height and all that, they're usually more bad news than good news, unfortunately. Isometric with multiple levels, unless it's, like, very distinct, like, it scales up like giant cuts at once. Isometric and elevation is hard to make work, in a way. Yeah, no, it picked up on the word redneck. Because people use that sometimes as a slur / insult. What you said wasn't necessarily a big deal. But you are? Yeah, that's fair, but like I said, some people use it as a negative connotation. But that's why Automod jumped on. Automod will jump on stuff, and like I would normally just, you know, probably like allow it through and all that stuff, but Zomboid gonna be a Zomboid. And I gotta pause to do it. Nah, but you're good. But yeah, no, it's one of those things you can't be like, go through the Automod glossary, get like the entire dictionary it considers, and be like, yes, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes. So it tends to be a little over aggressive sometimes. But it's kind of one of those things. I'd rather it snag when someone just goes into like a racist tirade or whatever. I'd rather Automod jump on that and be like, nah, than have to like circle back and deal with it myself. Because while it's pretty rare we run into any of that, it's not never. Okay. So I'm not loving that we're walking along these trees and they're blocking our line of sights. Like I said, I'm trying to just clean up where we ditched a bunch of zombies last time. Nah, no, I mean, yeah, we don't need to like dig into it too much, but yeah, no, I know the type. We've got that in Florida as well. Parts of Florida, I should say. All right, I heard you. But between the trees and the cornfield, it's really hard to make things out. Okay, and over here is where we dumped that whole bunch of zombies. Yeah, no, it's nothing wrong with rural places or anything like that. But, you know, you run into people who are just combative and whatnot. Like, what their background is kind of not really relevant. Florida's a mixing pot in a lot of ways. Yeah, I know you got caught by Automod second one, but yeah. There's definitely parts of Florida where people can be pretty not great about, you know, other people and all that. You also have places in Florida that are very, very inclusive, very welcoming, very open. It does run the whole gambit. It just kind of really depends on where you're at. Gonna go and yank the glass out of these windows while we're here. That way, if I have to like run out of here in a hurry, I don't have to worry about hucking myself out some window and getting cut up. Yeah, no, obviously. Like, just the same thing if something was being said, like Automod caught, and it was kind of like out of line to be also like, hey, don't. Because generally the way I perceive this channel is not that it's safe for work or not safe for work. Thank you for the follow. welcome to the stream. My general kind of stance of the channel is, I don't mind if the boss gives you some side eye. I do mind if the boss feels like they gotta get out of their seat and say something to you. That's about where the line is. So somewhere like, or if you want something that's like PG-13 or something like that. That kind of thing. Does Automod ever... Yeah, no, there's things that get past Automod. That happens. Like I said, I don't run into too many things where it's like, you know, we're dealing with like proper people being awful. Like I said, it's not never. It's not never we have people like, because you have certain people who like jump on your channel that very clearly they arrived with the intent of upsetting someone. Like first time chatter. You know, those insert demographics won't, like, insert inflammatory phrase. You know, like, that kind of thing. And you're just like, why? Like, why you pop into some random channel and you'd say something like that? I mean, the answer is because they want to troll and cause trouble. We will grab the drill and the iron pipe, and I'm just going to chuck those inside the house so I don't have to come out here for it. Let's see, you play the game for like 2 hours. How do you decide what to bring with you? You keep finding loads of stuff, you have no idea what's useful. So unfortunately, when you're new to the game, you just don't have the information you need to make those decisions. It's something that's going to come with time as like an unfortunate reality. I'm gonna put it upstairs. I've never had you say a thing beside that I'd be like, you know, oh, like maybe don't. I never had anything like that. Usually if someone's saying something that I'm not wanting to have around, I'm not someone who's like afraid to not say or afraid to say something. It's kind of one of those things you learn pretty early on that you kind of get to pick your audience, where you can choose to keep the people who create problems around, or the people who tend to be the victims of those problems. Pick one. You don't get to pick the other. Your not dealing with the people causing problems will, by its very nature, omit the other people from consideration. Let's see, like, let me catch up. If it's similar to your Automod, it's usually good with catches, but there are absolutely times it's nothing implicitly harmful. My favorite is we had one time where Automod caught the word "the," and we had another time that it caught a double space. Which, needless to say, there's nothing wrong with the word "the." And it wasn't like "the" attached to something else, it was literally highlighted "the" and "the" alone. And you're like, excuse me? What? So I have had that happen once in a while. You can watch another show now? Yeah, I can actually catch it here in just a minute. Because we have the TV off, when I turn the TV on, it'll just immediately jump into the show. Double spaces are cheating. You don't really write that much. Yeah, you're not allowed to double space. That's adding an extra character. I said I wanted 1,000 characters on this. You can't do that. They don't do that. Usually back in grade school it was 1,000 words, not characters. 1,000 characters is like 3-4 sentences. Let's see. Electric components, radio stuff. Yeah, usually the way to kind of approach it is what are the things you need immediately. So stuff like, okay, food, water, those are immediate needs. You know, having a weapon for yourself, that's an immediate need. Those are your first priority. After those kind of things, it's like, stuff like random parts, probably not a high priority. Books can be nice, but you'd want to focus on books you're going to use soon. Grabbing your level 5 maintenance book, that's really cool, but also it's going to sit in your inventory for, you know, 6 in-game months while you slowly level up maintenance, that kind of thing. And all that kind of stuff. But like I said, unfortunately, it is a lot of just because, like, even like weapons. Okay, you've got a whole bunch of tools on your person. You find some more tools, and you're going, okay, but like, which tools should I actually carry? And it's kind of things. How many friends have I destroyed so far? Bear with me for just a minute. I want to make sure I don't burn my food. I'll turn on our show. Oh, hey. It used to be that as long as you turned on the TV within like an hour or so, I'm not too worried. I don't actually care about the show that much. It's a useful thing, but it's not an important thing. No, we are a little bit tired. Let's go ahead and we'll sit down inside. Oh, I can't actually sit on these chairs. That's fine. It's blocked by the stool, so I can't actually get to that side to do the animation to sit. It doesn't really matter, but there we go. Someone once used control character for it with an own chatter. Oh yeah, there's been like a lot of like non-ASCII characters. Oh right, and you wanted to know the kill count. So we are at 78, so we're not that many kills. Do you usually let it cook till it's done or turn off and then turn off the oven, or do you let it finish off the residual heat? Or do you let it finish off residual... Oh. It doesn't really matter. I like just make sure I turn off the stove either way. Like, it's like sometimes I will turn it off before it's technically done. It'll cook just a little bit longer. A lot of times I will just let it cook through. Because it's pretty annoying if you do take the time to start cooking it, and then you have it go, you like cut it off slightly too early or whatever. Yeah, I don't think it's one of those things that's actually that important. Yeah. No, I'm not too worried about missing the, life and living. I mentioned it a number of times before that, for me personally, I see life and living as kind of a trap. That people be, like, so bent on, like, I gotta get all the, you know, shows or whatever. And there's all the other things they could be working on, and those things all kind of get put to the wayside, and they spend their first week just watching the television constantly. It looks like there's a path back here. Do you have a preferred pistol? Not really. Generally speaking, the guns in the game, they're fine. Alright. I'm feeling less great about going back here. Okay, this is the path again. I'm imagining this is probably leading us to like a little log cabin or something back here, or tenting spot. Okay, that just loops back to where we were. But yeah, so for like the guns, the 9mm is pretty solid. A lot of people be like, ah, the Desert Eagle, the Magnum, all those things. But generally speaking, even the 9mm will, you know, 1 and 2 tap zombies. And you have to get such a high level of aim before you get any meaningful benefit. Oh, we've hit paradise. 3 tents. Okay, so what we're gonna go ahead and do then, is we're gonna grab this tarp. It's dead to me. Get it out of my life. And I'm going to pick up all these tents. Now, I'm not actually looking at keeping them all on my person. What we're going to do here is we're going to grab the first tent, I'm going to pack it, and I'm going to put it on the ground. I'm going to do that for the other two. And I'm going to take one of them with me. And then the reason I'm doing that is if those are standing, a zombie can wander up and damage them. And... okay. And that could be a thing that causes a lot of grief. So with this, if I ever do lose... oh, you have a... oh. Get out of here. No one wants you. With this, if a zombie ever does come through and trash my tent, I've got backups. Oh, in the game, I have a reputation for, like, I go out of my way to use tents and sleeping bags. It's actually kind of a meme on the channel where I have a tendency to, like, the meta sleeping arrangement I have is the gas station bathroom in a tent. Yeah, I'll mark the map, don't worry. Just dealing with this real quick. Once you understand mechanically how a lot of the sleeping stuff can kind of work, you'll realize it's actually pretty safe to just like literally sleep out in the open. Your chances of dying are actually pretty low. Just casually putting our entire tent in a satchel. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But yeah, for those who don't know, when you sleep, you see that little clock appear on the middle of your screen and the screen goes black. So during that time, the zombies can move around. You know, and you can, like... you know, they'll destroy windows, they'll do all that stuff, and they'll go and they'll loom over you menacingly. That they'll just chill... and I literally said I was going to mark it, and then I didn't. I just need to know it's down there. I don't need to know exactly where it is. But yeah. So it's just one of those things that if you have the zombies, they'll loom over, but they're very respectful. They're not going to eat you while you sleep. That's just rude. It's inappropriate. So they're not going to do it. They'll wait to the moment that it's no longer, like, on the fast forward from sleep, and then they'll grab you. And that's the moment that little watch disappears, is the moment they can do that. So, what you do is if you hear the zombies show up and you're sleeping, is you hold shift and whatever direction is the most likely to get you out of your jam. And most likely you're going to shove the one zombie standing over top of you, and then if there's multiple, you'll probably trip. And then it's just a matter of, were there so many zombies that you're going to trip and still be in the range of the zombies coming after you? Or will you just, you know, trip to safety? But yeah, you can get away with a lot. And like, it's one of those things, like, again, if I'm in a tent just right here in the open, even if I get like a rally group piled up on me, there is a really good chance I will run and trip clear of the rally group. And yeah, I might skin my knee and then limp off or whatever. But the chances I actually die are pretty low. You just kind of hold shift and off into a direction. What are some good professions for a new player? I think this burglar gives you nimble. Basically, I would choose any profession that gives you a decent amount of strength, fitness, and potentially nimble. That's fine. Yeah, no, you can, unemployed gives you, or whatever it is, like, I can't remember what they call it, as like non-specialized or whatever. Unspecialized or whatever. Generally it's just get yourself some fitness, get yourself some strength, get yourself some nimble. Keen hearing is really good. Nimble, that's the speed you move while you're in a fight. Getting a point or two in nimble gives you a very large margin of error for when you're in the middle of a fight before things go from, you know, it's fine to it's not fine. Whereas low and nimble can get a little dicey when they start closing in on you. What's the skill that prevents fallen trips? Is that dexterous? It doesn't fully stop them, but it reduces the chance. I haven't found that to be that big of a deal, though, personally. Like, if you're running into a lot of fallen trips, that's kind of one of those ones to step back and going, why am I dealing with a lot of fallen trips? Like tripping over fence while over encumbered? Yeah, I think... I can't remember if it's dexterous. I don't think it's dexterous. I think it's a different one. It's just one of those things that I don't usually have to worry about. Because if you're running to jump over a fence, you're probably already like making like there's 6 other mistakes that are probably happening unrelated to the traits that are leading up to that. That's a thing that normal gameplay you probably don't have to deal with. Like that's you've made some call that's put you in a off-balance situation that you're having to lunge over a fence. Because generally you don't want to be running more than you need to get out of a grab or whatever. So when you go to a fence, like I'll sometimes jog up to the fence and then I'll just, you know, hold E without doing that. I say maybe you don't have to deal with it. But you always end up running and jumping because you're doofus. It's easy to get yourself into trouble. But it's kind of one of those things that's like, hey, what trait saves me from this preventable thing? It's like, well, you can take a trait to help you with it, because a trait doesn't even guarantee you won't trip. It just slightly reduces the odds kind of things. But at that point, my argument would be, instead of taking the thing that helps you, you know, jump a fence without tripping, you could instead have a trait that helps you win your fight with the zombies more readily so you don't have to jump in the first place. So, you know, again, get a trait that gets you a weapon skill, or it gives you strength or fitness, or, you know, nimble so you can break away a little bit easier so you don't have to jump the fence in the first place. You get where I'm going with all that. Like, that's a lot of traits, is you can have a trait that fixes A, or you can have a trait that helps you prevent A from happening in the first place. I feel like food is pretty easy to come by. It might be that you're building farm game mode, but you always end up carting all kinds of food. Is food really that common, or are you just playing easy mode? Food is not that difficult to get. Even when you turn the game up to its absolute sweatiest possible settings, where like the loot is barely existence and the foraging is penalized, usually, as far as like just hunger, food is very easy to manage. Now, nutrition, it's a little trickier, so like your calories, but even that, once you know like the 2 or 3 strategies for doing that, it's just a matter of like getting the thing you need, and none of them are too bad. Like, getting your fishing pole is not the worst thing in the world to pull off. Getting a cow is not super awful. Like, you can even get away with, instead of a cow, I believe you can use sheep as well. Trapping is not the worst. Raising rabbits is not the worst. So it's kind of one of those ones. Potatoes are calorie lords. In Project Zomboid, and these days it takes so long to grow stuff in Project Zomboid, it's hard to justify farming. I couldn't honestly answer how the potatoes do. Historically, the potatoes were terrible for calories in Project Zomboid. But, I mean, that could have easily changed. Because, like, people trying to gain weight using farming used to do the cabbage because you could grow it really fast and you could just shovel, like, 50 cabbage into your mouth. No, you cannot die to rabbit starvation in this. Rabbits are actually low-key one of the better ways to maintain your weight in this game. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. Like, low-key, you get a couple of rabbits in a pen, and they will just breed so fast, you could survive pretty much indefinitely once they get going. You sure you have a save that's got, like, 5 freezers full of cabbage? Man, and it's even like, cabbage even in the freezer does not last very long in Project Zomboid. So it is one of those things that it's a rough one. But no, generally speaking, with the growing stuff in Build 41, you either grew cabbage or you grew potatoes. Potatoes had the longest shelf life, and cabbage were like the lowest effort for the highest volume kind of thing, because they grew so fast. And all the crops had their thing they were good about. It's just most of the stuff you didn't care about, because like the strawberries, for example, they would give you a little bit of happiness even if you ate them just as strawberries. But they had like 30 seconds of shelf life. I feel like freezers should be a lot more effective. I mean, the freezer should last months or forever. That's a realism versus game balance, discussion. It is deliberate that all your food rots in the freezer at a relatively decent pace. That way, prepping for winter is a little bit harder. And again, food is just not hard to come by in the game. So that is realism versus game mechanics. If you actually look at Project Zomboid, there is a lot of things, like a lot of things in the game that if you look at it from a realism perspective, you're just gonna get annoyed, because there is a lot of things in the game that are the way they are for the fun of the balance, not for the not for realism. Because realism kills games. I should say an over-focus on realism. Like, a game can be realistic, but like every game you gotta fuss with the realism and decide where it's worth having the realism and where you're better off just not bothering with the realism. And that even goes for games that like tout themselves as being like the most realistic whatever genre game. Like, people hold up Escape from Tarkov as being this extremely realistic game, and you're like, hey, when you get winged by a shotgun, does your character black out and need someone else to extract them because, you know, you got winged by a shotgun? No. Does your character then have to drag themselves along the ground, passing out from pain periodically because, you know, they got winged from a shotgun? No. After you do manage to escape the map, do you have to not play your character for weeks or months at a time, if potentially forever, because you got winged by a shotgun? No, that it's not realistic. Because getting winged by a shotgun is kind of a big deal. That's real bad. It's real bad. You think Zomboid's the best zombie game on the market with how much control you have during your setup? Yeah, no, the sandbox, like the customization of the sandbox, is easily one of Project Zomboid's strongest things, so you can make the experience exactly what you want it to be. Or escape from the map with dangerous wounds and then you come back the next day. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, Escape from Tarkov, where, you know, you get blasted several times in the torso and all that, and you're like, nah, it's fine. It's fine, who cares? Get right back in there. You don't develop, like, PTSD and then you hear gunshots and, like, seize up because you've been horrifically traumatized by the fact that you got winged by a shotgun. And I'm not saying the game should do that. I think that'd be a terrible game. But, you know, there is a bunch of things that they said, hey, here is what would realistically happen. Well, that's no fun. Alright, well, let's not do that. Instead, we'll do this other thing. But it's the same thing. Like, the crowbar in real life should last almost forever. Almost forever. But obviously, if that happened, you'd find your crowbar, and you go, well, I guess I don't have a reason to loot anymore. I've got my crowbar. Like, all other weapons no longer matter. Because I got my crowbar and it's borderline indestructible. So, instead, you know, it does break way earlier than a crowbar does. That way you've got pressure to go get your next weapon, which then puts you in the situation where you're going into town and you're having to loot, which means you're facing the zombies. You have to juggle that risk-reward potential and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of... I mean, just look at the calories your character eats a day. Like, in real life, you can go a full day without eating a single thing, and you'll be fine. You're probably going to be unhappy with it, but you're not going to die from it. You can actually go a pretty decent amount of time in real life without food. Like, even for that matter, water, in real life you can go somewhere in the area, depending again on, like, where you're at, the heat outside, how much you're exerting yourself, yada yada. You can basically go almost like 3 full days without water and live. Again, not recommended. You're going to be in real bad shape and real danger. But in Product Zomboid, it takes about a day. No water for 1 day will pretty close to kill you. Now, if someone survived not quote-unquote eating for 57 years, there was probably some very, very interesting way they were getting nutrition. Because that's just not how the body works. You can't wait for them to introduce bow skills. I'm curious about how that's going to work. Because bows are always risky weapons for any of these games because it's a stealth range weapon that it's very easy to make it, like, kind of overpowered. But at the same time, that one's I'm not so worried about. Photosynthesis, that's not a thing people do. That definitely sounds like some BS. I hadn't heard that report, but that sounds like anyone who reported on that and didn't be like, hey, we're highly skeptical. I would immediately assume that that's a newspaper or place of reading stories that I should just not be going to anymore because clearly they have no credibility. But yeah, so the point I was going with that is, very realistically in Product Zomboid, when you approach it from the thought of, like, the food and water you need to survive, both of them are exceptionally short-term. Like, I think you can go, it's over a day, but not by a whole lot without food. You can go about 1 day-ish. Could have been an Onion article. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, because if it was some, like, actual newspaper, be like, okay, well, clearly these people don't do any kind of verification on anything. Again, unless it was one of those things where they were like, this is what's being picked up, this story is being reported around, and here's why it is something you should be highly skeptical of. Like, that would be fine. That's like, yeah, we think this is BS, but everyone's reporting on it, so here's our take. Yeah, no, the onion's fun. It's a very old Onion. I like the MacBook wheel, where they go through and the idea is it's this big laptop, but it's got like the old iPod Touch wheel on it, so it's just one circle, and they list every single file in your system. And you just rotate through it to find what you're looking for and all that. Just the end, it's like, we believe it'll pick up in the consumer market, but not in the business market where people use for computers for stuff other than just dicking around. And that was like their outro. I'm like, yep. All right, bear with me. We're about to hit an ad break, and I gotta use the restroom, and I gotta go put some food in the fridge real fast. So I'm gonna run down, and I'll be, run down, drop that off, and all that, and I'll be right back up. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, and we're back. I appreciated that clip as well. It was just such a weird thing. Like, she didn't get anywhere near, and there's just like, up, everything starts going like that. It's like suddenly the game was like, oh wait, I'm supposed to be simulating physics. I'm sorry, I forgot. Was distracted. What? Oh, the egg clip? Yeah. Let me catch up. It's like 3 days without water before severe dehydration systems, 3 weeks without food before your body begins failing due to substance issues. Yeah, no, it is one of those things that, like, with like the 3 weeks, it's a little tenuous. Even 3 weeks without food, you can have a lot of complications much earlier than that. But that's assuming literally no intake calories. Versus if you get even like the tiniest trace of calories, then yeah. But it's just kind of one of those things that, again, Project Zomboid, you get about 1 day without water. Even if you literally just sit in a room, you get about 1 day. And then when it comes to food, like I said, it's about a day and a half or two. It's not very long. But both of them are very, very unrealistic times. But again, video games. Like the whole idea is those survival mechanics are the pressure system to push you into zombies, to push you into getting outside your comfort area where you're safe, to force you on to the next thing, to doing the next thing. Because without those, you can easily just go in the middle of nowhere and just not care. And honestly, once you know the game mechanics, you literally can just go out, find some lake or river or whatever, and just live out in the woods, living your best life, and almost never have to deal with the zombies at all. I do believe I actually have outdoorsmen on this one. Even then, I've run without outdoorsmen. It's pretty rare, even without outdoorsmen, I get sick being out in the rain. Usually has to be cold and all that. And you can just kind of jog to warm yourself up. You just kind of pay attention and be like, okay, I'm starting to get a little too cold. Let's toss on another layer or whatever. A lot of time, even then, like, until you start getting to the fall or winter, you can also just get away with, like, you know, just ignoring it as long as, you know, you're not... Like, getting a cold if it's outside of, like, the colder months in the year, it's honestly pretty hard. You kind of have to go out of your way for it. Now, once it takes hold, that sucks. Because once you start down the cold bandwagon where you get that first thing of not feeling well, you're pretty much committed to getting the whole way through. Would you stop immediately finding things I actually do want to forge when I'm trying to drink? Yeah, you'll notice I'm actually just chucking the seeds on the ground right now. Alright. Later, Swifty. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, you have to use restroom, the cat sitting on your lap? That's unfortunate. You are probably doomed to die. It was nice knowing you, Cookie. There's just nothing that can be done. The cat has claimed the territory and there's no escape. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're just working our way down this road. I believe this actually heads towards the Echo Creek area. I'm not specifically going out of my way for the Echo Creek area. Oh, before I forget. Okay, so let's mark. We have looted that. There's nothing more for us here. That is a place that we've got as a safe home. I'm gonna put a mark like there. Since we can't see the river on the map. That's basically like, there is a river there. And then I'm going to add one more thing, which is a symbol of, let's say, there's the star. The star. So that's our spawn. That's where we spawned to the game. Because it is one of the things that it makes the game a lot more interesting if you take the time to mark your maps when you're doing the long-term runs. I'm going to go ahead and eat the rest of that, see if we can reduce that carry weight so I can toss that flint in the bag. Because if you get to the point where you're like marking your map and all that, as your character survives, your map ends up becoming kind of a story. Where you can see, like, oh, the character was down here, we were looting, oh, we had the helicopter happen over there, oh, hey, you found a generator down here. Like, that's where you saw a trashed car, and you kind of see where, like, the character went through the world, what they found, how things went. I'm pretty sure we're coming down along the east side of Echo Creek. So it'll be, like, the northeast where they have, like, there's that chicken farm and all that way up there. I'm not super worried about the chicken farm. It could be some easy food, because it's like 1,000 eggs or whatever. But I don't want to deal with it. I'm not beyond stealing a bunch of eggs for food short term, though. Going stale, so I'm going to eat it immediately. Because eventually we'll get like a salad bowl and we'll actually maintain our happiness. Early game, it's fine. That's more effort than I feel like putting into my food. Yeah, you can technically sustain your weight on the chicken eggs, but it's eating something like 50, 60 eggs a day. Like, it's really a pretty ludicrous amount of eggs you gotta eat just to hold the balance. Yeah, I did, it's called Pillow's Random Spawn mod. I did load that up. It's the only mod we're running because I grabbed like 4 mods that are all like basic UI mods and that kind of stuff. And what ended up happening with that was even with those 4 mods, one of the mods prevented me from looting, even though none of, like, only Pillows technically changes any gameplay stuff, which is just like where you spawn kind of things. It's actually really fast. We're gonna drop this bag. And the reason I dropped that bag is so we're not fighting Overburned. But this way I'm not having my movement penalized due to being over encumbered. I don't love them kind of getting hit from multiple sides. Fall over, fall over, fall over. Nah, it's too late. I want him to fall over so I could stand and both them, fight the last zombie, and then mop up. Well, that's a problem. Yeah, so there must be an area with plenty of zombies over there that the zombies have spread out. And that's what's bullied us away as they spread out in our direction. But we are at high exertion, so that's the reason we're bailing from the fight. Have you ever dropped a bag and just lost it? Yeah, I've gotten bullied away from a bag. That's what's happening right now. We just circle back and grab it. Oh, this sucks. There must be a decent number of zombies to something to our west. We just keep finding more and more zombies over this way. Alright, so what we're going to need to do here is I'm first going to get out of this fight. We're going to rest up. And then we're going to skip fighting him back in there and go retrieve her back. Because whatever's over to our west, there was enough zombies over there that they naturally spread out and just kind of overrun the overrun this road behind me. And the reason we're not fighting is we are at high exertion and we are in pain. Honestly, I usually like to back up before we hit high exertion, but the high exertion was like, okay, this is the deal breaker, it's time to leave. Alright, so let's ditch him over here. And part of the reason we got high exertion and all that is I'm carrying too much when I got the bag on me. Okay. Hey, we actually are getting slightly cold. That doesn't happen very often. Okay. So I may or may not actually fight some of these zombies on the way in here. I haven't decided yet. Let's just get our bag. Let's take the safe play, let's get our bag. Unless I see something like a military or large backpack or hiking bag or something. But you look at how many zombies I've got there. We'll want to kill them all, but right now, we're a long way from home. There's nothing immediately nearby that we see that's worthwhile. We are separated from our sleeping bag and all that, or our tent. So we've got a lot of things to lose and not much to gain. Like, we ultimately want to get the levels, but, you know, I'd want to probably, like, if I were to clear this road, what I'd want to do is drop my bag way to the north and slowly come down, grab a group, fight it, you know, keep going back and forth, then we leave when we need to. I'm wondering if this is, north of Echo Creek, there's like a wildlife refuge kind of thing. And it's really cool. Tons of different animals there. But it is, oh my god, lots of, oh my god levels of zombies. You know, in 16 times pop, you go in there and go, ah, I go here to die, I understand. Alright, so you're gonna aggro me here. That's fine. So I'm gonna need a couple seconds to pick up and toss that bag out. If I try and just walk with the bag, like just in my pocket, it's gonna go downhill real fast, because it's a heavy bag right now. Heavy for my character, I should say. There we go. That's so weird. So, we're not seeing any zombies up here. But we went in that road, we had like zombies coming out of the trees at me. There must have been like a meta event I didn't hear or something, like a dog bark or a gunshot or whatever. What exactly are the rules there to hero? Are you not allowed to take any positive traits or only one prequel? So different people have different interpretations of Zero to Hero. There isn't a strong, this is what the exact rules are. Because people have been doing Zero to Hero runs since long before Project Zomboid. It's just a thematic run. For me, my version of Zero to Hero is we start with 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 skills of any kind. So no nimble, no anything. We start with nothing. But I do not have to take all the negative traits, because my argument is, when you take all negative traits, you never do become hero. You just stay 0. You might kill a lot of zombies, but you stay 0, versus like most Zero to Hero, you start in bad shape, and over time you keep developing the character, getting stronger, getting more impressive until, you know, then they're the hero, where they're just super strong and able to take on anything. So we start with 0 fitness, 0 strength, and like I said, no levels in literally anything. No XP bonuses, nothing like that kind of thing. Actually, take that back. Do I have Fast Learner? I do have Fast Learner. But no XP bonuses in regards to, like, you know, getting your short blunt XP bonus because you chose Mechanic or whatever. Yeah, there's a separate challenge that has all negative traits. And that's part of the reason why I consider Zero to Hero a different thing, is we've already got one that covers the all negative traits, so we don't need to Zero to Hero to kind of cover something that we've already got. Okay, so that place had way too many zombies for us to just fight in the middle of the group while overburdened. So I took a peek, and we're gonna move on. Right now I'm just scarfing my low hunger food so I can just kill some carry weight. And I'm gonna probably just move south and see if we can't find anything worthwhile, a bigger backpack, that kind of thing. We've got a tent on us now, so I can pretty much live anywhere as long as I can get near water. And where I'm at, the water should be just to our east. Nah, it's not fast enough. Oh, I'm glad I hit that one. For a moment, I thought I swung at the one on the ground. I was about to be like, well, rip me. So I'm trying to kill that zombie because that backpack will be better than our satchel. So I'm trying to score a quick backpack. Okay. some painkillers. Alright, so let's grab our satchel. Get everything moved over into our backpack, so we just got ourselves a bag upgrade. And all of you over there. Cool. You can put you in that backpack. And put you in the backpack. Honestly, there is a chance it might get... Well, no, we got outdoors, so probably fine. But yeah, honestly, without outdoors, I probably would get sick doing this. It's pretty rare I get, like, caught out in the rain where I'm drenched and have to just sit and rest a bunch of times. And we're even getting to the point of actually hitting cold on this character as well. But like I said, normally that's just something you don't run into very often. Alright, let's keep working our way down the road, because unfortunately with that spot, it's looking like it's gonna be kind of a no good time. Can you rest and stay dry in your tent? So no, weirdly the way the tent works is if I rest, you sit outside of it. I believe if you sleep in it, you won't get wet. But just resting, you can't, you don't actually get in the tent. You kind of sit next to the tent and it considers you as using the tent. It's kind of the way like a lot of your chairs and all that kind of work. Yeah, so I think we're going to come along. There'll be a farm over here on the west side of the road. And my expectation is we'll go along that farm. There'll be some zombies. Because you no longer get bonus XP for clicking dismiss. Yeah, so they got rid of where you get the extra XP for dismissing and picking up items, and then they gave you more XP for just discovering them. So that you don't have to sit there and just dismiss every single item to try and get them or pick them all up. So it's a bit nicer now. That said, they did have before the hotfix, it was giving you way more XP than they intended. So like very generally people are hitting like 10 foraging and being like 4 at their next skill. Hey Unick, I hope it's going well. Lovely to have you. Things are going pretty good here. Hey, friend. I was watching to see if that other group had a survivor zombie on it. I didn't see one. Progress has been made. You're feeling sick today, but still not the worst. Just passing fever. Nice. Not feeling worse is good. Yeah, I think this is just a random group from something, but the question is there like a little pack of houses? Oh, there might be a car wreck down there. Or it might be coming up on like a fruit stand or something like that. I may not be where I think I thought I was kind of thing. Let's see, you found the water leak, but you'll need some pipe wizards to fix since it's a copper piping soldered together. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I hear you. So we want to get a look at them. Survivor zombie. And I think it's got a military or large backpack. Alright. So we don't want to fight all this, but we definitely want that backpack. So where did that backpack go? I saw a backpack in there. I'm pretty sure I saw the camo big backpack too. Yeah, so Thunderstorm's making little bits of noise, and it's a big part of why the zombies are moving around a lot today. I'm really hoping they don't go too far on those trees. Because for a military backpack, I am willing to take my chances shouting and trying to draw zombies out of trees. It sucks that they're down there. Okay, so they're still over here. Okay, I see them up there. So we do have aggro. I'm not sure if it's the big pack. That might not be a big backpack. That might be just a boring, like, school bag that happens to be camo. No, that's a hiking bag. So it's in between. I'm still down for a hiking bag. So we don't want to fight all of this. I don't think we got that much gas in the tank. What I want to do is rally them up into a ball. So we can start picking off the one to the big bag on its own. First hit. Second hit. Third hit. Fourth. And they're down. And we don't care about the rest of the group. So I believe that was him there. Okay, so we are way overburdened. We have got to get through this fast. Generator magazine. So we grab the bottle of water out there really fast and take a sip from that. That'll give us a little bit of immediate relief. We'll start passing things into the hiking bag. We are exerting extremely fast because I'm carrying entirely too much. So this is a very dangerous thing I'm doing right now. So what I'm trying to do is rub them off on as many trees as possible and just break away. Because we're already at the point where they're probably faster than we are. So let's find a little pocket in here. So I can hopefully find my way back here in the future, just in case I want the books. It's a lot of good books, but nothing you'll be able to use for a very long time. See if I can get away with those. Okay. Alright, so at this point, drop the small backpack. Unequip the hiking bag. It's only a small hiking bag, which isn't great. But it's better than what I had. We can add that to the bottom. Alright, so where's my dot? Okay. So we want to put a mark here. Loot. The cassette tape's fine. A lot of good books. Let's shift down just a little bit. Yeah, no, it's just a thing. So while we're trying to recover some of our stamina, we're going to go ahead and start reading these magazines. So I'm going to chuck those on the ground too. The fact that we got how to connect your generators that early, that's good. Now the downside is we're probably not going to be able to get to a gas station that easy, but that does make me want to target a gas station. Because we can get ourselves to a gas station, then it's just a matter of finding a generator and we're good to go so far as sustaining power, not indefinitely, but for a very long time. Okay, so we got all these. Okay, Carlin's moved here. Debbie got the... Debbie, go to them if you need help. Don't go anywhere at night. We saw those things all around the gym. Okay. Now if I click on that... Alright, so... Fourth house in from there. So it's this one right here. So based on what they have there, they're basically saying, like, boom. Lots of Zeds according to map. And then here. Good loots. I thought that was March Ridge. Well, actually, where are we on the map? Zeds, zombies. I have no context where that is. Can we center on our person again? Okay, so it's northeast of us. That's honestly, yeah, that could be Riverside. There's a good chance that's Riverside, actually. Alright, so let's see what else we got in here. Maybe that'll be our destination now that we know there's loot there. Not because that makes sense to chase it, but because I don't have another direction set. So, you know, why not that one? Stale uncooked fries. You carrying some poison berries? Always. Don't you dare. I'm already plenty off balance, standing out here in the middle of nowhere in the woods, getting really properly sleepy. Alright, so we're gonna start moving north towards where that annotated map told us. As much as I'd love to carry all these books, there's zero chance I can get away with that. They're gonna slowly work our way through the books and all that. That is fine. But yeah, so that's a pretty good find, though. Like, we're still rocking that crowbar. It's getting pretty low on durability, unfortunately. This honestly feels like a tropical storm in the game with all the trees moving around. Okay, we're actually getting properly cold. So I'm getting a little worried about that. Let's unpack our tent. No, we don't have prone to illness, but we actually have outdoorsman, which is something that protects against this pretty well. But we are kind of pushing its limit. This is probably the worst I've had in the game in a long time. Like I said, I think we might be in a tropical storm in game. Or at least a very severe thunderstorm. Yeah, outdoorsman gives you a pretty strong resistance to it. It's this cold that it's got me worried. And I can sit there and do stuff like swing a weapon around, run around in circles to warm up. But we're already pushing very tired, so I really don't want to push my luck. Okay, so let's go to sleep. Alright, so we're in pretty bad shape because we're still continuing to get cold. And that plus the sadness both slow down our animations. So we're not going to cut through the woods over here. That's where we ditch the zombies. Alright, so it's just jogging a little there. Yeah, so it looks like we got a pocket of not as dense trees. So I just need to manage to get back to the road. And we're probably going to look out for some better clothes. Our knee-high skirt is apparently not the best for running around in the frigid cold air. Alright, let's see. Okay, so for the map... Okay, so Riverside is almost exactly northeast of us. Oh, right, we can tell they're poisonous now. Right, we got the magazine. So I no longer have to eat the danger berries. I can tell the difference. So I know those berries are safe. Yep, we didn't know that they were poisonous yet. That said, I usually will carry berries. Like, if things are desperate, I'll carry poison berries and I'll eat those too. But yeah, we're not desperate. Okay, so friends who have died, I am going to need you to donate better clothes for me. Ah, varsity jacket. Some baggy jeans. Made varsity? Absolutely. Now, we did ditch a bunch of zombies over here. So it's a little sketchy for me to be coming back here through the storm, but I really don't get much choice in the matter. Yeah, so hat's not good insulation, but it's something. Normally I don't have to worry about cold this early in the game. Are we wearing socks? I believe for once I am wearing socks. It's pretty rare I wear socks in this game. Now keep in mind, because I'm cold, my attack speed is slower. So this is a little dangerous right now. But, as we attack, we're going to slowly increase our core temperature. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're dealing with, like, the game actually has tropical storms in it. Yesterday seemed like a tropical storm where all the trees were whipping around. So, unfortunately, I don't have a radio, so I can't actually look it up. Add another layer onto that torso. Let's switch our shoes for slightly better ones. A long socks warmer? Yeah. I'm just debating how much, because I can go too far with the insulation. If I go way too far, then we start overheating. Okay, so tank top's its own layer. Okay, so we're starting to warm up. We put on a turtleneck sweater. Okay, so we're definitely going to be 2 bundled now. Let's drop back to the intersection so I can sit down and rest for a minute. Is heavy insulation? Yeah, no, insulation still helps. Like, Soaked definitely undermines it. But yeah, so at this point, we're going to have to watch. Because if we actually look here, we can go and check on our character. So we check our character's skin temperature, that's fine. You have your body response and your insulation. So if we look at my insulation, right now my upper torso is very heavily insulated. Would you stop with the meta events? Yeah, now we're not moving, we're slowly losing body heat. To be fair, it is like 60 degrees out. I'm getting absolutely pelted by rain. Which 60 is not that cold, but it is cold when you're soaking wet. Oh. We'll just move on. No, rainwater in this game is unsafe. You can't drink rainwater. It's contaminated. It's why all the rivers and lakes are contaminated, is the idea is the rainwater is contaminated itself just with the way the disease works. And therefore anything the rainwater gets into is also contaminated. It is a shame we can't walk and read. That would be convenient right about now. You can boil the water? Yes. If the water is tainted, you can boil it to make it safe. That's how you end up getting most of your water normally. Is contaminated with toxic YouTube comments? Yes. I didn't see what the animal that just ran away was, but an animal just ran away. Probably a deer. And so you're not sure you want to book out this weather even if you could? I don't care about the long-term survival of the book. That's for the next person trying to read it. Yeah, no, in real life, the book would get absolutely destroyed. It's the end of the world. There's no one else to read books but me. Yeah. I figured it didn't work because it didn't used to, but you never know. Right now, let's put that clawed hammer in there as well. There we go. So we dropped our carry weight another notch. Another tier, whatever you want to go with. But yeah, for those who missed, we did find an annotated map. And I figured since I wasn't sure what direction I wanted to go, I'm just arbitrarily being like, that's our destination now. We got someone said there's stuff in this house, and we said, things. I love things. And we're on our way. In what's, at a minimum, a severe thunderstorm. Potentially a tropical storm. We don't really know. And so the plan is going to be effectively keep taking the roads north and east until we reach our destination. So anytime I don't get a choice of going one or the other, I just keep going the other way. Have I ever hit a point where I don't get a choice at all? Well, honestly, we're still getting cold because of how soaked we're getting anyways. Not used to that, but that's fine. Usually I'm like fighting, I mean honestly, usually I'm not fighting in this kind of weather. This is usually the stay home and work on things. Tropical storms hit Kentucky. Not often. I mean, tropical storms hit Quebec in Canada. Again, not often. Full-on hurricanes hit Quebec. Again, not often. But yeah, no, Kentucky usually probably won't get a hurricane very much, because a hurricane would make landfall and then start going towards Kentucky, and by the time it got, because I don't believe Kentucky, pretty sure Kentucky is landlocked. I'm like 99% sure Kentucky is landlocked. I could be wrong. But I don't believe it goes all the way up to the shore. So most likely it would hit the shore as a hurricane, and then, you know, lose a lot of its oomph. And so by the time it got to Kentucky, it dropped down to a tropical storm. Like 1,000 miles inland? Yeah, so you could still potentially get a tropical storm. It wouldn't be super often. But yeah, it'd be like when you have like a Cat 5 hurricane hit like North Carolina or something and go inland. There's a chance it would reach Kentucky as a tropical storm. I imagine it's not common, though. They usually don't pass that far in too often. Let's see, Kentucky is one of the few U.S. states to have vague idea where they are. Because of the meme drawing KFC carrying man by some of the neighbors saying. I know it looks like a drumstick. Actually, I'm familiar with the meme. Like, I remember I've seen it before, but it's not one that really rings a bell to me too much, so I can't visually picture it anymore. I know I've seen it. But yeah, no, I vaguely... There's, like, a handful of states, like Tennessee, Kentucky, and all that, like, that are, like, right there, that I don't always remember, like, which one's above and below which one, but it's like, yeah, they're in that spot. They're relatively in that little bunch right there in the middle there. Yeah, no, this is day 2 that we have been getting blasted by this storm. Nice what we're having strolling in the forest. I mean, we just were like actually legitimately properly in the forest. I even had to mark on my map because I had to dump a bunch of books from a survivor zombie that I couldn't really carry. And so I just hucked them on the ground in the woods and like they're here, marked on the map. I guess I'm just hearing the footsteps. I thought I was hearing the helicopter. Let's see, Google says the closest shoreline to Kentucky is Virginia Beach, about 500 miles. Yeah, no, that checks out. Like I said, that's part of why it's like, yeah, no, I could see Kentucky getting hit with a tropical storm. It would be something that, again, would be like a Cat 3, Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane where it hits in the Carolinas and then cuts across and hits Kentucky. You know, so it had dropped all those cats to a tropical storm, and probably not a particularly strong tropical storm. But it's also those things that it's also probably an area that's not well adapted for being slapped by something of that magnitude. Don't drop the cats. They're fine. They'll catch themselves. No, but don't really. We're really sad for some reason. Now, good news is we're not really having our body temperature crash. So when you look at your temperatures here, so usually it's the skin temperature, I believe, is the one you care about. So when you look at this, you have your heat generation and your core temp. And the thing that people don't catch with it, as your core temp starts going down in the game, it gets harder and harder to bring it back up. It's never like super difficult. Like, for example, if I start jogging here for a minute, you'll notice my heat generation starts climbing. And then shortly after, our core temperature will start coming up as well. But then when we start resting, you'll see my heat generation starts coming back down. But for practical purposes, the thing you care about in Product Zomboid is you go to this insulation tab. So when you're going like, oh, my character's getting cold, I need to warm them up. Oh, well, my hands have really poor insulation, so that's something I can probably work on. My head and my thighs have relatively low insulation. It's not a thing you usually have to worry about in Product Zomboid unless you're doing like cryogenic winter. Yeah, no, you can find long johns. Long johns, like for when you're doing the cryogenic winter, like your S tier find, because it covers, I think it's like everything but your neck and head. And I think feet, like, it covers almost the entire body. It has relatively good insulation. And I'd love to have been foraging this entire time we've been walking, but not in this weather. We get enough penalties as it is. You know the world has ended when you're S tier, you find a pair of used underwear. Tough times. So now, if that was Riverside, it will be a whole tricky thing getting back over there. So we're going to be cutting back through this area we previously went through and drug out all the zombies. And then around there, we'll start turning north. And hopefully this settles down so tomorrow I can go back to foraging and all that kind of stuff. Did we get long johns? No, we didn't get long johns. I was just talking about people were asking about temperatures and all that, and I was going to say, you know, when you're dealing with temperatures, long johns are the big thing. Now, to be fair, when you're not playing like cryogenic winter and those kinds of things, long johns are still good if you're going to level tailoring, because low key with high tailoring, you can put a bunch of leather strips on your long johns and give yourself a whole bunch of protection with no penalty. I've changed my mind about which way we're taking. I looked ahead and I'm like, right. This place is pretty sketch, wasn't it? So we're just gonna go ahead and just take a little bit of a minor detour. And thank you, Cerise the Mage, for gifting a sub to Cinderlash. So Cinderlash, you have a nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you, Cerise, for the gifty sub to the community and all that stuff. I do appreciate it. You know what I'm not willing to do? Cut through those trees. No, this is fine. Because they're all in these big groups, this is actually very low effort. I have all this space to work with. So what I do is I work my way over. Like, I might have to dash a little bit over here. But I just... Oh, that's a tricky zombie. Oh, I hate this. This is terrible. I did not realize we're going to abruptly have this road ending. Are you a path through the trees? You are. Should I be taking it? Probably not. Am I taking it? Yeah. Do I think I'm going to regret it abruptly? Probably. It's just a couple of zombies in here with me. Nice satchel. Okay. I feel like I've lost the trail, and I'm now just walking through the woods. Oh no, there we go. We're fine. Here, you can have some jam. That'll perk you right up, right? Right, just a little jam? Bring a backpack and a satchel is new to 42? It's new to the multiplayer update of 42. 42 itself didn't have it, but the multiplayer update of 42. Why are we walking so incredibly slowly? Is it just being as tired as we are? Alright, let's try and cut down to this path down here a little bit. And I believe there's a river to our east, if I'm correct as to where we are. Should actually be reading my book when I get a chance. Is the big sad making extra slow? I don't think it's the sad. I think it's we're getting really, really sleepy. Because we've been mildly overburdened the whole time and everything. There, we got rid of tired by just popping a caffeine tablet. The rain, it leaves. Yeah, we finally got there. Yeah, no, the satchel has like an additional spot it can go. So you can have 2 fanny packs, a satchel, and a backpack. Or the other thing that takes the same satchel spot is you've got like there's like the leather water pouch or whatever it's called. That takes that same spot. Okay, so we're starting to get too hot now that the rain is backing off, so let's chuck the varsity jacket on the ground. And then we'll whimper a little. As you do. Would it be feasible? I could probably get over the fence. It might take me an attempt or two because we are unfit, weak, and obese and all, or not obese, whatever the slow metabolism. But they've renamed a bunch of these traits. What town am I rolling up on that we're looking at this nonsense? that... no, it's not March Ridge area. Because they don't actually care about this stuff here. So we are just trying to... No, this is not West Point. We are far west side of the map. West Point's kind of northeast. Like, we are west of... we are very, very far southwest of Riverside. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, but we're way, 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 way too far south for West Point. I don't think it's March Ridge. I mean, maybe March Ridge. Still feels pretty far off. And I'm pretty sure it's not Rosewood. Okay. And we are getting overheated again. That was... No, move. Okay, we're alright. We skinned our knee, but we're not dead. We are in deep trouble. But we're not dead yet. Yeah, so we just... Oh, we scratched our foot. Oh, we lost our shoe, maybe? No, we have our shoes. Yeah, so we tripped. This feels very March Ridge-esque. What do you know that I don't know that you all are turning? You shouldn't do that unless you have a route to me. You're all heading in. What do you know that I don't know? It is concerning me greatly. Okay. So drop the hat. Oh, there's a gate. The gate's not gonna hold long, we need to go. Well, there's a well. So it's definitely not March Ridge. Get the water, do it now. Get the water, do it now. Okay, you've got the water. That'll help a little bit. I'm not... Oh, there's a road. There's a road right up ahead. But yeah, no, it definitely has that CDDA feel where you're like limping at the beginning. The good news is I just need to get a little bit of a run ahead. And then we can ditch the 1 or 2 zombies. I mean, I can also just straight up fight. I dropped my crowbar! The tragedy. The crowbar was mostly used. It's just you? Let's do this. Yeah, we should go back and get it. Alright. Sure, I'll grab a residence key for a house I have no idea which one is. Like I said, we mostly use the crowbar. It was already showing us worn and everything. Alright, so let's go ahead and we're going to bandage our foot. Which again, that wasn't a zombie hit. That was I tripped from the zombies. Well, both of our shoes suck. Yours suck slightly less than mine, so I'll go ahead and take your shoes. We're also going to grab the lumberjack shirt and get rid of that. The sweater we're going to get rid of. And the tank top we're going to get rid of. All right. Okay, so before I move on to the next thing, with the dirty rag, yeah, it's fine. It was just on a zombie. What could possibly go wrong? I need to actually make sure I stop and read my books. Okay, so how are we doing relative to that spot we found on the map? Nowhere near it. That might also be all the way up in West Point. But that's our goal. That's where we're going now. We're just going to keep cutting across all these roads to the middle of the map until we find our way there. If we're lucky, we'll find a car somewhere along the way. Is this a new character? Yeah, there was an update today. And it did basically make it so you had to start a new save. It's an update you opt into, but it fixes most of the issues. It was kind of one of those things that it was just kind of worth doing the doing a new save. Hey, little rabbits, how's it going, friends? It would have been nice if I could have filled up the I thought I could attach the... It's probably like the Alice or whatever. It would have been nice if we could have managed to get the refill on the canteen while we were at that well, but I got just about enough time to pop in and take a quick sip, and that was about as much as we got out of it. Let's see. You think you found you on the map, given the brownfield fence community. You assume you want no information, though? I am curious what town that was. It's definitely too far west to be March Ridge. So I don't recognize the town. If it was a very March Ridge-esque town where it's like fully surrounded by gated walls and all that. But it's probably one of the ones that's on the west side of the map that I'm not as familiar with yet. Because that's all I'm curious what that fenced community is. That'll give me what I need to make sure I can break the flint later. It's listed at Meadshire Estate. Gotcha. So that's a place I've just never been, because it's a relatively new place on the map. Yeah, so we're just forging along our way. We should be getting relatively close to the point where we switch from what was, like, the new parts of the map to the old parts of the map. I'm a little worried where we got that marker is actually West Point. There's no me, just angry residents. You think that the place is that, you think that is the place that Cheese is basing in this community server? Looks similar. You have no time to, you haven't had time to play. Yeah. Yeah, and I haven't been able to really keep up with what Cheese has been up to. Kind of ever since he did his, like, time over on Kick and everything. And then, you know, came back. There's too much, like, schedule overlap and all that I never managed to catch him on, hardly. You know, either that'll be doing, like, his 24-hour things where they swap back and forth. They'll be doing, like, Arc or something like that. Which is fine. Just not something that super interests me. Yeah, no, that's pretty much what it boils down to, is he's not been playing stuff in the categories I tend to check out either. Which, hey, if that's working for him. Ooh, I wonder if I'm where I think I am on the map now, we would be a considerable distance west of Rosewood, and suddenly having a road turn into a dirt road over here feels like this would be kind of a way to go towards the military base. Obviously, where we're at right now, we couldn't make a real push at the military base. We wouldn't have the water we need down here or anything like that. Like I would dehydrate before I made enough progress. But I'm willing to bet this route kind of circles around the side. I don't need more lemongrass. Could be near the cult place. If we're talking about the cult place by Echo Creek, we are way east of that, if I'm not mistaken. Like, way, way east of that. I could be wrong. I believe we're far east of, Echo Creek by this point. Like, I suspect we're getting to that point where we're, like, in the gap of what was the new part of the map and the old part of the map. Like, we're, like, in that general border between the two where it got kind of changed to accommodate. Is it unrelated to your spot, Holy Hap? Yeah. So very genuinely, when you look at the map, for when Build 41 started, the entire area, like Louisville and up, wasn't there. Like all that. There's also a whole area along the right side of the map that got added, and the south side of the map that got added. That they expanded south, east, and north. And then with the introduction of Build 42, they did a massive expansion to the west. Oh yeah, the person they're talking about is Royal with Cheese TV. Used to play lots of Product Zomboid, now just plays it on occasion. Which is fine, like that's true of me as well. Yep. As long as we're heading east and north, we're gradually making our way over. The big thing is we're not making a whole lot of progress with the combat. Now, on the other hand, we're probably coming up relatively close to when the helicopter... Actually, how many days have we been alive? Probably 2 more days till the helicopter can show up. But with that, if we're in the middle of nowhere and the helicopter shows up, then it's a total snooze burger of a helicopter. You can just keep on walking and just pretend it didn't show up at all. I'm low-key tempted that if we do see that we're close to the military base, I'm low-key tempted to see if I can't draw out 1 or 2 military zombies to snag a backpack or whatever. It'd be a very reckless and unreasonable thing to attempt to do, because I'd have to get through a whole lot of zombies to get there. But if I can walk up there before we manage to get the helicopters and meta events and everything spreading them out, there is a certain plausibility that I could snag a couple. It's whether or not I get lucky and I get one that has what I want. But that is a very high-risk move. Especially since we're gradually dehydrating now. And I don't really know where the nearest water is. I'm not super worried about dehydrating overall. Once this branches out to one of the major roads, I could probably figure out where I can locate water. Even if it's just, you know, run up to a farmhouse and snag some. And I can actually know that that's safe for once. Those mushrooms will help just a little bit with thirst. Okay, I think I might know where we are. So I think this is the T intersection where if I turn left, it takes me towards the secret military base. And if I turn right, it does not. If my memory is serving me correctly. I didn't really recognize the path down there, because that path branching out that far didn't used to just go down to a field and kind of stop. If I'm thinking the right path. It's also been a very long time since I've been down in this entire area of the map. Yeah, it could be I don't know this area. I'm gonna go right. Just pulled up the map. Gotcha. My assumption is I'm near the bottom of the map. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't be near the bottom of the map. 1 second. No, that's wrong. I can't be this far down. Right. Right, because we figured Echo Creek was down in this area. Okay, so yeah, because no, the military base would be somewhere over there. Yeah, so I think we're just on some random scenic tour in the middle of the map. Okay, well, hopefully I'm not wandering until I dehydrate to death in the woods. Yeah, no, we're too far northwest to be the military base, I think. Yeah, I mean, either way, I'm going to keep going. My luck is I'm going to get over here. It's going to be biblical number of zombies. And I'm not going to be able to do much about it. And we're getting to that point wherever we go, I'm gonna have to make a play for water soon. Because backtracking out of those... Like, backtracking out of this area is a hike. Like, right now I'm scarfing these mushrooms that aren't poisonous as fast as we're getting them. And I'm doing that because every one of those gives me a tiny bit of water. Thought I had one more mushroom down there. It's fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. For right now, I think we're good. If things start to get desperate, then maybe I'll change. But for right now, I could just keep slamming mushrooms and getting the tiny little slice of water again and again. So we got a path that goes to the right, path that goes up. Ultimately, our destination is northeast of us, so I'm going to choose the one that goes towards our destination. Because it could be that one of these loops around and then takes us to, like, some manor or campground or whatever. Okay. On the plus side, it is vaguely moving east and north consistently. So we are basically at walking speed getting to our destination. Just in a nice, quiet, scenic trail. Now granted, we see a group of zombies just in the middle here. There's a good chance we'd be looking at a another survivor group. Until we get close to a point of interest, at which point, you know, that is what it is. If you want to keep giving me that, I would love it. You can not really figure out where you are? So I'm definitely pushing, like, the edge of, the new and old area on the west. I think we're actually not center map on the west, like on that border, but a bit south of that, I think. But I don't think very much south. That is my guess of where we are. So like northwest a good ways from like the military base, I believe. Like I don't think we're in the same woods as the military base, not anywhere near at least. I keep seeing T intersections like that and being like, that looks like the way that was to the military base, but the rest of this doesn't look that familiar. Because like the military base, they have a T like that and it goes over, and there's a T that goes down into nowhere, and then it kind of goes and it spirals out, ultimately going to military base. You know, and then the military base is a whole thing. You feel like this character should be a bit happier now that death isn't imminently on her heels? Probably. We actually seem to be stalemating water by just scarfing mushrooms. Brandenburg? I would think Brandenburg's west of us. That is weird hearing right on my feet, but that's fine. Let's get rid of that so I can actually see. It's getting too dark for me to keep foraging. Okay, so pretty soon we're going to chuck down the tent. Did you already drink all the seltzer water? Yes. Yes, we did. Okay. Oh, no, we're definitely not north of Riverside. No, we're way far south of that. Like, southwest. I'm just scarfing at all these things that give us one hunger back to back to back because why not? Look, we're coping. We're stress eating, that's all. We just happen to be stress eating random herbs and stuff. Like, we're just grabbing like fistfuls of parsley and thyme and stress eating that because it's what we got. Alright. Before we push on and get ourselves in trouble walking into a bunch of zombies that I can't see. Surviving on random mushrooms and herbs. Just fistful of garlic, some thyme, all that kind of stuff. Just making it work. It's too dark for us to do much else. Okay, so we're about to be at about the time I like to go to sleep. Alright. And we go sleep. So yeah, that got to be real messy. Whatever that tropical storm or whatever that rolled through caused us a lot of grief. I'm surprised you already woke up. Oh, good. Rain. I'm glad we have rain. I do really like, Dreams, like, little tap, clap, whatever, emote. It's a fun one just because of how energetic it is. It's like the kid who's like, hey, you gotta sit here and wait a minute, and we'll get you your pizza, and the kid just... They're listening to instructions, they're being a good kid, but also... They are absolutely struggling to remain following instructions. So they're a good kid. They're just really really on the edge of just like bursting out of their seat. It's like happy dog taps. Exactly. It's like little puppy that's like kind of, you know, like tapping its front feet, like going back and forth. You're like, oh, you're being a good boy. You're not jumping. You're being good. But you can see that dog is like on its wit's edge of wanting to just hop up and grab whatever it is, or, you know, get the pets or whatever. Why aren't you eating that faster? I'm just making you eat raw garlic. It's raw garlic. Yeah, it's a little garlic forward, being garlic, but like, it's also garlic. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd want to do something to it, like roast it or whatever. Like, roast it, get some, like, balsamic vinaigrette, put, like, oil, dip some bread in it. Like, that kind of thing would be my preference. But it's still garlic. I'm still not going to be upset about it. Have you had garlic ice cream? I've not had garlic ice cream. I have had olive oil ice cream, which was surprisingly good. Buttered bread and crushed garlic, yep. Okay, so you got a big open space of nothing. Oh, we got a thing. Camp Busy Beaver. I've been here before. Not in this run. But I have gone to this place before. Not from this side. The last time I got it, I came from the north. Yeah, no, I've got a rough idea. I don't know this part of the map as super well, but we have been to Camp Busy Beaver before. Like, I want to say there's the main building here. It doesn't have any, like, sleeping spaces or anything like that. But if we go up this way to the left, there's a stage up there. Over here, there's like a couple of, I don't know what you want to call them, dorms or whatever. Camp cabins. I don't remember what that room is. Now, what I don't remember is how I found my way over here the last time. Because I didn't see a path leading out to the northeastward, and I know I didn't take that ridiculous path. Maybe I ended up cutting through the woods for some reason? Yeah, so here's the cabins. And my hope is the cabins will be quiet enough that I can actually get in here and at least top off my bottle of water. Oh, this isn't cabins. But still enough to get myself a drink. And fill my canteen. Grab electrical 1. You almost made me make a mistake because I just wasn't expecting it. That would have been embarrassing to walk all that way and then die like that. Okay, so let's go here real fast. So we're over there. Yeah, it's gonna be West Point way over there. So we'll grab you. Ah, that's the way I must have come in up here. And we'll say Animal Care 2. I don't imagine we're coming back for that book. Random backpacks and all that we don't care about. Not buying with the scissors? I probably should have gone for him, but once I aggroed the zombie, it's like, yeah, let's just keep moving. Because now I got some water for a little bit. What's the product Zomboid world record? So the product Zomboid world record I had was the highest kill count run ever streamed at the time. It's 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. And it was the world record for a little while, and then eventually I got dethroned from that by Mr. Lamprey, and we only recently, only in the last, like, 4 days, had someone dethrone Lamprey's record. So my record was 3 records ago. Well, the 3rd record ago, whatever. Do I cut across the woods? It's probably not the smart move. Oh, no, 1 million for a record is completely unreasonable. So I'm assuming these woods are going to be mostly quiet. Unless we happen to, at like the last inch, you know, get closer to town or point of interest. But those... Yeah, no, generally speaking, when it comes to records and Product Zomboid, there's not much for people caring about survival length, because surviving to just not die for long periods of time is very easy in Product Zomboid. You can just move out into the woods and live forever. What settings is the records on? Almost all the records are doing like 16 times pop zombies. They might have some like other challenge stuff on there too. Some like have pinpoint hearing, some don't. Like, that kind of stuff varies. There isn't a strict, this is the settings you must use. Generally, you're going to either need to have respawns turned up or have a very, very high population setting. Because otherwise, you could potentially run out of zombies, or at least get to the point where hunting the zombies is more of a pain from locating them versus, like, actually fighting them consistently. So, to give you a hint, to tie up the record with what it is now, you're likely looking at playing Product Zomboid exclusively for 1.5 years, full-time, no breaks. Just Product Zomboid, one playthrough for 1.5 years, real-life 1.5 years, not in-game 1.5 years. And no deaths. Yep, no deaths, no mistakes, one playthrough. All that, yeah. About the only settings I think we'd be like, no, that shouldn't count, is if you turned off infection or something like that. You know, something that really, really reduced the difficulty on a massive scale. Or if you had something like the Breedus mod or one of those like mods that just really, really gives you a very strong advantage compared to normal. That would be about the only one where it'd be like, we haven't had anyone make an attempt at the record where they're doing that kind of thing, so it's not been an issue. Because I think a lot of people understand, like, the spirit of the challenge that, you know, it's not that you're playing strictly vanilla, but it should be, like, at least, like, vanilla-esque, vanilla-flavored. Vanilla-adjacent. So there are 2 zombies that are eating a corpse. That doesn't do anything for me. Like, I could kill them, but neither of them looked like they had anything. Go this more... Okay, we got a picnic bench. So we're approaching something. We got a picnic bench and an outhouse. There is a path, but it's another path that's going southwest, which is the exact opposite direction we're trying to go. And if people don't know where we're going right now, I didn't have like a specific goal with this run in mind, but we did find an annotated map. So just to arbitrarily give myself a goal, we are working our way towards claiming the annotated maps reward or whatever. Because that'll be effectively like a loot box kind of house. We'll have some really, really good goodies there. And at first I thought it was Riverside. I am actually thinking it might be West Point. And it might actually be a little ways in West Point. Which is a very ambitious goal for being on maximum zombie pops. But, you know, we all need goals in our lives. Uh, 16-time sprinter? No, that's not a thing. Very genuinely, the problem with sprinters, I mean, people have done stuff with that, but it ultimately boils down to playing extremely cautious, staying back, and pulling them in 1s and 2s, and never more. And if you pull more, you run the hell away. And then even then, you're probably going to be doing fence and window cheese to deal with it. You don't have to, but realistically, that's what a lot of people who play sprinters, that's what you end up doing. Which is part of the reason I don't like it, is the trick for playing sprinters is to effectively find ways to make them not sprinters. Kind of defeating the point. And then as far as progression goes, you can go from where at the beginning of Project Zomboid, you can fight 1 or 2 zombies before you start getting a little bit tired on 0 to hero. And then slowly work it up to where you can just grab a full rally group of zombies, knock them down, and not even need a break on the other side of it. Once you start getting late game. Sprinters, so at the very beginning you pull 1 or 2. Mid game, you pull 1 or 2. Late game, you pull 1 or 2. If you absolutely max out every single skill to their absolute max, give yourself the absolute best gear in the game you can have, you pull them as groups of 1 or 2. Because if you ever dare to have the hubris to do more, and you don't get lucky on the timing and all that, you die. So the feeling of progression for me with sprinters is really terrible. Because the entire game plays the exact same start to finish forever. And there are people who enjoy it. They enjoy it. It also turns Project Zomboid from being a far more strategic, tactical kind of game where you're doing lots of risk aversion, being like, okay, what can I do where I'm going to be fighting the zombies, so there is an inherent risk I can't get rid of. But what am I going to be doing to mitigate that risk as much as possible? And with sprinters, it's far more arcadey, where you kind of get yourself set up with locations like, this is where I fight the sprinters. You know, I've got my little area of fences or whatever. And then you're just trying to draw them all there. And like I said, anytime you accidentally draw too many, you run away real fast, maybe jump through a window in line of sight, and then you try and pull them again after you've rested. And for the record, I've been successful with sprinters. I used to play on a multiplayer server Mr. Lamprey used to run that was permadeath sprinters, and they would do a reset like every week or so. And with those, I only had 2 times that I got killed during it. All the other ones, you know, I survived, and usually in like the top 3 for kills. So like survived to the reset. So I've absolutely done sprinters. There's people better at sprinters than me by a long shot. I'm not saying I'm amazing at it or anything. Just that this does come from someone who has done sprinter stuff. I just don't enjoy it. It's one of the reasons it's an optional setting that will never be made the default. Because it kind of fundamentally breaks a lot of how Project Zomboid combat works when the zombies move that much faster than you. We see more zombies eating in the trees. So we are just, like, booking it across this forest. I was genuinely expecting to hit a road by now, like an east-west road. But just not finding it. So if we look at where we're at now, we've made it about a third of the way there. That's gonna be West Point, I already know it. We made about a third of the way there. Sooner or later I should be able to find a road to follow again. This is a little bit of a dangerous place in the map for not having a whole lot of water. There's just a lot of areas out here that just don't have anything for you kind of deal. But if we keep heading north and east, sooner or later we'll find, like, there's a bunch of places on the map I know. And most of those I could usually find water relatively easy from those. Let's see, setting a sprinter 1% spawn also is a great option because it rolls for each one. Yeah, no, that's, for those who don't know how the sprinter stuff rolling under the hood works, is every zombie it says 1% chance, are you a sprinter? So it's not like it takes 100 zombies to go, that's the sprinter. Everyone it rolls individually. But very genuinely with like that, it does mean when you pull a group of 20 zombies, while highly improbable, there is a technical chance you could walk up, aggro the group of zombies, and at 1% sprinters, get 20 sprinters. It's very unlikely. It's very extremely improbable. You play Dungeons & Dragons, you know you can roll ones all night long. Yeah, we had the whole conversation last stream about, like, the way probability feels versus the way probability is. Where when you're talking, like, random number probability kind of thing, that, you know, if someone said, alright, roll 10 dice, and you rolled 10 dice and you got 10 ones, you'd be like, that's BS, this program's wrong. You know, clearly its RNG is broken. But that might literally be actually its RNG was totally fine. You just happened to be the one who got a ridiculously improbable roll. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. The glowing white bits, they're just flowers. Like they don't have a special thing, they're just pretty bushes. So you completely agree with your statement about sprinters. You find yourself less interested in Product Zomboid since you had to spend way more time doing boring things like resting since you're forced to play risk averse because sprinters were just too dangerous. Yeah, like Product Zomboid is always a game where you need to be risk averse in general, but the sprinters make the margin of error for that risk aversion so narrow. It's like if you're anything but in great shape, you do not fight. You do not fight. Well, it's fairly well-known fact that psychology that people's sense of probability is more than a bit off. Yeah. No, it's the whole thing about, like, flipping your coin and being like, 50-50 chance, heads or tails. And a person will correctly be like, oh, yeah, you know, heads, there's a 50% chance, it doesn't matter. And then you'll flip the coin again, and you go, 50-50 chance. You know, heads or tails. And it'll be like, heads a second time. And they'll go, okay. And then eventually they'll like either they'll stick to heads the whole time because they'll be like, okay, well it's coming up due, or they'll eventually kind of go with that. And it's one of those things that explaining to someone that like, no, when I flip this coin, it's 50-50 chance. The next time I flip this coin, it's a 50-50 chance. And the next time I flip this coin, it's a 50-50 chance. Like it never changes. It's a 50-50 chance every single time you do it. Now, if you zoom out and say, if I flip the coin 10 times, what are the chances I flip heads every time? That's a different number. But people get into this feeling that, well, you flipped heads 5 times. The odds you flip heads again is exceedingly low. And it's like, well, no, it's a 50% chance. Now, the odds out of 6 coin flips I happen to flip heads that many times in a row is exceedingly low. But that doesn't matter if each and every single individual time, when you're making your call, it's still a 50% chance. Your odds have not changed because, you know, your previous rolls happen to go the other way. That has no bearing on how my results are going to be on this roll. But that's just the brain really wants it to be different. All right, so we got a gas can. Do we have a workable car? It's as long as you define workable very, very loosely, that car will technically run. You gotta define it very loosely, though. But yeah, it's literally a thing in game dev that there'll be times that they'll actually take the RNG and everything and they will fudge it to be what feels random kind of thing, but is actually weighted. Actually, before we do that, do you happen to have gas in you? Nope. Okay. Now this car's a piece of junk. It's almost entirely ruined and does not have much gas. So this is not a car we're going to be making our whole way across the map with, but it is a car I can make it a very short distance with. And I'm not running Sunday Driver, but I am using cruise control because we are at 16 times pop, and if I go flying down this highway at like 70 miles per hour when I have no idea what the heck is going on down there, there is a lot of ways it can go bad. I mean, it's a 0 to hero run. Usually as far as like my character's, you know, quote-unquote story, which we'll eventually have, usually that doesn't come until later. Right now what we're doing is we found an annotated map, and we're just working our way over to it. Alright, so we're gonna run out of gas soon. It's also very likely we'll explode a tire here in not too long. Because all tires are ruined, it is a wreck. But we are saving ourselves a decent amount of time by taking this road up here. Honestly, the opening Odyssey has a heck of a character arc. Yeah, no, we've been kind of all over the place. Like, the estates are a big thing. Pretty sure this is Riverside. And immobilized. Q, 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 Q. Is that what you wanted? The car still got us a lot of headway. But I don't think we want to cut right through the middle of Riverside if we don't have to. Yeah, once I saw the Storge, I'm like, ah, yeah, this is Riverside. Was that bang the tire exploding? Yeah, that's the reason I was like, and we're immobilized. But yeah, that's definitely South Riverside. We got that up there. Just up will be the salvage yard. You know, you got the storage units right there that can be really good for stuff. But this 16 times pop, even taking a smaller city like Riverside, is not a small feat. And I want to get at least far enough back to evaluate. I'm pretty sure where we saw that map is West Point, unfortunately. Which is fine. Yeah, no, Riverside, when I first started playing, Riverside was the map I liked to start the most. Oh wait, we want to probably go this way. I want to say the country clubs are down here. Well, actually, no. I think the radio tower is down that way. Oh, okay, wait a second. I don't think that's West Point. I don't think that's West Point. I think West Point's over here. Okay. We might be reevaluating, because that looks like it's Louisville. West Point is an ambitious target. Louisville is something of a totally different animal. I'm mostly trying to break this claw hammer and get some XP. Well, that makes my plan way harder. Because Louisville on 16 times pop is not a place I can realistically get into in even in-game months kind of time. Not 16 times pop. Even if I could sneak, there'd be too many zombies that have performance issues, so I would need to clear. And at that point, we're doing, like, record saying, that isn't Louisville? Isn't? We can check. I can head up that way. I mean, it could be West Point. Want me to tell you? Is it West Point like originally thought? Because it's definitely not Riverside. Because we're at Riverside and it's way the hell out there. Because it could be the very center, like center east of West Point, but it feels like that's quite a bit farther north. Yeah, no, this where we're at is definitely Riverside. It's not West Point. Oh, is it, there's, a group of, like, fancy houses and all that near the Crossroads Mall, like, north of that. It could be that, because I don't end up there very often. Past that, I wouldn't know. I can't think of something that far northeast. Not unless they added like another cheeky little town up there that I'm just blissfully unaware of, but I don't think they have. How is this hammer not broken? I have no maintenance skill as Warren. You're not as east as you think. I mean, I'm at Riverside. I mean, I'm 90% sure I'm at Riverside. Not unless there's another town that has almost the exact same entrance to it. Okay, it broke. Why is that overloaded? Oh, I've got the handle. Drop that. There we go. Regardless, we got some north and east to go. Now, this is where I think it is. I can't remember. No, wasn't the radio tower farther south? Yeah, no, I'm fairly certain I'm on the I'm on the southwest corner of Riverside. So not quite over to like the manufactured homes, but just kind of south of where they where the manufactured homes come up, and like the bait shop would be straight up from us. Can you show the map again? Yep. Yeah, so my assumption is this is where I think it is. We've got, like, this is where, like, the trailer park is, the storage units. You'd go up this road. Around here somewhere's the bait shop. You've got, like, a number of, like, manufactured homes over there. So you'd have this, and then the road... Oh, you know what? That's probably West Point. Well, no, because it'd go across here, and then drop down. Then you come over here, you pop up, and then there'd be, like, West Point here. Huh. So, not as far north as Louisville, but I do think it's on that side of the map. I think you're misremembering because you got part of that right. It's very possible. What building are you? Is this the horse track? Oh, yeah. No, I'm a little farther. I think this is the horse track. I forgot this thing even existed. Should I be checking this trailer? Probably not. Am I going to check this trailer? Probably. Is it going to be a way to get myself killed? Maybe. Oh, that's actually a good trailer. Okay, well that was really bad. We did not get hurt this time, though. I was waiting for it to be locked and died to, like, a lock gate. Okay, we do not need to F with the horse track. There is not a whole lot I would want here. That trailer was a little exciting, but, you know, there was a cooler in there and some fish bait and all that. Nothing worth dying for. We're gonna eat the ginseng for the energy, because I've got it. Okay. What are the essential items for hiking? Mostly you just need a way of getting water. Which if you follow any rivers or lakes, that's about all you need. Like very genuinely actually need almost nothing. Because if you're foraging, you'll find food on your own, so you don't need food. Most of the tools are optional, not necessary. They can be nice to haves kind of thing. Now I'm trying to remember, the horse track I want to say is on the west end of the gated like not resort, like the gated community thing to the south. Yeah, and I think the radio tower, yeah, the country club, thank you. Whereas mentioning the radio, I think that's farther south. Now, the downside is if I'm in the country club area, this is a dangerous place. It's got a lot of tall fences around it that I don't believe you can climb over. And it's got quite a few zombies here. Yeah, the tower's west. Yeah, this looks like it might be the country club's main building. Kind of hoping to be able to check a car or two real fast, but not looking encouraging. Alright, so things are about to get real gnarly again. Luckily, we didn't hurt ourselves this time with that trip. The earlier one, we scratched our foot. Yeah, no, climbing the fences is always a certain amount of risk because you can fall off where you just fall back the way you tried to climb over. And then two, if it's a fence you can't see through, there's a good chance you could just climb over directly into zombies and instantly die. Stay separated. Okay, we're running for it. Stay separated. Part the Red Sea, let me through. It's fine. Just eat one of those real fast as we're walking along here. Okay, okay. Get that out of the way. Alright. Those not moving is gonna screw me here. Bully through. Bully through. Up we go, we trip, and we die. Yeah, no, it's in the country club, that's the whole thing. Hey, Drongo, how's it going? Yeah, no, the country club, when I realized I was in there, is like, crap. The country club's a rough place. Because you can see getting out of this place is rough. And the whole thing's got a tall fence around, and you can't climb over most of it. And so I could have backtracked back over, but I just wanted to keep moving east. We're kind of just wasting time running around trying to do all this. So that's a little bit of a waste. But yeah, check out Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out, but also playing some Project Zomboid and all that stuff. Yeah, country club's rough. We're just gonna go right back in. Right, so we were choosing anywhere but Louisville because it was making the game not run right. You know what it is. We're not going to say it's sabotage, but you know. Nah, it's fun time. All right. That was a lot of running around the map to not get there. So where was that West Point that was the map at? No, because people said it wasn't. I feel like it was West Point was here, and you go across the river and up, and along the Ohio on that side. It feels like there was like the houses there, not quite thing. So the place you're wondering is a trailer park factory. Oh, right. So the place you were wandering. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the place that we were looking at going on the map. That's what I said was like, okay, well I appeared. Yeah, no, it looked like the place I was going was Louisville. That was the thing that's confusing me. I was like, oh, that's Louisville. And, you know, I was like, yeah, it's Louisville. Like, very plainly it is. Yeah, no, I know it's southeast of Riverside. That part I knew. Like, I had, like, the specific spot I was in Riverside wrong, but, like, the relative area I was right. That I was in, you know, South Riverside kind of area. Well, I can at least hit stuff with a pipe wrench. Yeah, that's... Oh, you were saying I was at the like the place I was looking at was the warehouses near West Point, like south of West Point. Yeah, in my head I would have considered that part of West Point, but still. Yeah. Nope. Wrong way. Gonna eat this burger. We're gonna have a moment of happiness. This feels like Muldrow. Like main drag Muldrow. I don't think I actually care about this place. I think it's gonna be a bunch of hair supplies. Yeah. If I had more bag space, I'd consider grabbing the straight razors. Pinch, I could use those scissors. I'm a little surprised I don't see just hell on earth down the road there. I just see it back here. Ah, there's the hell on earth down the road. Okay, so we don't care about that business. Whatever that store is, they don't have... Because very soon the... Yeah, no, they gave Muldrow a once-over to, make it more in line with the other towns. Be quick about it, man. We're enjoying good food. Leave me alone. Alright. So, Muldrow. The first thing I want to do is get the out of Muldrow. So the good news is I snagged a bottle of water and 2 weapons. We also grabbed a bunch of food. No backpack or anything. So what I want to do here is I definitely want to get to that road back there. So we can get off this main drag of Muldrow. Because Muldrow is a rough city. For those that didn't catch, we are doing the random spawn mod. I have finally gone and been like, I want random spawn, so I turned that on. Maybe they had some cool stuff like a katana shop. I remember when we had like all the modded maps in the game that were going around. Oh, and I forget the name of the modded map. It was like the really big like southeast center map mod that they went and they just had stuff for like all sorts of different influencers. So there's like Inverse Flux had his like science museum or whatever. I had the blade shop. There was like a gun store there. There's like a lot of nods to a whole bunch of creators in the category. He was like thinking, wow, not sure he'd be walking calmly. Yep, Pit Stop, that's the one. Pit Stop. Yeah, and that was a very popular mod for a long time. You can eat the corn. It's marking the center of a football field? Gotcha. Alright, so what we can do is we got a couple of choices. I'm kind of... Because, like, the big difficulty I've had now is having a direction I want to be taking things in. Like, the last one, getting that annotated map is like, alright, let's just go to where the annotated map says. That's good enough a destination for me. I want to say... Do I see animals? And I'm not seeing an army of zombies waiting for me? Oh, there it is. I just hadn't gotten close enough. There's the army of zombies. Yeah, I don't want to mess with that with a pipe wrench for some sheep. What I was gonna say is I want to say if we go north of here, there's like a trailer park and there's a couple of farmhouses. There's a good chance we can get set up in one of those farmhouses and probably start trying to get ourselves... Hi, pig. You just keep doing your thing, pig. Yeah, kind of like the idea of finding an annotated map and just chasing it down. The way you do that is you find those loop pinata zombies. And the way you do that is you just find a highway and you start going. Okay, just clay. I'm gonna enjoy my fish sticks. You can't have them, zombies. I'm not sharing. Alright. Yeah, there's not really, as far as I'm aware. You don't trust those fish in living? Not yet. Right now, I'm heading kind of north, just because in this, like, rough direction. We're definitely going to eat those onion rings before they get stale. In this general direction, there's some farmhouses and that kind of stuff. Because if you keep going north, you eventually hit West Point. But if I hit, like, kind of north and west, south of West Point, there'll be some farms between here and there. And I'm kind of loosely aiming there. Now, one big bummer is we managed to not get a bag of literally any kind, not even a trash bag. I probably was just going too fast and didn't stop and check, but that thing. Tasty highway onion? Absolutely. I'm mostly doing it because we're overloaded, so I'm just like, we'll just keep eating. Reduce our carry weight by food. What's also a curiosity is a little bit east of us is that main highway. It might be worth jumping on that main highway once I feel like... Yeah, probably not past Muldrow yet. Once we're past Muldrow, I can see jumping over to the main highway and following that up. Just because, again, we're kind of looking for what's going to give me the best odds of finding a survivor group. Because that'll be my best bet at getting a good backpack. Oh, good. Dog food. I've already hit level 2 foraging. And we're on the new one that, we were already in level 2 foraging. So we're on the new update that does not have the broken high leveling on foraging. We just got lucky and got some rare stuff that's worth extra XP. Okay. I do want to locate these. Without a backpack, I can't justify carrying a bunch of flint nodules. So I'm going to drop those in the middle of the road for later. We may or may never come back. Are you kidding me? With all the runs I've struggled to get any flint, we're just going to get back-to-back a bunch of flint. Oh, you're still following me? Calm down. Okay, that's just the normal zombies. That's fine. You suck, game. Oh, nope, nope. We're taking a different route. It's another piece of flint. We've gone back to back about 5 pieces of flint. Okay, well, it's not exactly what I wanted. Yeah, so kind of the first move is get away from the main town. If we're lucky, we find ourselves like a tent or a sleeping bag or anything like that where we can rest out in the world. It's just flint. But we want to do that, and or we want to find ourselves a survivor zombie back to just score ourselves a quick bag. Maybe some other stuff. A car would also be useful, because then we can just kind of cruise along here a little bit. Pretty unlikely that would end up finding... I don't recognize this as much. It's just more flint. It's all flint. Let's cut through here. Yeah, because that veers off towards West Point. So I'm thinking we'll actually follow the highway itself. Because I figure my better chances of finding stuff will be on the highway. Okay. So the next sip of water should put us to not overburdened. Alright. So we do have a car accident here. We might be able to score some goodies here, maybe get a really rubbish car. Okay, now I gotta remember I'm back down to no stats whatsoever. There's a key for a car. We got a spatula and a ladybug. Okay. Nothing there that we really want. Nothing here that we want. Okay, so we did get a key for one of the cars. Got a ratchet. We got a sewing kit. We got a tarp. We got a tote bag. I can work with the tote bag. It's not a great choice, but it is better than literally nothing. So the reason I want the tarp is in the long haul, I can use the tarp to and use the tarp for a couple different things. Let's toss you in the tote bag. You in the tote bag. Put you back here. Oh wait, are you better? 1050. 750. Okay. That's annoying. So place one of those bags on the ground. Grab all the stuff from the tote bag. And move it over there. Because that's better. It's better than what we had. Drop the wrench in there. Cool. Got a black pen. This person is clearly clothes shopping because everything in their car is clothes. We got a gas can. So no gas in there, but let's check the other car because we might get lucky and the other car might have a little gas. And I can borrow the gas to just go cruising. And no gas. Alright. Let's go here. The first thing we're going to do is we are going to mark our spawn. Was that building. And then we're going to go over here. And mark that there's some wrecks there. A heading tool. That's fine, we'll leave it. Oh, I don't need two of you. One's fine. Just gonna go ahead and eat the squash to get rid of it. Because it's heavy and being overburned's bad. Alright. We got an ambulance wreck over here. Okay, just peeking up that road. Oh, 1 second. Didn't have my weapon out. Okay, we got the key for the ambulance. Oh yeah, and there's a real good chance we'll get a medical bag out of this. The ambulance almost always has a medical bag. Okay. Yeah, trauma bag. So grab all of this crap, drop it back in there. Grab the painkillers. Grab all this stuff. Drop it in there. Okay, so there's plenty of bandages and all that. I don't really care about any of that. Okay, so no gas. Honestly, I've already got multiple things of painkillers. I don't want to carry around that much. Well, rip your windows. Okay, we can open all these. See if we can get anything good out of this. An empty glass bottle. I have an empty plastic bottle, that's fine. And do you have a little bit of gas? You do not. Alright, so I'm gonna peek between these two, see if we got any zombies up on this road. Is it level 2 cooking? Oh, no. For identifying poison, mushrooms, and berries and all that, that comes from your foraging skill. I believe there's like a magazine called like Herbalist or like Herbal, you know, whatever survival. I believe for cooking, it's that I think it's like level 7 you can use poisonous, or was it level 7 you could do? No, you could use rotten stuff. I don't know about poison stuff with cooking. I don't know that that's a thing. Okay, just a regular old boring magazine. Alright. Oh, multi-tool. Cool. Okay, don't say anything over there. So we'll work our way up this way more. Because we are just working our way across the map. Now, what I should probably do is I got that tarp. If we can get ourselves... Actually, I think with the multi-tool I might have what I need. Let's see. Hint. So I would need... it's stake. So I would need a bunch of branches and all that. If we don't find anything out here before it gets too late, I'll start putting together what I need to make the tent, because I think the multi-tool can carve. If not, that can. Is that our second header tool? You got another area with a shoulder over here. A spade head. Okay. Yeah, so I could probably go off the road. The problem is it's going to be very heavy when I do it. Grab myself, like, 4 or 5 tree branches. Start getting those all cut. I believe I need a sapling or 2, which is going to be the hardest ones to get. Can you cut down a tree for sapling? No, you can just find saplings. They're not super rare, but they do take a little hunting around to locate. Yes, I'm going to keep walking along here. We're looking to hope to find a sapling. Because if we can find a sapling, then we'll start trying to put together our tent. Because it's also possible with things that put all this effort into it. We just find a survivor zombie, and then suddenly I've got like a sleeping bag or a tent or whatever, and we're just set. Or I just walk up and we just find some tents set up for like a hunting area or whatever. Okay, nothing in the trunk. Okay, that car's a dud. Got a walkie-talkie. Which already is tuned into the emergency channel. That's pretty nice. We got a tire pump. Alright, so let's mark a couple of things, because I forgot to do this. gas can. And then there's another wreck over here. Medical supplies. Then we go over here. Tire pump. Because worst case, I can drop back to some of those places to, I can drop back to some of those places for, like, sleeping in them if necessary. Or if later on I'm like, oh man, I got a good car, oh, the tires are low, I haven't seen a tire pump in a long time, I know I can go out of my way to pop down here and grab one in a pinch. Oh good, a granola bar off the ground. So that car looks like it's in pretty good shape. Oh. Let's reassess that. And that's just a whole bunch of food. So we don't see a key or anything on the ground there. So what we'll go ahead and do is we're just going to aggro them. We're going to kind of group them all up. And we're going to walk them just past this stand. And the hope here is I can draw the zombies far enough away from the car that we can pop into the driver's seat, see if there's keys in the glove box. The odds are pretty low, but you get the idea. Because I've gotten lucky like that before, where I just roll on by and there's just, you know, there's just the keys in like a van or whatever. Stop lagging on me. Okay, nothing too exciting. There's a gas can and some barbed wire and whatever, but nothing really in line with what we're looking for. And there's not going to be anything we care about inside the fruit stand, so that one's a bust. You down there. Okay. I was trying to see if we'd have like a survivor one, but probably not that close. There's always money in the banana stand. I know so many people say that. Is that a reference to something? Because that has come up many times. Every time we go by like a food cart, it's like, there's always money in the banana stand. Like, what? Money is not a meaningful thing, so I can only assume Arrested Development? Ah, haven't seen Arrested Development. So, it's lost me. Yeah, no, I've heard good things about Arrested Development. Very genuinely, I've heard a lot of good things. I know Tomb watched at least some, if not a lot of it. Cleaning liquid. Cool. I'm assuming it's one of the people who's like one of the convicts in there, and just it comes up like to rob the food cart or fruit trucks because they always have money. Did you show me what it is? Yeah, it's a skull. I didn't want to pick it up. Like someone who's, you know, a burglar slash, you know, kleptomaniac kind of thing. Are you still behind? Oh, you're still chasing me. I don't have a specific destination in mind. I'm just trying to follow roads, hoping to find a survivor pack. Because I kind of want to make it a goal to like find annotated maps and run them down. We'll see if that even happens. Honestly, for doing that, I probably shouldn't be doing it at 16 times pop, because you just can't, like sneak into town with that many. It's just not really a feasible thing. I'm also hoping to find like either pens or sleeping bag or like a campsite or whatever. Gotcha. That's no problem. I don't believe I'll probably end up watching Arrested Development. I just don't watch much TV in general. Like I said, I've heard really good stuff though. It's not like I'm avoiding it or anything. It's just, I don't know. I'll watch many shows. Gotta have that time thing for that. Which I hear is very fleeting. Meat steam bun. Oh, it's Ron. Go back in the ground. And good to see you, Night Dweller. Is the $10 banana thing or unrelated? Can't watch either. Banana might remind you of that clip. I have no idea any of those things. Okay, we got a burnt out car. That's going to give me nothing of any value. Okay, so the other thing we're looking for is coming across the sapling. Because then I can start building a tent out of that tarp. I just want to grab the sapling first, because branches are easy versus the sapling takes a little bit more. Alright, casual bull. I also have no context of what time of day it is. Alright, Nitro, you have a good day at work. Do you use a mod for random spawn? Yes. It's Pillow's random spawn mod. I just booted up today for the first time in a long time. It's been one of my favorite Project Zomboid mods. I've been deliberately not running mods with Build 42 up until now. I just kind of was like, well, if I'm starting a new run, I really want to do the random spawn. to me, it's just more interesting where you don't know where you spawn. Grant, I'm at the point where I know most of the map, at least relatively where I am. Whereas when I was new to Project Zomboid, like, and I only knew like 1 or 2 places, having the random spawn would just drop you in some random house. You're like, all right, well, I just got to figure out where I am. Like, you know, make the most of it, that kind of thing. But I found it was a good way to avoid getting yourself in the habit of just, oh, I know, like, you know, this spot on the map, I know the nearest place I can get tools is there, I know the nearest place I can get that is there, like that kind of thing. You avoid that by getting plunked in, you gotta just learn that part of the map. Got turn up ahead. Okay. Looks like there's a farm on the corner as well. At least something fenced in. Weirdly with like, oh, that's the telephone poles are behind, like showing over the fence. It'll keep cutting across there. I was debating whether I wanted to turn north or not. Which the river is north of us. A little ways north, but it is north of us. So if we do start being like, oh man, I'm dehydrating, we can just turn north and do that. What I need is a random farmhouse or shed or something that doesn't have a lot of zombies at it, which is hard to come by in Build 42. It's like the normalization they've done on a lot of the zombies makes a lot of places way busier than you'd think. Need to be on the side of the road so I can look for saplings. Okay. Yeah, so this is an east-west road that goes a good chunk of the map. I believe it eventually turns up towards Riverside. Is that a sapling? Alright, so it's time to get this process started. So, for the tent, I believe the first thing I need to do is carve you into a long stick. Yeah, so I got the long stick. They need 2 wooden rods and 4 stakes. I need carving 1 to make a wooden rod tree branch. So now we're looking for tree branches. The tree branches aren't usually as hard. If we watch the ground, you'll see stuff like that's a log. I'm standing right here anyways. Go ahead and nap that stone. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of times when you objectively look at stuff and be like, yeah, that wouldn't work out very well. Yep, you can use the big rocks as a bench. Not even that specific rock there, like any of the rocks that are like larger. Like that rock there also works as a bench. This rock works as a bench. Okay, there's a tree branch down there. Alright, and there's one stake. There's another tree branch. There's another stake. Grab you. And another stake. Now, it might get too dark soon. Don't really have a context of what time of day it is. Alright. Making good progress. Yeah, and then I just need two more tree branches, and then that is enough to build the tent. Okay, there's one. And there's another one down here. And then we'll make our tent. Now we can see if there's anything down this road from just a quick peek. Otherwise, I'll just get back on that main road. New run? Yeah, no, we ended up in the Riverside Country Club area. And just that area gets gnarly. Okay, so what's your problem with making the tent? You're fine, apparently. Okay. So yeah, so we did die trying to get out of the country club. As well as ones that I kind of wandered into it and was like, oh, this is not a good place. I should have just, well, the moment I saw that we got to the horse range, I should have just backed out. But it was kind of one of those things like, we were kind of wandering the map. So let's pack our tent to make it lighter. And drop it in our bag to reduce its total weight. And we now have a tent, so we can sleep anywhere on the map. Okay. So pretty soon I'm going to probably want to have a sip of our water. Put the stuff in our bag real fast. Get their carry weight down as well. Actually didn't help the carry weight. Normally it does. Okay. So right now, just gonna move down the road. Keep eating, keep looking for stuff. We're just, like I said, we're looking... Well, I mean, we got a tent now. So I guess the next thing would be, again, if we get lucky, we find a zombie pack, or we're looking for, you know, a source of water. Once I find a source of water, that gives me at least some place I can try and base from. Is that forging 4 already? And this is with the reduced stuff. Wait. Okay. I was making sure we didn't get the buff anyways. We'll drop the regular stone on the ground. Bring that carry weight down a little bit more. Yeah, no, foraging has always been fast, but they did fix where we were getting way more XP than we were supposed to be. Okay, so we got some mailboxes. Mailboxes mean buildings. The patch is already out. You have to opt into it manually, because it does require a new save, just because, like, some stuff gets broken. It's in our group of zombies just by a car accident. We're a bit on the drowsy side, which is not great for fighting. You wait till build point 2 stable. It's probably not a bad idea. Like, very genuinely. Because, like, there's a lot of people dealing with some frustration here and there where, you know, taking deaths that they probably shouldn't have because things not working quite the way they should. Probably a long wait. Oh, yeah, you're not wrong with that. Very genuinely, I was kind of not expecting multiplayer till, like, summer. So a surprise when it dropped. Yay, we got our watch. You've been having a foraging bug where it puts question marks? That means you're playing multiplayer, you're playing on the previous version, you have to get the new version. And like I said, the implication is when you get the new version, you are probably going to want to start a new save. But that is a known issue with the version that dropped multiplayer, but they have a new version you can opt into. It's not unstable, it's the 42.13.1. But there's nothing you can do about it so far as workarounds, other than to just get the new version. If they start using AI development, I expect the development to slow down. Very genuinely, AI development is mostly kind of hurting things when it comes to development. It's really good at spitting out pretty bad code pretty quickly. The problem is that code becomes a maintenance nightmare. Which ultimately means you do everything slower because you're busy kind of fighting with all that stuff. Ooh, fishing pole. Grab that immediately. We got a short bat, which I shouldn't probably be trying to take because my inventory's full. I would argue even AI is not great for placeholder assets. And the reason I say that is, you know what you can use for a placeholder asset? Literally any free asset. Like, it's the classic of, you know, back in the day they do that, was it like the pink and black checkerboard or pink and yellow checkerboard kind of thing? And there's been more and more times where, like, AI assets get left in because they just put these, like, really crap assets on there real fast. I'm gonna drop the extra painkillers here. Throw up some inventory. Probably drop the paperclip too. But yeah, no, generally speaking, AI is not helping get things done faster by most industry, most stuff. Mostly just an excuse to cut back on employees, do more layoffs, all that kind of garbage. Get those investor dollars all up in a fervor. It's the latest buzzword. We just go from one to the next to the next. That's been an industry thing in tech for 20, 30 years. Your roommate is forced to use AI writing code at work. The third attempt at a unit test was silently returned success. Yep. If you wrote that, it'd get fired. Yep. There are use case for it as a tool, but the environment cost is not worth it. There's that too as well. But like by and large, and it's one of those things that when you say the word AI, it becomes this whole convoluted conversation because someone will be talking generative AI and someone will be talking like actual AI kind of things, like, you know, generally trying to do artificial intelligence. And, you know, I feel like it's a deliberate thing they did to kind of muddy the conversation, so it's very difficult to have an informed conversation about it because it's very hard to make sure everyone's talking about the same thing. As a teacher, you use it to write new lessons plans for your new curriculum. I, as a former instructor, would not do that. It's okay if you find that AI, ML, machine learning, neural networks, and many other techs are just bundled together unfairly. Yeah. Let's say you're data engineer and you have a project to refactor a bunch of DDLs from Redshift to SQL Server. After a few rough starts with enough instruction, I was able to convert 400 tables in 2 days. Now you could. I've written your own code, but it'd take you longer. I mean, there's usually tools out there for doing those type of conversions already. Because I've definitely done database migrations before. But so you need to clarify, it is not used in isolation. You do a lot of the work yourself, and you use it to fill in the skeleton. Yeah, but that's kind of like, to me, that's the same thing of grabbing a template and doing that. You love, what you love is when people are arguing, you're pointing out how bad it is means more reason to dump all resources into it. Yeah, now generally it is like the generative AI, which I know you're talking about that kind of stuff. From Redshift to SQL Server, not so much. Yeah, no, I haven't used Redshift. That's the important part of AI, can speed up tasks, but you really, really need a human to check the results for that matter. Well, that's the big thing that's happening right now is with a lot of the AI software development. You know, they're having people effectively being able to do stuff like vibe coding and that kind of stuff. And then when they go through and they do an audit of the code on the other side, they're like, this is terrible. Like, even if we got a junior on this, you know, first-time coder kind of thing, we'd actually expect better results than this. Like, just very flagrant, like, security mishaps and all that kind of stuff. Because half the data sets they're pulling from is not good code. They're just, like, scraping GitHub and being like, yep, that's fine. It sucks that we got a foggy day already. Yeah, no, like, the YouTube AI moderation stuff that's going on right now is pretty appalling. Well, that's concerning. There we go. Let me catch up. You use it to kind of jumpstart things, but then it's manual. Good for when you feel scattered at the start of a project. Yeah, no, like I said, I feel like that, though, it's one of those things that if you found the appropriate template, it's kind of just the same thing. You've got your... It's like when you're doing, like, hey, you're going to make a project manager, you know, project manager type set of, you know, spreadsheets and all that. And you can be like, hey, AI, make these things. Or you can just look up project manager spreadsheets and get the same thing, and you choose between your 10 or so templates. That's what it sounds like the use case is here, and then maybe it's just finding the right template for you, which that's kind of a fine thing of like looking for the right template. Like that's not unusual. But they recently got a bug report based on code that was written by someone else using an AI, which scraped your closed source code. Ooh. That's a curiosity on how they got a hold of that. Scott, now remember the haters? Good. You wonder how many just won't know, like, network basics, which really end up ruining people. AI provides no help. Yeah, well, a big thing. Think of it as like Stack Overflow with no insults. Yeah, no, if you're talking about grabbing it for like the template kind of thing, that's fine. But even going back to Stack Overflow, and I'm someone who, you know, when people get weird at being like, don't look up stuff in Stack Overflow, it's like, no, I don't agree. But a big thing is to truly understand what the heck you're doing, which is a big problem because a lot of people are kind of doing the vibe code thing, where they just keep typing stuff in until they can hit execute until it runs. And very genuinely, that means you don't know what the hell it's doing. And we're running into more and more and that kind of stuff. And it is a thing that, like, so for example, it was a big thing when I was doing software development that we would do code reviews. So you'd sit down, you'd sit with the other person, be like, okay, we're going through your code and all that, and be like, okay, well, what was your reasoning for doing this? Not that there's something wrong, being like, hey, I would like to understand. And with a lot of the vibe coding and all that stuff, and all the, AI kind of generated stuff, the people don't know what the hell the code's doing in the first place. They don't know why it did this or anything, because they didn't write the code. They typed in some prompts, they shoved the code in, fuzzied the edges to make it work the way they wanted it to, and they moved on to the next thing. And it's just a thing that's like a death of 1,000 cuts, where you have all these inefficiencies because the way you're instantiating objects within the narrow context maybe makes sense, but then when you look at the larger scale, you're now just doing wasteful memory hits back in that. But people don't understand that, because they don't know what the hell they're doing, because they just did that. Can you not just ask it to comment each line? You can comment your code, if people comment their code that much. But that's, like, the whole reason you do, like, a code review, a peer review, is, one, to help, especially when you're talking, like, a junior developer. They'll do something that, it's very memory inefficient. And so you'll sit down with them and be like, hey, why did you do it this way? Could you explain me your thought process and all that? And you can go, oh, hey, well, just so you know, what happens here with the memory? Okay, we're creating the object, we're instantiating it in memory, we're loading it into memory. We're doing our one thing, and then we're unloading it, then we go back to the loop, and then we instantiate the object, we add it to memory, then we do the thing, and then we unload it from memory, and then we go to the do loop, and then we instantiate the object, and we load it into memory, and then we unload it from memory, and then you go, why does this program run like crap? And it's because it's just running and just adding and removing from memory the whole time. Whereas you turn around and go, okay, well, instead, let's instantiate the object outside of the loop, and then just keep cycling through it. But again, that requires you understanding what's going through that, and requires a code review and going through all that kind of stuff. And so it is just one of those things that when you pass it off to the AI and it goes inside your loop, it does that because based on looping 2 or 3 times, that might be fine. But then you scale it up where you're going to be spinning through 100 objects. Then you're like, hang on, wait a second. we really need to make sure this guy's, you know, some basic optimization here. We're going to be looping through this thing a whole lot of times before we're done. And it's going to go ahead and make it run like utter garbage. Answer, here's the solution which works. Comments, it was 2012, since 2020, you could just use X. Make sure to also do Y, or you introduce a vulnerability. Yeah, that could be a fine thing. Like, there is times, like, you'll write code, you're like, this line exists, because otherwise, without this line, you're vulnerable to SQL injection. Like, this is the line that passes us over for sanitation. This fog sucks so much. Because I can't see the zombies, really. I'm carrying too much junk on me, and I know it. I need to stop it. I'm being greedy and wanting a survivor pack. I just want to get my bigger backpack, and I want to skip to go. You're describing Stack Overflow, and why don't you stop reading after the answer? Or using AI answered based on it? Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, is the AI doesn't understand the code. It doesn't intuitively understand. It's picking up on a bunch of keywords and all that, and has weighting systems and all that, so it's a hell of a lot of math. But it's more trying to predict the words that come next, and it's more sophisticated than that, to be clear. But it doesn't know what a string is, it doesn't know what a variable is, it doesn't know what that. It just knows, based on this structure, I'm supposed to put these kind of things here, and based on what other people put there. And when I say, like, it'll recognize it goes, a variable goes in this place, and, you know, puts a variable there, but it doesn't know what a variable is. Like, it doesn't understand contextually what that is. It's just, you know, based on this structure and all that kind of stuff. And if you ever need a thing there, just go ahead and use AI and search, and just search and see how really piss poor results you get. Half the time it's just plain wrong, but now it's your code. The company you're doing work for has now added Copilot reviews to GitHub. You do have to say it helped out point out issues. Yeah, so it's really kind of a difficult thing with stuff like Copilot, because part of Copilot is generative AI LLMs. Part of Copilot is doing, like, your IntelliSense type scanning thing that, you know, has been in stuff like Visual Studio forever. Where it's far more, it's just doing kind of a detection thing where it says, hey, look for where the person has, you know, grabbed variable, done this with variable, and then flag it. We had ReSharper back in the day that did that kind of stuff as well. That, you know, ReSharper would go through and you could do your, like, code audit thing and be like, hey, you've instantiated this string, but you never you've created the string and instantiated, but you never actually use it. So you can just get rid of it. Like, it does all those kind of things. And it'll find more glaring things, like you open a connection, but you don't handle, like, if something happens to the connection, so it can get stuck open, those kind of things. So it is a whole lot of going in there. You had an AI write a short story about cave divers. At one point in the story of the cave divers, it said he swallowed his regulator. Yeah, well, that's the thing, because the AI doesn't know what a regulator is. It knows that, generally speaking, regulator is used along with the word mouth. And then it also made the connection, well, you swallow things with mouth, so A plus B plus C equals you swallow the regulator. Do a chat GPT of Googling yourself. That would be an interesting thing, of taking an AI like LLM and just be like, hey, you know, look, what do you like, with your internet resources you've gone, look me up. And look how abysmally wrong it'll have. Because it'll probably have some details, right? Like, it's like, you know, such and such, born in this, you know, in this city, and it might have that right. And then, you know, it'll start hallucinating like the AI does and gets, like, way out in the weeds, where you're like, what are we even talking about anymore? I'm just walking around this road and finding absolutely nothing. There hasn't been so much as a wrecked car in ages. Because it's people like to think AI has a much higher level of intelligence and sophistication than it really does. And it's just kind of one of those things. Oh man, I'm forgetting what there's a term for basically people having effectively a bias in favor of technology being right. Like, it's a known phenomena. Where, like, if someone told you something that you'd normally be like, man, I don't know, but then you Google and you're like, I mean, Google said it's right, so clearly a thing. Eliza Effect is very much along those lines, but Eliza Effect is a lot more about developing a connection, feelings, emotional attachment to technology. The term is gullible. I mean, gullible is part of it, but it's this fact that it's a gullibility that applies to technology, whereas a person might think more critically if it was not a technological thing. So it is a specific type of gullibility. Or I wouldn't even say it's necessarily gullibility. It's just basically there's a bias that between one person saying something and a computer system saying a thing. It's not Gen Z, though. If anything, it's actually affecting older generations more in a lot of cases. Like, the amount of crap I see, you know, family members post from Facebook that's utter trash. You know, and that kind of stuff. Or that they Google something that's very provably false, like, without any effort. You know, they just type in Google, it's like, when did this happen? It's like, oh yeah, World War II ended in 1972, and you're like, no. No, it didn't. I can assure you that's wrong. But they'll just quote it like it's fact. But I would say it's not even specifically one generation or another. We don't need to slap on that. That it is the thing. Like, I've heard other people who are millennials who buy into like BS AI just dumps out. But, like, I would say it's something that isn't necessarily one generation or another. I'm sure statistically one is at least a little higher than the other, but I don't think that's the relevant part. Well, being a human being. Yeah, but, like, it was just a phenomena that just is with people in general. It's not even, like, a really subset of people. It's just broadly speaking, people were far more likely to believe something just because it was reported by a computer or whatever, or Google. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so it's one of those things, like, if you're looking something of utter lack of substance, you know, fine. But it is one of those things being extremely cautious when depending on AI for anything. You saw a study that younger people have a better perception on AI-generated content. It makes sense, because they've basically grown up with a world where, you know, the AI stuff is just kind of all over the place. There's a lot more zombies in there than I was expecting. Oh yeah, that's... okay. I do want to work on fighting them. Let's try and split them up. Let's see. You're a millennial, you think. 84 born? Yeah, you're a millennial. And part of your generation grew up with the internet becoming a thing and is super literate. And part of the generation grew up with the internet not being a thing, yet are basically monkey swearing things and touchscreens. Slightly high hyperbole. Yeah. Like, I think you need more RAM. So, low-key, Product Zomboid actually is really, really bad at utilizing RAM. So you can throw as much RAM as you like at it. It's kind of only a little bit over a certain amount that actually works any good. It's just a limitation the game has always had. It used to be the thing, the devs that even turn around and be like, hey, we know there's commands that you can tell the Java engine running underneath Product Zomboid to, you know, allow more RAM. But they're like, we actually kind of discourage you from doing that because in a lot of cases it'll actually hurt your game performance because we built the game around a certain amount of RAM. Just because of, you know, the way Java ran by itself. 92, I believe you are still a millennial, if I'm pretty sure. Because I know early 80s puts you in the older end of millennial. I believe being in the 90s, mid to late 90s, puts you in later end of millennial. Which we've had the conversation of, like, whether you were, even as a millennial, whether you're born in, like, 82 or 98, your life experience is entirely different. Gen Z starts at 97? That sounds about right. So it's kind of one of those things that generational terms not super useful in a lot of cases. There's a lot of blurry there. Let's see, you found that the best use case for you, back-end dev, was doing smaller UI components. Oh, we sometimes get taxed with even our back-end. I am familiar with the full stack situation, where they're like, here's an engineer, what do you do? Well, I deal with databases and large data sets, and what are we doing right now? I'm learning XAML. Why? Because I was tasked to do a thing and I need to know XAML. Do you have a background in, you know, UI design? No. How's it look? It's very gritty. It's a bunch of input fields with labels on it. If you want more than that, you should hire a design person. They get paid good money to work on this stuff and make it not garbage. My job is to make sure you get your data, it's clean, and it's accurate. And it loads quickly, and it's got, you know, all the information you need. You can't make something look nice for life of me. I definitely had that earlier on in my dev career. I ended up having to wear so many different hats over the years for all the different types of dev I ended up doing that I did get pretty solid at UI design. I was still definitely way more comfortable in the back end though. But there's definitely times where, like, hey, we're looking to get an iOS app. Could you help us make it not look bad and make it, you know, reactive and everything? It's like, no, man. What makes you think I know iOS? I don't know Objective-C. Let alone, like, I can't remember what the technology for the UI layer for iOS was at the time. And the number of times it was like, okay, well, here you go, figure it out, you got like 2 or 3 months. You actually have a Swift cert? Yeah, no, it's definitely, like, it switched to Swift later, but when I was dealing with it, it was still Objective-C. Get all your header files out. Have a good time. Good, so you've done front end, but please, give me the instructions of how you want it to look. I can make it look however you want, but you're not a designer. Yeah. Is it too late to dev if you start now? No. Like, right now, it's a very rough time in the tech industry just at large. We keep having more and more layoffs, and you can get into, like, weird places where it's hard to get hired. Like, I'm kind of in a rough place for myself for getting hired, where I've got well over 15 years software development and all that. And there's not really that many people hiring at that level of experience because they don't want to pay you. But at the same time, you can't really apply to jobs that are like entry level because they see that you have over 15 years experience. They're like, well, this person's going to be gone the moment they get a better offer. Because they're right. And so it puts you in a weird position where it's much harder to get interviews and all that kind of stuff. Just you're kind of like too experienced for most people's budgets. Not that those jobs don't exist, they just don't open up very often. You're basically waiting for someone to retire to get out of your way. That said, with the AI craze going on, the entry-level side's also getting raked over it, where a lot of those entry-level jobs are just trying to dump on a whole bunch of stuff. What's better for less experience? I mean, you can start with all that stuff. Sounds like project management might be a good user experience. That's definitely one to look into. I haven't been able to like find much in those kind of roles at the moment, just so far as, again, it's really a weird time in tech right now where we're having ridiculous amounts of investment in AI and people are using that as an excuse to cut as many people as possible. So you have a lot of people out of work, and so a lot of people are figuring out how to navigate that right now. So tech's in kind of a rough spot. It's not like it's a dead industry or anything like that. It's very much, for a good while there, if you were a software developer, you could practically walk in and start bossing the people around about what you should be paid in your bonus because there's such high demand. And I'm exaggerating a little bit. But like very, very, very much, you could kind of like name your salary and all that stuff and really bully things around a big way if you were organized. And a lot of leadership did not like that because, you know, you got to be paid very well and they just had to suck it up and deal with it. But what ended up happening is it almost feels like right now the push in tech to just eliminate so many jobs for AI, and that even jobs the AI makes literally no sense for the application, it's more just an excuse to kind of knock everyone down a peg to hopefully bring down salaries, get people desperate enough that they're willing to be willing to like accept a lot less. That's the way it feels, at least. But it's pretty tough right now. You had to turn to consulting for short-term contracts and networking, but it's kind of worked out for the better. Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing, was a lot more of the consulting / contracting. I still do a little bit on the side to try and keep my skills up. I haven't been doing nearly as much of it lately, because I'm tired about telling people how AI is not going to solve their problem and they should just kind of listen to their staff. You want a revolution? That's how you get a revolution. Yeah, but you got to get people far enough out their comfort zones that they start getting desperate. That's when a revolution happens. When you get to the point that people are looking at their table and there's no food on it. And thank you, Nibbleizer, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And so, thank you so much for that. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, usually, there's a saying for it. It's something like you're always one missed meal away from a revolution. Like, until people are going hungry, people tend to hold upright. The moment people get to that point where they're not getting food, now you got angry people with nothing to lose. That's when things get nasty. You want to say it's 3 missed meals? Yeah, it's something like that. It's like, it's some number of missed meals that they're like, yeah, when you start missing meals that people are going hungry, that's where things go real bad real fast. Because understandably, once you're starving, you are working on an entirely different paradigm of how you're interacting with things. Yeah, we don't need to go into the conversation of like mass execution kind of nonsense. We can leave that alone. Because, like, honestly, you know, people shouldn't want, you know, violence at scale. Even if like someone's wronged you in a big way, that's you know, It's not always the bad people who lose their lives during those things. And a lot of the people aren't even the bad people in their own world. It's just, unfortunately, the things they were exposed to and influenced have, you know, shaped who they are in a way that you're like, no, actually, you're doing some terrible things. In your narrative, in your own head, you're being a good person. But you're not. Very few people see themselves as the villain of their own story. It takes a special kind of person to, like, cackle and twist their mustache and be like, haha, I'm gonna hurt people or steal from people or whatever. Most people just dehumanize their way to it. That, you know, they figure the people, you know, quote-unquote deserve it or whatever. And that's what enables them to do really awful things. Not sure it's saying hope. Well, any saying like that is one of those ones that's just like a broad overlay. Anytime you get to those kind of things, the answer is nothing ever has that nuance. Or nothing ever has that simplicity. There's always nuance. It's the reason we don't have, like, oh, where's this problem? We could solve it just by X. Well, if we could solve it just by X, then it would be solved. But most problems are always more complicated than that. There's more to it. Alright, so we're getting sleepy. And I would like to get into that house, but I don't think it's gonna happen. We're not in a situation where we're desperate or anything yet. We've still got water for a while. Are those freezes part of the recording setup, or is the game running poorly on high pop settings? The game run poorly. There's certain things in Project Zomboid that have never performed well. If you drive in your car, just in general, at high speed, it stutters. Regardless of recording or whatever. It's always stuttered. And some people don't notice the stutter, that's fine. But it's always stuttered. And there is, like, if you go into debug, a setting you can actually do to have it so it won't load as much of the map around. And it runs buttery smooth. But then you can't see far enough ahead for it to matter. It's just Project Zomboid, for all the things it does well, it does have a little bit of cruft. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Oh, no, I don't disagree at all, Keeper. Keeper's basically, to be fair, when you drive around at high speed, you're probably going to get yourself killed when you slam into a tree. Yeah, no, when people saw me driving in the car that was a wreck I had earlier, they'll have noticed that I was crawling around at like 25, 30. I have seen so many people playing this game get a really long run, get, 8-9 months into a run, and then just wrap themselves around a tree and die from it. It's that, or like they'll get up on a roof to do something and then they'll fall off the roof, or it's always something like that. It's either that or just like a moment of inattention. I'm looking at this being like it's only 8. I'm not going to sleep yet. Oh yeah, the fake roofs are hard. Yeah, you could defeat the zombies, but you can't defeat physics. Well, physics is the law. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and open the jar immediately and eat it, because it's already stale. It's all good. We're just kind of talking broadly, like, not economics per se, but just broadly, things going on. But yeah, oh, sorry, to circle back to the question about, like, if you wanted to get into dev, generally speaking, dev is one of those industries that people worry, it's like, but what if I learn the wrong language? What if I that kind of thing? I wouldn't worry about that too much. Generally speaking, while every language is different, they're all similar. Like, not all similar. So like you've got like your object oriented programming languages, and they'll be like C, C sharp, Java, C++, these kind of languages. They have a similar structure. So like the nuanced things will be very similar. Like you can learn one and look at the other and be like, I understand what that's doing. You might not be able to type it out because you don't know quite the right words, but you can understand what it's doing. Like maybe you'll hit like one line, you're like, yeah, I'm not really sure about that one. And then you got what's known as a functional language. Now, functional language doesn't mean it works. Functional language is just a different structure. With object-oriented programming languages, you'll have like dog. And dog will have properties that be like, what's the dog's fur color? What's the dog's eye color? Is the dog, like, what's the size of the dog? What's the weight of the dog? Then you'll have like your methods. Dog runs, dog sits, dog stands. Like the actions it does. And then you've got functional languages, which usually have a bit of a different structure where it's more like the runs, the sits, the stands are kind of your focus. And then the object is a bit separate. You don't necessarily need to have an object in functional language. And you can, but there's just a little bit of a different structure, which is why a lot of times you'll see functional languages used for stuff like big data uses, stuff like Python or whatever. And you'll see object-oriented programming languages used a lot more in stuff like games and whatever. Started learning Java, had no issues getting into Python, JS, and PHP, Bash, giving you headaches though. Yeah, and with Java, JavaScript wouldn't be too much of a stretch. PHP is pretty different, and Python's definitely different, because Java is, well, you can use Java as functional or object-oriented. Typically, it's object-oriented. Or sorry, yeah. Whereas Python is typically used as functional paradigm. And all those are a bunch of fancy words for, it's kind of, you have two primary ways languages work. So even if you learn a language and it's not what people are looking for in the moment, you're already got a good footing to switch over to a different language. And you can also go, there's like a bunch of indexes like the TOB index that they'll be like, here's the languages that are on the rise and on the fall and all that kind of stuff. Here's the market share. And they can all be great ways of being like, okay, but where's the demand? So you'll have stuff like languages like Java and C# and Python, and all those rank relatively high. And then you have something like Delphi, which is still there somehow, but is definitely not doing great. There's not many new things being made in Delphi. Let's see, the main jump from C# to JavaScript was, what do you mean you don't care about what type of variable it is? I could just stuff like objects and arrays? What is this madness? Oh, as someone who, my background, I much prefer strongly typed languages. It bothers me to no end of like, you just use it. What do you mean you just use it? What is it? Well, it's a variable. You can just use it. Right. But like, is it an integer? Is it a double? Is it a decimal? This matters. I need to make sure, like, I'm not, adding in inaccuracies to this. It's like, well, right, but it'll just figure it out. It's like, what do you mean it'll just figure it out? I want to know what that is. And you get used to it, it's fine. But I would much rather be like, yeah, you know what that is? That's a string. You know what that's going to be forever? It's going to be a freaking string. Everywhere I use it, it's going to be a string. And if I convert it to do something else later, that's fine, it's a different variable. Yeah, I want to know exactly, right, I don't want a vibe variable. I want a variable that I look at that variable and like, I know exactly what you are. Like, when I'm picking up a pet, I want someone to be like, yeah, you're going to be picking up this kind of dog. Cool. I can visualize, I know what that means. And then they're like, right, you're picking up pet. I don't want a pet. That doesn't tell me anything. I need to know what I'm looking for. It was pretty funny when they introduced var to the C sharp. That was a lot of really upset people for a while. And some people were pretty happy about it. But there was a lot of people like, how dare you? How dare you put this thing that just figures it out? Functional programming language is super fascinating too. It's really neat. Never worked with it though. I've done it. I've done a lot more object oriented than functional, but I have used functional here and there. Because like I said, I've worked at a bunch of companies and you inherit whatever projects they get, and they'll be like, "Cool, we acquired this company. All of their stuff is in PHP, and the lead dev just quit. So we need you to figure that out." And you're like, "All right, well, I guess I'm learning PHP." And you learn PHP. And then I've had that with like, I think the only one that really upset me was the database FileMaker. I don't like FileMaker. I mean, I also don't want to do C++ or Objective-C ever again. I can. I don't want to. Yeah, PHP is definitely not one of my favorite. It's fine. It's serviceable. Don't I have books? No, the books is the other character who's dead now. Bear with me. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. Nope, we've already heard the eggs tonight. I don't need to hear it again. It's a great clip, but I've already heard the eggs more than once tonight. I'm good. We don't need more eggs. It's a great clip by Drongo. Well, Drongo didn't do the clip. Drongo was the one eating the eggs in the most cursed and entertaining way. Yeah, no, with like your comment about like PHP, most of its serious problems come from the frameworks. I'd actually argue that's true of a lot of JavaScript too. Like, don't get me wrong, I love to meme on JavaScript where you can do like variable equals 1 space plus space 1, and you get different results than variable equals 1 plus 1, and you get a different result from like variable equals like 1, 1 plus quote 1 quote, like all that stuff, and you'll get entirely different results based on all that kind of stuff, which there's reasons for it. But it's a fun meme on that you have something that looks like it should be the same, but you get entirely different results. The classic, well, this one you get 2, that one you get 11, this one you get, like, just chaos, this one it has an interpretation error. But I would say a lot of JavaScript's problems as well is just frameworks on frameworks on frameworks kind of thing. I remember a project I inherited was a web dev project that, oh man, I'm gonna get the frameworks wrong. So it was a MVC application. For those who don't know what that means, it's model view controller. All you need to know is model is data, controller is like the business logic, and view is the UI. I'm oversimplifying to the point of borderline inaccuracy, but you get the idea. It's got a structure to it. Cool. We like structure. Structure's good. Have your division of concerns. Cool. Is C# superior? That is going to be a very loaded question. I actually don't feel like any language is fine as long as you're using something it's decent at. You can even have a language and you use it for something it's only okay at. It's only when you have something specifically that a language is bad at. There are cases you do have languages that are just very not designed to do certain things. Like, trying to use, like, T-SQL to write a game is just not the right move. But yeah. So it is one of those things, like, you would go into that, and I had that, so I had, like, the model view controller. Cool, we're on board. We got a nice structured division of concerns. You got the part you see, the part that gets the data from the database, and then the part that does all the massaging to get one to the other. And you're good. And on top of that, we had, it wasn't Vue.js, it was, I'm blanking on the name of the framework. It's been like 10 years. And it was kind of one of those things that it was a model view controller in JavaScript. So I had like the underlying code that was like C# model view controller, and then on top of it, a separate model view controller that was JavaScript. It wasn't React or Angular. Angular was really popular at the time this happened, but it was one I won't remember the name of it till someone says it, but it's fine. But so you had basically, I would go to do something, like, you know, add a button to the UI. So we add a button to the UI that saves an order or something. It may have been based on Node, but it wasn't Node.js in itself. It doesn't matter. But so I had this model view controller in front of this model view controller, so it did everything in the first model view controller to then pass to the second one to do it all again. And you're like, what are you doing? Why would you set it up this way? If you're going to have the model view controller on the back end doing your division concerns, handling it all, you can have a framework in front of in JavaScript, but that's your UI layer. You don't like, you can do some validation, like some really garbage validation up there if you want to keep it from having to like do a bunch of all that refactoring. And it's just one of those things you're like, no, because now I want to add a freaking button to the UI, and I got to go through and do it on my view, and I got to do it on my JavaScript view, and I got to wire up the controller on both of these pieces to talk to it, and both of the models to then pass it all through. And it's like, what is this garbage? And that was one of the first things I did in that project, was I took that JavaScript and we just ripped the whole thing out. Yeah, it's just like one of the very first things, like, this is painful. I'm adding a button. This should take me 5 minutes counting writing the unit test. This is a nothing burger, and it's taking me like an hour because I got to add this crap in like 5 places. And so it was like a whole big thing of just like taking weeks and weeks and just ripping out all of that JavaScript and getting rid of all. And we still had JavaScript on there, just not this whole big colossal thing. You know, instead you'd hit the button and it would just do some front-end validation real fast, being like, hey, that's not an email address, try again. Like that kind of garbage. But man. And I've also worked on projects that did the reverse, where they put everything on the back end with like no front-end anything. So you go type your email address, it would post back the whole page just so it could reach in there. And you're like, all right, hang on. No. There's reasons we post back. This is not one of them. You think it's a student's code? Make use May code structure for merits? No, it was a company I worked for who liked to really cheap out on their devs. And so they would get like fresh out of college, one person at the other, which is nothing wrong. We're all early, but just would chuck everything at them and would buy into whichever one was talking up whatever the new framework was. Because we kept getting a lot of people who were like, oh man, what did the one guy say? I was so happy when he got fired. It would sit there and I'd be working on something, getting some projects done. It's like, C#, that's a blocking language. It gets blocked in the processor. It's like, if you're worried about that, you don't know what you're doing. Like, if you're having to worry about your code and whether or not it blocks the processor's instructions, you've missed the forest for the trees, my friend. Like, that is a level of optimization that I dream of having the time to consider that kind of thing. Unsupervised junior dev are bad for everyone, both juniors and the company. Alright, we got zombies. We're gonna lose our tent, but we'll probably be okay. And we're fine. But we no longer have a tent, and we just immediately broke our weapon. Yeah, if you ever get in that situation where you hear zombies and they've approached you while you're asleep, hold shift in whatever direction you think you're going to kind of bump into the least number of them, and like 90% of the time you'll get away with it. About the only time is if like you're like really kind of mashed in a corner, it can be really bad, or if you end up tripping into more of them, like that's how you die with that. So it's still dangerous, still not something you want to rely on. But generally speaking, as you saw, it was relatively safe for me to get out of there. And for what you heard, Microsoft used to get people fresh out of college, burn through them every 2 and 5 years, and then when they burnt out, get new people. Yeah, so it's something indicative of like Microsoft, Google, and a bunch of the big ones. Is you'll usually have a handful of kind of your core team on any project that's your people who've been there for 10, 15 years. And then you have a whole bunch of like juniors, and historically in the past they do interns as well. And so yeah, they would get juniors and cycle through them really fast. But they did have a couple of very knowledgeable people on those teams typically as well. But yeah, no, they tended to overwork a lot of the juniors and all that. Microsoft also had the problem that it used to use stack ranking as its way of doing performance reviews and deciding who got raises and all that kind of stuff. Which really, really was, you know, unfortunate for juniors. Because for those who don't know how stack ranking works when it comes to jobs, basically they take your people in your department and they go, okay, there's 10 of you. All right, so three of you are going to get a big raise, 4 of you are going to get a little raise, and 3 of you are going to be let go. It doesn't matter how anyone's like performance is broadly on the whole thing. It was just compared to the rest of your team. If you were the ones who were like on the bottom of the pile, it doesn't matter if every single person on that team was like utterly a genius to software development, like, you know, literally a bastion of knowledge. If you were on the bottom of the pile, you're gone. And so what ends up happening in practice is you end up having a lot of people who were on that fence that they weren't sure if they were going to make the cut or not. There's only so much you can do to improve your own work at a short term, especially if you're a junior and you're brand new against some people who are like 10, 15-year veterans. So you, instead of, you know, working to do a little bit better on your stuff, you know, the better chance of you surviving the cut was to sabotage the other person, to make sure their project failed. So when they needed you to help them, you just didn't. Yep, and so that was a very notorious thing. They eventually did get rid of stack ranking, and that was Microsoft. Google has its own issues, but that was the whole thing. Because there was like the whole logic of like, hey, well, if we keep doing it this way, over time we will just gradually get better and better people. But again, that doesn't work that way. It sounds incredibly stupid and short-sighted. Yep. I even had a teacher in university who did stack grading. We brought that up with the dean and he didn't do it anymore. Yep. To be clear, it was a professor who was there to research and saw teaching as an obligation he didn't want to do. So it was one of those teachers. Because very genuinely had mostly nothing but good experiences with most of my instructors in university. But that one guy handled a lot of my core curriculum, and I kept getting him again and again, and it was not good times. That said, I ultimately ended up working at that university as his peer later on in life. And that was that was a lot of fun. Just kind of holding his feet to the fire every time he was not in the right. Some of you may fail, but that's a sacrifice you're willing to sacrifice. Let's see. History told us otherwise. We'll end up getting gradually better. Quality cycle standards haven't existed for a reason. Yeah, no, I mean, the reality is, like, you usually have, like, an okay quality team. It's just, again, it ends up being a thing that reflects in your project or products because, people are sabotaging each other. Some of that sabotage reaches the end product. Because that's a way to make sure someone, hits the bad list. Let them have a real bad bug slip through quality all the way to production. You're gonna feel pretty strong that that person's gonna come out below you. Okay. Ever done that to someone? No, I've never sabotaged. I've had not software dev when I worked IT before that. I did have the guy who was the network administrator, now I was his assistant, realized he kept passing off more and more and more of his work on me. And kind of one day came to the realization, he's like, oh, I don't do much any here. And he was started worrying about his job and tried to get me fired by put a bunch of files on my computer that were highly inappropriate for work, which I found and immediately went to my boss and went, hang on a second. I got a bunch of files loaded on a computer that aren't mine. And, it was a thing we figured out that he had done it. And basically he waited until the network administrator went to him and was like, hey, I found a computer on the network. It's got a bunch of stuff that we really need to deal with. Which, pretending he didn't know whose computer it was or whatever, and my boss already had a pink slip written up for him. It was basically like, yep, you're fired, get out of here. He basically wanted to keep him around as long as he could get away with it to give me time to, like, figure out server passwords, like the handful of things that I hadn't quite gotten control of. And thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. Which, for the record, I wasn't trying to take his job or anything. It was like, okay, I'm young, ambitious, and was trying to take on more work before I realized, taking on more responsibility means your reward will be more responsibility. It's a Jack Welch method that has ruined a lot of companies. Yeah, let's see. Can work if you got a lot of dead weight, but yeah, no, I could see it working if you're in a company that's got a very large very large teams and you're making it a very small amount, you're slicing off the bottom. And you don't tell them. I could see that working. Even then, like, there's still the problem of, in theory, you could have the world's greatest team and still fire people who are, like, exceptionally good. Yeah, he just dumped the files over networks because he's the network administrator. He had permission to get on everyone's computer. I mean, to be fair, I, as the assistant network admin, also had those permissions. But, it's pretty much what he did, is he just remoted into my computer while I wasn't there and dumped a bunch of files. And we're talking like, pornographic stuff, like that kind of thing. Like, I was gonna save that in my docs in, like, a temp folder or something like that. Because also, when the hell would I do things? It was in a server closet that was like the entire IT department, so there was only like 5 or 6 of us. But it's not like we had a night shift or anything. Not in that company. So I would have to do that with like my coworker sitting right there. It was dumb. The individual was not the brightest person. Yeah, no, it was absolutely, we could see that he had remoted into the desktop at that time and all that. He was not smart. Yeah, no, over the network, that's easy enough. That's not unusual. Because I imagine he'd probably have a better chance of getting away with doing over the network where there's the logs and all that versus you know, sitting down at my computer and then messing with files. Like, he would have to not get caught on my computer. He could have grabbed off... Well, we have cameras in the room. The company was, Department of Defense contractor and everything, so... We did have, like, cameras at certain places, so... We also had, like, on the door... You could see when people beeped in and everything. Like, there's certainly ways he could have done it better. Has some interesting stories. Yeah. There's also some not fun stories with some of that, like, was the exit interview? Oh, I don't think he did an exit interview. I think they just basically fired him and basically told him to get out. That company was pretty well known for the firing tactic of you would be sitting at your desk and suddenly your computer would reboot and then your password wouldn't work as two people walk up behind you and be like, get your things out of your desk, here's your box. It was one of those kind of companies, which, you know, again, you're dealing with, like, security clearance kind of stuff. There's a certain logic with that. There is a high ability to cause problems. Let's see, if you got one-dimensional number to decide who you keep to fire, more so only integers from 1 to 10, it's inevitably you'll throw away a lot of information before you take that decision. So you miss out on many, many situations that could be the case. Essentially, it'll only work if the whole business and HR process stays very typical all the time. You're talking about humans there. Yeah, no, it's the whole thing. Almost there, 50 zombies to go. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was the same company that, we had, well, it was like a company meeting, and this is going to be like, you know, like trigger racism for Chinese people. That we had this big team meeting that we were going to have, like, you know, people from the government were coming there, and the entire meeting was basically don't trust Chinese people. And I'm like, this is happening at my workplace. I'm being instructed by the government that I should not trust Chinese people I see at the bar and all that. It was one of these things. I'm like, this is a very uncomfortable meeting. And it's like, don't get me wrong, there was like antagonism between the Chinese government and the US and espionage, and that stuff is happening. But it definitely was crossing the line from being like, hey, you know, make sure you don't share company secrets and that kind of stuff, to being like, don't trust people at the bar. And it's like, oh, this is really uncomfortable. You know, and they had like this stuff like, don't take USB keys that you find and plug them into your computer. It's like, that's good information. But it was a real uncomfortable meeting. Like, a lot of us had conversations after that meeting being like, this is not okay, man. Like, you could be like, hey, don't talk about work outside of work with anyone. Yeah, no, it's like, hey, don't take your company secrets home. Don't share your company secrets with other people. Congratulations, that is a far more important message. So, it's funny, I never had to sign an NDA at that company. Versus, I can't tell you how many software jobs that their product was nothing interesting, I had to sign NDAs for. My god, the contracting. The number of NDAs I had to sign were like, we got this great idea, you know, I want, you know, meet me at whatever the local coffee shop is, you know, co-working space kind of thing. You know, like to get you in on the ground floor. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, to be clear, it was a DoD contracting company that was a guy's multi-million-dollar hobby. So It had a lot of problems. There was a lot of guns that got taken out of that place, lunchbox style, where people put parts into lunchboxes and took them out piece by piece. And they had like lots of gaps in between cameras and all that, where people could just take like full-on assault rifle, huck it over the fence, and then go collect on the other side. It had problems. We had a case where there was an air show at the airport that butted up against the company's property. Oh, it's not even Americans. It's that specific guy was garbage. But what ended up happening is there was a really horrific plane accident that happened. That, a plane went down. Really kind of a tragedy for the family and all that. And it went down like on the property line between the manufacturing plant that was and the airport. And the CEO of the company was fighting for salvage rights of the plane. Like was not letting it go. And it's like, dude, this is not good optics for the company. Like, what are you expecting to get? It's not like some secret, special, amazing plane. It was just this like little twin engine plane kind of thing. And it was a whole thing. It was a crappy company. But it was like my first IT job. It's what I could get. So I put up with it for a couple of years. And then I got the hell out of that place. Maintenance 1, give me that book. That person, oh, he was awful. He underpaid everyone, and that, to be fair, that place is full of a whole lot of ridiculous people. The doors are all gone for the most part. I don't think I really need the key. Like that was one of those things, maybe it was the black box. I mean, I don't think he cared about that much. I think it was more he saw it as a way to make a buck, and that was good enough reason to be that way. Like that's a matter to him. That was the same company. We had a single point of failure switch. So where all the network devices connect together. So the backbone of the network, it goes down, the whole company shuts down while we wait for another one to come in and get all configured and set up. And the switch was like a little over $1,000. Like it was a big switch and a lot of stuff hooked up to it. And I kept being like, hey man, we got this single point of failure. This thing's like 7-8 years old. It's literally past its expected lifespan. And if it goes out, you're going to be losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just from all the machines shutting down because they don't have the connection to get their files and all that. Like, very genuinely, when this goes down, you are just burning money. And it's like $1,000-something. I can get a redundancy here, and literally it'll be down for just a couple of minutes if it fails, and I can do the switch over. And he fought me, and he fought me, and he fought me on it. And then later on, I was like, cool. Well, I saw this really cool, Cisco diagnostics tool. And just as like a thing, it's like, yeah, he's never going to say yes. Yeah, I like this diagnostics tool. It'll help me make the network better. It's like a $30,000 diagnostic tool. He never did get that switch. No questions asked about the diagnostics tool. Immediately got it for me. And I was like, this diagnostics tool, it's cool. I did find some stuff that improved the network. But it wasn't justified. It made no sense. Like, there wasn't needed. We did need that single point of failure thing. That said, the diagnostics tool is pretty cool. I definitely nerded out pretty hard on that thing. It was also one of the things that scared me because we had gotten an antenna to boost our wireless network so it could get across the property. Because there's some bunkers in the back, because in its previous lifespan, it had made cruise missiles, the manufacturing. We didn't make cruise missiles, but that was what the company before us who owned the area did. So they had all these bunkers on site for containing, materials you wouldn't want to have around people. Um, Needless to say, making the Wi-Fi work by those bunkers was kind of horrible. So we got this antenna to boost the signal over there, and it was rated for a relatively short distance, like that would have covered our property and maybe across the street, and they're like, cool, we were all set up. And I got this diagnostic tool, and I got like multiple blocks into a neighborhood, like, you know, behind the building and all the way across, and I was still able to communicate with this wireless. I'm like, oh god, we have got to tone down this wireless, like, antenna. We got to put a lot more security on this. Like, it's secure, but it's not, you know, someone could be sitting in their backyard in their house just hammering away at our network all hours of the day and night secure. Not that I'm anticipating this being a thing, but like, we are putting signal way farther than is appropriate. I also remember we got yelled at by the FAA because our antenna was too tall. Because we were right next to an airport. And the CEO wanted to go and, like, make this big stink about not changing. I'm like, I'm just going to lower it. Because it only had to be lowered, like, a couple of inches or something. It wasn't a beam antenna? I don't remember what kind of antenna it was. It was one of my first jobs. I remember it was fiberglass on the outside, because I remember someone got themselves pretty good on the fiberglass on it. Like the fiberglass tube with whatever the heck the antenna was on the inside. Your pet peeve is the bus factor? Oh yeah, no, I've had that conversation. The bus factor. For those who don't know the bus factor, as Cindelash is saying, it's basically what is the minimum number of people you could load into a bus and they don't come back to work ever again. Usually the argument is they get into a car crash or whatever and, you know, they're dead, they're gone. But you get the idea. They get into a bus and they're gone. Whether it's they quit, they die, whatever. What is the minimum number of people before it jeopardizes your company? That is your bus factor. And that's like basically your durability against, you know, attrition and all that before your company gets absolutely wrecked. And there's a lot of company it's one. Just a single person. Yeah, for the record, I didn't buy the antenna. It just showed up and they said we need to do that. Can we call that the Isekai? Yeah, I mean, Isekai is where they die and then they show up in another world and they get all that stuff. Yeah, no, that's the thing. A lot of companies, when you're talking about bus factor, it's usually because it's either one or two people that if it's just the right person, then, or the wrong person, that, you know, you're just screwed. Yeah, and it's one thing when you're a small enough business that you just... ICK? Yeah. Yeah, no, it happens. Let's see, similar to your previous work, we didn't have IT. I was acting IT, underpaid. It was a care company, and one network with a bunch of uncentralized computers. Every time the network is gone, it's chaos. They refused to acknowledge you and your work, and you left, and they had to move as they couldn't get their network working consistently. They'd rather move than get a full-time IT. Yeah, and I've run into that in the education department. Like with public schools and all that, that they'll usually have one IT person that they'll split between like 5, 6 different locations, which is not remotely enough. But part of that is just school budgets. You're stuck with what you get, and you got to figure out, like, are you getting your kids your reading material or an IT person? Choose one. ECK. Kai. Yeah, I've heard it pronounced a couple ways. Like, how many employees in that building are medieval fantasy? It's not a way I've ever had to think of it. And I think I'll go back to never thinking it about that way. Yeah, no, there's a lot of companies have staffing things. Well, it's one of the things, if you go back to like when I was starting out, like very, very beginning, very like first jobs, that kind of thing, you know, doing like bag boy, food services, general labor, that kind of crap. We didn't have nearly the efficiency we do with our scheduling systems now. We couldn't as accurately predict what the number of people are going to show up at the store were or anything like that. And so, as a result, what you typically did is you brought an extra person or two more than what you expected to kind of make up the difference. But nowadays, they have these computer systems, and they're still only okay, but they can, you know, with a certain level of predictability, be like, hey, this is going to be a somewhat busier day than you'd normally expect, that's going to be somewhat less busy. And so what they've done as a result is they try and, like, really have a shoestring staff that literally they run at the minimum necessary to keep things going smoothly. Or even a little less than smoothly if they find it doesn't undermine their sales that much. And so what ends up happening with that is when you have any type of thing, like someone calls in sick or whatever, that suddenly the whole place goes to crap. And it's just kind of one of those things that it's got a lot of negatives because, one, there's less people working because you're basically keeping it shoestring. Two, you end up having less experienced people there in general because you don't have multiple people learning the job that, you know, when one quits, you can kind of afford the loss. And it applies to more than just like those food services. That's just the one, like baristas, food services, that kind of things, that you kind of see it get the worst of it. But even like software teams, you'll have software teams that are like, okay, we could probably do this with like 3 people. And, you know, a bunch of stuff just doesn't get done because you're understaffed and all that. It's one of the things that I put a lot of effort into when I was a team lead, that my argument was my job was to be the interface between my people and management. That I try and represent both of them. And so it's my job when management says, hey, we need this by Tuesday, to be like, well, I'm sorry, it's going to be Friday. Tuesday is not a reasonable deadline. And to hold my ground there and not let management bully me into a deadline that's not realistic. Because they're just going to be disappointed with the results anyways. And just the same is when one of my team members like, add a button, yeah, that's going to be about 2 months. Then I go, come on. Like, there's very, very clearly a line where there's padding your numbers a little to make sure you hit your deadlines, you know, the under-promise, over-deliver. And then there's under-promising to a completely ridiculous extreme. And I didn't usually run into that very often. Honestly, a lot of times I'd have to turn around that I had multiple people on my team. They'd be like, oh yeah, that'll take me 3 days. Like, no, you're getting 5. It's like, if everything goes perfectly, it takes you 3 days. And I can assure you it will not. If it does, that's happy. But that never happens. Like, it's one of those things when everything goes perfectly, you sit there and go, okay, what is about to come unraveled? What is the thing in here that is just going to blow up in our face when it hits production? Because nothing has gone wrong at all. We've had no, like, when I say go wrong, I'm not like bugs or whatever, like, everything went smoothly, on time, and everything. Like, what is the ticking time bomb that's hidden in here? Not necessarily the most appropriate, but what I used to call it on my team was Hindenburg code. It's like, where's the Hindenburg code? Where's the thing that is going to be perfectly fine until we use it, and then it's going to erupt in flames? And again, didn't really think about the implications of what I was saying at that point. This sounds like the employee version of just-in-time logistics. Oh yeah, where anything derails and it just all goes and catches fire. Oh, meta event. Alright, so zombies are moving around. We're too tired to deal with it. We should be okay. If the zombies go this way, they shouldn't bump into my door. If the zombies go this way, they shouldn't bump into my door. If the zombies go this way, I don't think there's a window on that side. So they should just bump into the building and go around, and then this side we're perfectly fine. The only one that's a problem is this side if they bump into that window. We're going to take our chances with it. This room is a little bit more dangerous where if a zombie gets in here at night that I could just get the chomp, because if there's like 3 or 4 that pool here, I'll trip, land right at their feet, and then they'll eat me. But see, that's sort of the same system with a cell phone store. It would try to make the schedule based on what it thought you needed, but it would be dumb stuff like have one person opening for 3 hours, and then it changed, you got dinged for compliance. Yep. Let's see, do you have zombies attacking doors even without seeing you? No. But it is a thing where if you have a meta event like that and they run into a door, they will attack the door. Because they have been alerted to it. Padded allocation of tasks is very nice indeed. With a team with wide code review, you think is always good, gives you many perspectives. Yeah, that was, oh man, what was it called? It was part of the Agile work structure, Scrum work structure, where it was planning poker. So everyone would have their card and it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever. And then the idea was with your cards, you'd say, I think that's a 1 complexity, which would be, you know, whatever's appropriate for your team, like 1 or 2 days. And then 5 would be like, I think this is like this massive undergoing project that's going to take us months. And, you know, then the other numbers would be in between. And so when you're planning out the things you're going to be working on for the week with the team and all that, you'd sit there and go, okay, you'd have people here and you go, okay, well, we have this issue. Here's like explaining it, all that. Yeah, story points thing, same idea. But like with this one, you'd put down your cards. They'd be like, here's what I think it is. And you wouldn't show it. And then everyone would turn it over. And so you'd go to your team and you'd be like, okay, add this button to the screen. And you've got 5 ones. Okay, it's a 1. And then you go to the next one, you go, okay, well, we want to rework this part of the order logic. And you'd see a couple of 3s, a 5, and you go, okay, so why do you think that's a 5 as opposed to a 3? Like, what is the thing we're potentially not thinking about? And there would be times to be like, oh yeah, we got to remember this ties into this other application. Be like, oh crap, it does. You know, and you'd be like, okay, this is a bigger one. Yeah, sprint poker is another name for it. Planning poker is another name for it. But the entire idea is you're basically grabbing your team and you're all kind of being like, to yourself being like, okay, here's how complicated I think. And most of the time your team would be within a rock throw of each other where you're like, yeah, that's fine. We'll call it a 3. That's reasonable. But every once in a while you'll have one that like will be way out there. And a lot of time just talking about it, they'll remind you of stuff that, you know, because software gets complicated. And you'll have times that you end up looking through your stuff and being like, oh, there's this thing that's associated with this that you just didn't think about. So you're marking this down as like, oh, yeah, that's going to be just an easy thing. You know, in, out, we'll get that done in a weekend. Not a weekend. But, you know, in, out, get it done in no time. And then you start realizing all the other touch points. You're going, no, wait, this is actually not a small project. This is a whole thing. Because once I fix this, I got to fix the other thing, which means I got to fix the other thing, that kind of thing. All right, so let's go here real fast. Because this house I'm going to consider relatively secure. Which is not really a reasonable thing. But I did sleep in there. And I'm just guessing the meta event drug the zombies away. I'm not seeing zombies right now. Oh, wait. We want to go to settings. Show symbols, please. So I'm considering that place as home secure for right now. And we're going to start exploring and checking around and grabbing what we can. So what I don't know is, because we slept through it, I do not know which way that meta event drugged the zombies. I'm definitely seeing a bunch of zombies up here, so it might have drugged them from east to west. We're just going to back away from that house for a minute. No discernible reason. Your only issue with the agile methodology is the daily stand-up. In your opinion, as long as no one has anything to say, make it an email. Yeah, no, it is a thing with the Agile Scrum methodology, the daily stand-up. You need someone to make sure that stays as short as possible. If it's all going well, it should literally be you and your team standing up for like 5 minutes being like, I'm working on this, I'm working on this, I'm working on this, okay, get out of my face. Or I have a blocker, okay, you and Daryl, you go work on that blocker, because Daryl's the appropriate party for helping you get through that. But they just have a tendency to go long if you do not have someone who's on top of it. Oh right, I have a maintenance book. I should have read that. But yeah, no, I definitely hear you there. Or like, you've got a bunch of people and they're not good about showing up on time. I've run into that one. You're like, hey man, this meeting is supposed to take like 5 minutes. like tops. If you're showing up 5 minutes late, you've already doubled how long this meeting is like just derailing everyone. So if we want to do this, it needs to be you're here on time, we pop in, we get it done, we get out. That's how the meeting works. If it's anything but that, then it's not your daily stand-up. Then you're getting to like sprint meetings and all the other stuff. Yeah, no, exactly. You know, you'll have people, it's like, okay, well, we're running through this. They're like, oh yeah, my grandmother's not doing well. So that's been stressing you out. It's like, that's, you know, first, I'm sorry. But also second, this isn't where you do that. Like, we can talk about that, like, at the sprint thing, or you can, you know, pull me aside and be like, hey, man, I told you I was going to have it on Tuesday. It's not going to happen. And then we can, you know, grab whoever needs to be grabbed to either split the work up to still hit the deadlines, or, you know, figure out who the person needs to be told that, hey, like, I promised this for this date, but it's not happening. You know, because circumstances. Let's grab this. Because what we're going to do here is we got the maintenance book. Let's read their time thing. Yeah, plus the stand-up is not even right at the start. Usually it's like an hour, hour and a half at the start day. You barely get to do anything before that. Doing it can be a waste of time. Well, the idea is the stand-up, depending on the way you're doing yours, is the idea is you're supposed to be kind of addressing what will be done to keep people on the same page. And then also, like, before going into your day, it's like, hey, is there going to be something that, like, is going to keep you from getting your work done today? But yeah, no, it is definitely one of those things that I honestly would lean more to not doing it. Like, you need a team that's going to be on top of it. I've had a team like that before where, like, they're really good, and it's really helpful when you do that, but if you don't have a team that's really good about, let's do these kind of things really fast, you know, get in, get out. And for us, it was like, I think it was half an hour after day start, which is usually everyone getting to their desks, getting their computers all booted up and all that kind of stuff. And before anyone had a chance to really get into their work, do it. Because, yeah, like an hour and a half and be like, man, people are kind of getting into stuff now. You're going to be, like, interrupting their flow and all that. Yeah, so usually I'll have, like, depending on your, in software dev, we do what's called a sprint a lot of times. And it'll vary company to company and all that, team to team. But usually I have your sprint, and that's usually planning for, like, the week, every other week, something like that. That should be like, okay, what are the major projects we're working on this week, next week? You know, kind of sit down, do all that stuff. That's when you do your planning poker and all that, where you're like, okay, we have these new tasks. Where do we want to fit it in the pile? How complicated do we think it's going to be? That kind of thing. But basically, you get kind of your list, your to-do list of what you're working on for those next 2 weeks. Or again, week or whatever it is. And then with the Scrum methodology, which is a very, very, like, touch base with everyone methodology, you would then sit there and you usually have what's known as your daily stand-up, which is sometime right at the beginning of the day, you kind of just do a quick, like, what are you working on today? What are you working on today? And basically, is anything blocking you? And it's supposed to be, like, literally 5 minutes. Like, it's literally just pop in, boom, 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 boom. Okay, we're out. If there's anything more complicated than that, you turn to the person who's got the more complicated situation and be like, all right, you and me, we're going to talk about this over there, or hey, you and there, go over there. You know, whoever's appropriate, grab your 2-3 people, and take it to everyone else, and everyone else gets to go back to what they're doing. But yeah, no, it's definitely if you got people who are pretty chatty, you kind of almost have to, like, put the hammer down to be like, hey, it's like, it's cool that you want to talk about your dogs. Dogs are cool. Give it all the love and pets. Right now, we don't need to hold up the entire company to talk about your dog. Because you don't know if Agile includes retrospective minutes, but those are nice. You get to improve procedures. It's supposed to, but not everyone does. Everyone does their own version. Because I'm actually a big fan of code reviews. Like, as you go to commit anything, and I know some people hate them. Because it can be a really big time sink. But I do feel like, especially when you have a lot of juniors on your team, code reviews can be a thing. And for that matter, when you've got people who've been around the product for long enough that they start not getting careless, but they start just assuming they know everything, that can be dangerous too, where you can have someone who's incredibly knowledgeable, but they've kind of hit a point of complacency that you do kind of want someone to pop in every once in a while and be like, hey, you did this. You know that method's moved, right? Like, this is gonna call, but this is not the appropriate place. Yeah, no, exactly. Code reviews are very time consuming. Like, it is a very thing. It can be for people who are very like introverted, don't like socializing kind of thing. It can be very exhausting because it's usually you and maybe one or two other people sitting down, kind of going through your work, not quite line by line, but pretty close to it. And just looking, because what a code review's purpose is it's a second pair of eyes to review your work. It'd be the same thing of like if you wrote up a paper and then you handed it off to someone else, like double check your grammar, your spelling, all that. That'd be like the writer's equivalent of a code review. Except they sit with you and they talk through it because software is a little bit more complicated, so you have to sit there and be like, hey, why did you do it this way? You know, I see you did this. Is this connected to this other thing? Like that kind of stuff. When you have to be nice. Well, that's one of the tricky things for your person who's running the code review. It is a skill to run a code review because it takes a decent amount of work to be very careful in how you phrase things, how you word things, all that kind of stuff. Because people, like, you're basically talking about their code. It's real easy for it to start, like, for people to start getting on the defensive. That they start taking as you're kind of questioning their competency or something like that. When, you know, that's not what's happening, that's not what it's about. And it can be real fast that you can kind of say the wrong thing to someone, put them on the defense. And you're like, look, man, this isn't... I'm not calling you dumb, we're not questioning your job's not in jeopardy or anything like that. I just want to know, why did you instantiate in this way versus that way? You might have a completely valid reason. Generally, that's not the way people instantiate things because of concerns XYZ. There are times that you would actually instantiate the other way. But I just kind of want to go through and make sure we thought about it. Because it might matter. Yeah, and like, and 100%, I have been in the code review and they're like, why did you do it this way? And you're like, oh crap, yeah, no, I didn't do this the way I should have. Or like, oh hey, I didn't handle that connection right. You know, I started it, got pulled off into something else and missed it when I circled back. You need to remind them that it's not personal, but, you know, if someone has a bad day, they might take it personally. Right, and that's a lot of that is, you know, learning, like, when you're asking, like, you know, what was your reasoning for doing that way? You know, or like that, like, it's trying to keep it on the code itself, being like asking questions about the code. You know, and not immediately turning around. It's like, you know, this is going to cause more memory allocations, right? Like, not jumping right to that, even if that's where you're going with it. But being like, hey, you know, what would this do to memory? And it's also a good thing because you can, again, for the juniors in your group, you can sit there and turn. It's like, okay, what does this do to your, like, memory? What would this happen? And you can get them start thinking, going, oh, right, if I do it this way, it's going to do a lot more memory hits and all that kind of stuff. And it's one of those things that you get them to start thinking about, like, the actual craftsmanship of code and all that stuff. Let's see. Thankfully, your place, everyone on the team has at least 3-4 years experience in the field, and some with 7-8, yeah, or 7-10, yeah. Your company's more or less use your code stuff you have zero competence in for 20 plus years. So my answer would be, I don't know. I Googled the solution. Oh man, I had going way back, I had a help desk system I wrote entirely for a job that they were using Microsoft XS, and I was just pissed off as a help desk coordinator that it was so frustrating to work with because it was not designed for multi-tenant and they were using it for multi-tenant. And like you'd have to replace the database every year or so because it had a cap size and how big access could get. So first time writing software, just wrote out a help desk system in like ASP, because I was just frustrated. Like, this is awful. I don't know what I'm doing, but I know I can do better than this, which was correct. But also me nowadays going, man, hopefully they never expose that out to the internet because that is just a SQL injection nightmare. Because I had no idea what I was doing, and just pulling up whatever tutorial or guide or whatever I could for each thing I was trying to do one by one. You know, so I, like, again, just had no idea what I was doing. Brand new, first time. You gotta make your mistakes. And they just kept using that for years. And I'm sure there's so many other nightmares. Like, I'm willing to bet every once in a while I would get a database connection stuck open because I hadn't handled it right or whatever. So I'd have to, like, shut down the application or whatever to, like, free up the connections or whatever. Let's see. Why is it important to do code reviews happen in person? In your org, you just go over the code in GitLab and leave comments and all that? It depends on your goal with the code review. If you're just trying to do like a sanity check in the code, yeah, doing something like GitLab would be fine. Like I said, a big part of it is like sitting down with a junior developer or whoever and kind of walking them through stuff. I just realized, do you know what, chat? Oh no, was it the other character we got the generator magazine? It was the other character. I was about to be like, oh, we got our generator enter magazine. Right, the other character we had a couple hours ago that died had just scored the generator magazine. That we got a survivor zombie and it was just in there. That's not this character anymore. So I do have a generator there. It doesn't do me any good yet until we hit electrical 3. I'm not worried about grinding up electrical 3 or anything like that yet either. And then the reason for that is I don't have access to a gas station, which generally means, you know, I can hook it up if I get the levels, but I can't do anything with it because it'll just run out of gas and I'll be back to square one. So what we'll probably want to do is I'll probably want to turn around and push for a gas station now. Because if I get that, then I got the setup for basically going indefinitely with power. Alright, Nebulizer, you have a good one. So you don't do it in person, however, you can imagine doing it in person can be helpful and feel less tense sense language. Yeah, because that's another thing that sometimes in comments, you don't get the context. And so it can be a thing that, you know, you might say something and a person might not respond great to it, and you can have a chance to like step back and be like, hey, like that's not how I meant it. You know, I meant it like this, and you know, then they settle down kind of thing. Or you realize like, oh, okay, let's pause the code review, like we'll have to come back to this, you know, clear heads, that kind of thing. Like that could be alright, fanny pack. I'm down. But yeah, no, you can definitely make them not in-person work as well. Like I'm not dead set. It's like, no, it's gotta be done in person. Did you not? Oh, there it goes. Let's see, the primary reason you do reviews where you come from is to spot issues big and small, like comments, before it passes the testers, because otherwise testers have to redo their tests. Yep. Oh yeah, no, it's a totally 100% reasonable thing. Like, different companies use different code reviews for different reasons. For me, it was always like, a great learning tool for people. Because, again, I was going to say juniors and devs. Juniors usually get more mileage out of it. But even like the senior devs have been there forever. You know, they'll have a product they haven't touched in a hot minute that, you know, other people have been working on. And so they'll assume it works in a certain way. And just, you know, over time, code has a tendency to change. Yeah, no, post-mortems are another good thing. Like, when something goes wrong, don't just fix it and move on. Be like, all right, let's sit down and take a minute. What went wrong? What can we do to prevent that in the future? Like, where are the touch points that we could have prevented this reasonably? Because there's sometimes that's like, well, we could do this to prevent that bug, but like, we're not going to, because that's a hell of a lot of work that no one's gonna do. Because there are bugs that's like, well, this happened. The bug wasn't that bad. You know, the prevention of that bug is more painful than the bug. So we're just not going to bother. That's not very often. Usually there's something you can do reasonably. Oh, one of those wasn't cooked. All right, we'll deal with that. Must have pulled out of the oven too early. Oh, I bet you it was one of them was frozen and one of them wasn't. And once the one got unfrozen, it stacked them. But, you know, one was basically practically done cooking while the other one was just starting to cook. It's kind of like the argument about like test-driven development kind of thing, where there's certainly places test-driven development is something to aspire to do and is worth doing, and then there's other places like test-driven development's like, nah, man. Like this is some console thing we're writing one time to handle some process. Like it's not when we can justify the lead-in time. Generally speaking, I was only adamant that there be a test in the end before it goes, like, gets pushed. I just want to make sure there is actually a test there. Well, I am out of weapons. We can go in there and grab the pans. They're really bad for use as a weapon, but they are a weapon. It must have been the other house that... Oh, it must have been the other house that had the pans. Yeah, now it's also interesting, like, I didn't work on the team that, that did the software for NASA, but, I got to have, like, a lot of working with interactions with, the people who did, like, the launching software and all that. And it was pretty cool to see them, where it's like, oh yeah, it's like everything is, like, tested like 20 different ways before it's allowed to go through. They have, like, multiple passes of code reviews with multiple teams and all that. Like, really, really, you're talking the quality assurance side of things being just unheard of levels. And it was like, yeah, do you know why it's that high? Because I have billions of dollars sitting on a launch pad, I'm going to push a big green button, and I either got it right or I didn't. And if I got it right, cool, you know, the rocket does whatever it's supposed to do. If I got it wrong, $1 billion just explodes on the pad. Not literally, but you get the idea, you know, suddenly you might lose billions of dollars, and you have to start all over. So it's like, we don't let bugs get to production. Not normally. Like, You test it, you test it, you test it. If someone comes up with a different way to test it, we're gonna do that too. Everything up to pushing the green button, we will test every single part. And it's like, man, I just want my people to write a unit test reliably. I wish. You can imagine being responsible for someone's life or satellite rocket launch. Yeah, no, when I was young, people complimented like how dexterous I was with my hands and all that, and they're like, you should be a surgeon. Like, no. No, 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 no. No. That is not something I'm comfortable doing. Not because of like blood. I do not want someone's life to be like millimeters difference where I make one tiny fraction of a mistake and now my momentary carelessness or whatever did that. I mean, companies have it so well, they pay people to do their QA. It can be pretty infuriating. No push to production on Friday afternoon. Correct. It doesn't matter how small the issue is. Yes, I know, it's one change. It's a typo. You're just correcting a typo. It's fine. You're not pushing it on Friday. Because something will happen and you'll accidentally include someone else's pull request or something, and then production gets knocked offline, and everyone's scrambling to put out the fire. Or especially because you look at it and be like, oh, it's just one change, and you'll like skip running the tests if we don't have it enforced. And again, something will get broken that really shouldn't be related. And then again, reverting is not always a clean thing. Because a lot of people, when they see, oh, it's one simple change, it's when they stop, you know, they skip corners and all that if you don't have your system enforced. And I liked making my systems enforce those policies. I know some people bristled and are like, why do I have to run all the unit tests for a simple change? Because that's the moment you don't is the moment it's going to like have some knock-on effect. Sims 1 beta tester was the thing. I think, I want to say, was it Warcraft 1 or 2? I remember getting hold of Warcraft 1 or 2 for like a test version when I was like a teenager, and I think they paid me like 15-20 bucks or something to test the game. Which I didn't really do. I was not of an age that should have happened, but you know, it was a different world back then. Like I want to say it was like a gaming magazine or something that like Blizzard was looking for testers, and they just like had the email address for like the team or whatever in the magazine. And just, you know, you just emailed them. And they're like, okay, and they paid. Like, I can't remember what it was. It was something like 10, 15, 20 bucks or something like that. It really was a weird thing. It wasn't PC Gamer. I think that predated PC Gamer. That said, chat, I normally would at least play out the day, but I'm getting tired. And so most likely I'll be streaming again tomorrow as is. Even though it's technically my day off. I expect Tomb to be basically ready to pass out because he's working bright and early tomorrow. Are you using a rolling pin? Yeah, it's terrible. So that said, now there's a good chance I'll probably do more Project Zomboid tomorrow for Friday. There almost certainly will not be a stream Saturday. I forgot to mention this. Me and my family are actually celebrating Christmas on Saturday just because of people's schedules. There's a small possibility I'd be back to stream, but I wouldn't count on it. So I probably need to post that in the Discord that probably a stream tomorrow, probably not a stream Saturday. Sunday, it sounds like we're probably going to be doing Vintage Story with Ultrasaurus, which will be fun because that'll be her first time playing. And then Monday, we'll be probably doing Project Zomboid with Curly and maybe a few others in our group and all that kind of stuff. So we'll be checking that out. You know, playing that'll not be our try hard sweaty settings. That'll be a bit more tame since we're going to have people who are fairly new to Project Zomboid, or at least not as experienced and all that. So a lot of fun stuff there. So with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow that we can find your way back here in the future. What day will you be starting early? That'll be Monday. I'll be starting about 1 hour earlier than normal on Monday for like the collab. So with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly because, you know, I don't have a host ready over there. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and finding a raid or like a raid target for us.